Reincarnation Paradise, Chapter 301. Su Xiao and Rob Lucci looked at each other for several seconds before looking elsewhere. Su Xiao turned to look at a cabin, which seemed like a reception. Inside, there was a square table with a worker behind it. "Hello, is the Galley Law Company still recruiting?" Su Xiao used all his effort to maintain his smile, which wasn't working out as he didn't use this method on plot characters before today. On. The worker just looked at him before continuing his work like it was nothing. This was the power of his 5 charm attribute. The characters didn't interact well with him. Wait. Su Xiao sighed. He didn't excel in negotiation. He waited for several minutes for the worker to finish the papers in his hands, and finally, the latter took off his glasses, took a look at Su Xiao before he said. "Origin. East Blue. Name. Byakuya." The worker made the basic document for Su Xiao before saying, "You were caught in a shipwreck and ended up in Water 7. Okay, then." The worker put the document down and said, "Dock number 3 is in need of workers with good physical power, the pay will be 4,000 berry a day, you can go there." His meaning was obvious, you will be working hard for the 4,000 berry, you're just a temporary worker, and that's if you're strong enough. Su Xiao groaned a little before checking whether Rob Lucci was here or not. As he looked around, Lucci left already. So he directly pulled an iron rod from a scrap pile and directly crushed it in his hand while the worker's eyes bulged out. He continued to crush it until it was just like an iron ball. The worker looked with mouth agape at Su Xiao. The worker's attitude took a complete change, as he said, "Come here, please sit down." The worker pulled a chair over and gestured to Su Xiao to sit down. "How strong can you place yourself if you're facing pirates?" And of course, the best way to describe someone's strength in this world would be the bounty system. Between 50 and 100 million. With Su Xiao's power, it wouldn't be hard to deal with pirates of that level, and he should be as strong as Zoro or slightly stronger now. T/N, of course, the Zoro of the timeline he was in, not the current Zoro. However, if the two were to fight, Su Xiao would win, because Zoro didn't have what it takes to kill someone, he is one of the Straw Hat Pirates, so he would kill his opponent, unlike Su Xiao. Hearing this, the worker wasn't convinced. "This. Can I ask what is your fighting style?" The worker asked Su Xiao politely, and his previous attitude disappeared completely. His strength completely erased the disadvantage of his lower charm. Su Xiao directly drew out Dragon Flash from his inventory, making it directly appear on his waist, then raised, indicating that he is a swordsman. Swordsman. In the world of One Piece, whoever has an edged weapon is a swordsman, and it didn't matter if he had a saber or a sword. Su Xiao didn't say anything as he nodded. "Come with me then." The worker gestured for Su Xiao to follow him toward the center of Water 7. "Sorry, I didn't introduce myself yet, my name is Angus, from the Galley Law's Dock No. 1. Angus looked 30 years old wearing pants and the same shirt as the workers. "Byakuya, what kind of position are you interested in?" Angus started chatting with Su Xiao and trying to tempt him. What was the most valuable thing in this world? Was it gold? Money? No, none of them can compare to strength. With power, you can truly be respected in this world. The strength he showed when he crushed the steel didn't belong to the people in the first half of the Grand Line. What position? A guard, I suppose. I was an escort for a small country's king in the East Blue, but that country was captured by the Revolutionary Army. Although Su Xiao wasn't someone who acted, he didn't assassinate a king and was familiar with the world, so he can lie as much as he wants. He killed the king, but no one knew this, as the pirates were attacking the castle then, and most people would relate the king's death to the pirates. What's more, even if his identity was exposed, he was in the Galley Law Company, and they weren't Marines. They didn't delve into the identity of their employees, which is mainly the reason why Su Xiao didn't join the world government. Angus leads Susiao while Bob followed. "Is this your dog?" Angus looked at Bob with surprise as he seemed eager to touch Bob's head, but seeing the bared fangs, he quickly retracted it. "Yes, I raised it for a few years now, it's a hybrid between a dog and a wolf." Angus tried remembering someone with the same details as Susiao, someone in his early 20s, a swordsman named Buakia, and has a very special dog with him. He used to be an escort for a king. After running through all the bounties he could remember, he didn't find anything about Susiao. At least he didn't have a bounty even if he was a pirate. Finally, Angus was satisfied, so he decided to introduce Susiao to someone. The medium-sized bull they were riding was quite fast. It didn't take them long before reaching the center of Water 7. Finally, they reached the rare area that had land and no longer needed the bull. This land was obviously artificial. Those who lived here are the so-called nobles of Water 7. Their destination was the mayor's office. After entering the building, Angus directly led Susiao to the 4th floor. "Knock, knock, knock." Angus knocked on the office door. After a second, both of them heard, "Come in." Angus pushed the door open. The office was quite big with all kinds of furniture around. A tall, middle-aged man with blue hair and similarly colored lips, wearing a red and orange striped jacket over an unbuttoned orange shirt with a wide collar, was lying in a chair sleeping. Susiao directly recognized this person, and he was Iceberg, the Galley Law Company's president. From the viewpoint of the anime, and the Straw Hat Pirates, he was a good character. But was that really the case? Of course, it wasn't. He may be a good person with a good personality, but the business he was involved in wasn't clean. He was selling ships to the pirates and helping them repair their ships. In the world of One Piece, ships was the main mean of transportation, so his business would not be unpopular. And adding to that, Iceberg was the apprentice of Tom, the fisherman who built Gol.D. Rogers' ship, which made the world government go after him. If it wasn't for his craftsmanship, he wouldn't have died. As a direct disciple of Tom, Iceberg was in control of Water 7, and the world government allowed it, which is the problem as it wasn't something that would happen normally. Chapter 302. Iceberg's problems aren't limited to just these. At the end of Water 7 arc, Lucci didn't kill Iceberg, which meant that the world government didn't want him dead and still left the governing of Water 7 to him. This can describe Iceberg, doing illegal business by helping pirates, holding to a high position, which is the mayor, and getting rich with all the money he was getting. Susiao wouldn't believe that this kind of person is a believer in justice. Moreover, the Galley Laws Company recruitment didn't discriminate between pirates or normal people. Thinking about this, Susiao already had a plan, and Iceberg is playing a major part in it. Iceberg took off his blindfold and looked at the ones entering the office. "Oh. Angus, what's the matter?" Angus immediately bowed as he placed his right hand on his chest. "Iceberg-sama, this is a new employee Byakuya." "Oh." Iceberg was still in his chair as if he wanted to return to sleep. Byakuya can face pirates with 50 to 100 million bounties on their heads. Iceberg, who was casually sitting down, changed his posture to a more upright one as he looked up and down at Susiao. "Byakuya," Iceberg said before looking at Angus. Angus hurriedly moved forward and whispered something in Iceberg's ears, which made the latter nod his head. Susiao stood bored beside the door as he thought about his plan. Water 7 can lead toward an ice lobby, and the main mission should be related to this judicial island. Thinking about an ice lobby, Susiao was excited. Although it was really dangerous, there were many opportunities over there. Susiao was interested in the Saru from the Roku Shiki, 6 techniques of the marine. The ability to approach the enemy at extreme speed is something he lacks right now. After some time thinking, Iceberg's voice interrupted Susiao's thoughts. "Hi, Byakuya. I'm the president of the Galley Law Company, Iceberg." Iceberg stood and stretched his hand to shake Susiao's hand. It seems after Angus introduced him, Susiao's image in Iceberg's mind was that of wild, strong, rare man. Hello. Shaking his hand, Susiao could tell that Iceberg didn't have any kind of training before. I understand your situation. Galila is a company for shipbuilding and repairing. If you don't understand how to do that, it will be slightly difficult. Iceberg was thinking about where to appoint Susiao while Susiao wasn't worried that he wouldn't employ him. Well, in the next few days, you are responsible for the safety of dock number 1. We often receive pirates there. Although the workers can maintain order, it would affect the efficiency of the work. I already considered hiring security before. Okay. Susiao simply agreed. He just needed to join. There was no specific position he needed to be in. Good then, the Galley Law Company welcomes you. Angus, help with Byakuya's paperwork and come in the evening too for his welcoming party. Yes, Iceberg-sama. Angus took Susiao out of the office with enthusiasm. He was boasting about the beauties in Water 7. Susiao went to complete the formalities, which was simple. He only needed to sign the documents. Susiao noticed that Galley Law was actually like a branch of the world government. It was self-governed. So the status it had was not exaggerated. You completed the main task, joining a faction. Faction choice, Galley Law Company, completed. Complete the main quest, yes no. Susiao directly completed the quest as a new one appeared. Main quest, Reputation. Difficulty, LV.9. Introduction, gain reputation through the Galley Law Company. Information, current reputation, neutral 70/400, this give you the right to move freely in Water 7. Duration, 15 days. Reward, the reward is based on the reputation level. Failure penalty, none. The current stage is for Susiao to move freely. During this period, he may encounter a mission or fight powerful enemies. Susiao was pleased with this. Water 7 was a prosperous island and had many places to explore. There are mainly 3 things he wanted in this world: famous swords, rokushiki, devil fruits. His chance to get a devil fruit is small, but once he obtains one, it would be his fortune. Having made up his mind, Susiao directly went out for a walk. Just as he was going out of the door, a man with a cigar appeared. He looked like a 30-something-year-old man. He held a cigar and cowboy's hat. A revolver around his waist. He looked very much like a cowboy. Susiao and the cowboy both stopped. The other party was a contractor, and Susiao was sure that he was strong. Time froze as both looked at each other while staying 5 meters away from each other. After a minute, Susiao put a hand on his sword, smiled, and walked forward slowly. The other party had the experience, and it's impossible for him to get close so easily. Sure enough, the cowboy directly put a hand on the revolver and stepped back slowly. This scene caught the attention of the staff working there. The cowboy retreated from the building while Susiao stepped out. Both didn't speak as Susiao directly walked away. The cowboy spat the cigar out of his mouth and stared at Susiao's back. Susiao walked with a quick pace while glancing around as if he was looking for something. Taking a long walk, Susiao reached a vacant shipyard, which was used as the ship cemetery. You already followed me for so long. You can come out. Susiao directly pulled out Dragon Flash and looked ahead. A figure came out from behind a house. It was the cowboy from before. You are ready to kill me already? The other party was following him since they met. So Susiao directly chose a less populated place as a battlefield. It wasn't his style to avoid a fight. You killed Carl. As the cowboy spoke, Susiao frowned. Carl? From the Phantom Brigade? Looking at the cowboy again, Susiao noticed the revolver. Before he suddenly thought about Carl's words when they were fighting, I have never seen anyone like you except the crazy revolver, number 7 from the Phantom Brigade. The cowboy before him was probably the guy Carl talked about. Thinking about this, Su Xiao's heart sank. Carl was already so strong, and this guy is most likely stronger. Did you do it or not? The brigade numbers may have little interaction with each other, but you have killed someone belonging to us, which would stain our reputation for some time. The cowboy looked at Su Xiao with no hate in his eyes. If you're talking about the one playing with tarot, then yes, I did. Qing Gangying was directly activated. Today, Su Xiao might die. Chapter 303. The sun was shining above the sea as the cool breeze passed by blowing Su Xiao's black hair. Qing Gangying was activated while the blue energy was passing through Dragon Flash and Su Xiao's whole body. Su Xiao's muscle tightened as he clenched Dragon Flash and directly jumped forward. Su Xiao was like a cheetah as he burst out with power. I'm here today. Not for revenge. The cowboy spoke with a husky voice while Su Xiao didn't answer. It's inevitable to feel an itch when you meet someone strong. The sound of my bullets penetrating your flesh would be pleasant to the ears. The cowboy moved his hand around his waist, and he started doing the common cowboy clenching a fist and releasing it. It was the movement a cowboy did when they were about to grab their guns and shoot. If this continued, Su Xiao would be in front of this guy in just 2 seconds. The cowboy's hand stopped for a second before it blurred near his revolver. Boom. 3 bullets were shot in an instant towards Su Xiao. That's right. 3 bullets were shot from one gun at the same time. This was a revolver and not a shotgun, or a rifle. Shotguns can shoot small bullet-like things, but it mostly used from a close distance, while rifles would shoot several bullets in a short time. But this was a revolver, and the only explanation is that the cowboy was just that fast. The cowboy can shoot very fast. It should have been 0.3 seconds for a shot or maybe even less. The first 2 bullets directly hit Su Xiao's body, while the last one was blocked by his shield. He wanted to block all of them, but he wasn't fast enough to activate the shield. Su Xiao touched the ground with his hands as he stabilized his body. The Reincarnation Paradise's warning directly appeared. Tip: you took 23 real damage. Due to your inability to resist the attack, the real damage doubled. Tip: you took 24 real damage. Due to your inability to resist the attack, the real damage doubled. Blood started pouring out of his abdomen while he felt as if he was being burned from inside. Su Xiao directly plunged his fingers into one of the wounds and took out a silver build. Green smoke was coming out of it. It was a poisonous bullet that would make the wound widen with time. Su Xiao threw the build in his hand as he stared at the cowboy. The latter held the revolver in his hand as he changed the magazine. Within seconds, he reloaded his gun again before the previous cartridge hit the floor. Su Xiao took a deep breath. If he was hit by the 2 bullets before, half of his HP would be gone, but now, his HP was as high as a tank. These 2 shots didn't do much damage. He was already back on his feet. Su Xiao no longer approached the cowboy in the same way, as he was thinking about his opponent's fighting style. The cowboy's main weapon should be the revolver, which seemed to have an ability to deal with true damage along with a judgment toward his resistance. If he failed the judgment, he guessed that the damage could grow from 2 times to 10 times. And he guessed that because the shield he activated was directly shuttered after 1 shot, which didn't have any resistance at all. Su Xiao's pupil contracted. He raised his dynamic vision to the limit as he wanted to capture the trajectory of the next bullet. Su Xiao raised his sword as he moved forward slowly. The cowboy seemed to wait for something and didn't shoot immediately. Instead, he slowly retreated. It seemed as if he was afraid that Su Xiao would rush forward. The distance shrunk after 10 seconds, and Su Xiao could tell that the next shot is here. Bang! A crisp gunshot sound came along with a bullet. This bullet was longer, and it didn't seem like a bullet from a pistol. The bullet flew through the air at high speed. Su Xiao's energy, spirit, and every part of his perception were on the bullet. He successfully captured the trajectory of the bullet. Boom! Su Xiao's face changed as he heard the explosion sound. The bullet exploded from its tail, causing a second acceleration. The target of this bullet was Su Xiao's head. If this hit him, he won't come out alive. And it's too late to dodge. Still, Su Xiao didn't plan to dodge from the start. He believed in the sword he had and also believed in his skills with it. The sword moved toward the bullet that created a few airwaves on its path. Ding! Some sparks flew as Su Xiao's hands turned numb from the collision. But a smile appeared on his face as the bullet was split in half. The cowboy was stunned as he looked at Su Xiao with surprise. Perhaps, this was the first time someone stopped his bullet in this way. Kanbunchaku haki? Impossible, that advanced ability isn't something we can get at this stage. The cowboy pulled the trigger, which created the afterimage of his finger. Bang! There was only one sound once again, and this guy's hand was so fast that he can make people go mad. This time, 5 bullets were shot. This time, they formed a line, so there was no possibility of them being split. Su Xiao could split a bullet, but 5 in a row was impossible for the current him. Su Xiao rushed forward, and he met the bullets without blinking. Puchi! The 5 bullets hit Su Xiao, but the latter ignored the pain and continued forward. He was 2 meters away from the cowboy, and he was in his range right now. Directly, Su Xiao slashed at the cowboy. Blood splashed out as he cut at his shoulder. Su Xiao's power made the cowboy terrified. He wanted to jump back immediately. However, being approached by Su Xiao wasn't a trivial matter. It was impossible to retreat without a few slashes. Dragon Flash started dancing in the air like a net formed around the cowboy. Wounds kept appeared on his body, but lucky for him, he was wearing armor, a strong one. The cowboy screamed as the Qingganyang energy started burning his mana. At this time, Su Xiao directly used the wires on his arm guard to entangle the cowboy. But suddenly, Su Xiao was shocked as he hurriedly closed his eyes when he noticed a ball being thrown. Boom! A flash bomb directly exploded. Su Xiao's ears were humming, and his eyes were in pain as tears flowed out. But even with this, he still held onto the wires around the cowboy. The cowboy directly fell to the ground and rolled around. When he stopped, his revolver was already reloaded. The cowboy didn't shoot Su Xiao immediately, and he just stepped back quickly. He made his mind. He would never allow this guy to approach him again. At this moment, the cowboy was in a dilemma. His opponent could resist his attack, was fast and had great power as well. Although he had great offensive power, his body wasn't tough. He would be chopped to death if Su Xiao was to get near again. Even for that short moment, every step he takes now left a red stain on the ground from the blood. As the stinging feeling disappeared from his eyes, Su Xiao directly scanned his body for the damage he received. He wasn't heavily injured, which was good. Putting the metallic wire away, Su Xiao once again moved toward the cowboy slowly, and the latter directly moved back. Su Xiao can't be careless, because if he was to be hit in the head or heart, he would directly die. It didn't mean much if his HP was still high if his head is penetrated. The cowboy also knew this, so his gun was already aiming at Su Xiao's head. Chapter 304. It seems that Carl's death wasn't a coincidence. I should take this seriously. The cowboy stopped retreating and put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled loudly. A bald eagle swooped down from the sky and landed on the cowboy's shoulder. The eagle spread its wings and shook its body, resulting in dozen or so feathers to fall down. These feathers glowed with white light before disappeared in the air. As the feathers disappeared, the cowboy disappeared as well. Su Xiao looked around. He couldn't see anything, but he could still feel danger. He could tell that it wasn't a space ability, the cowboy just disappeared. Closing his eyes, Su Xiao extended his senses and focused on hearing the cowboy's footsteps. But his ears couldn't hear a thing. Susiao suddenly rushed directly at the position the cowboy was in before and slashed his sword. He could feel the sword touching something. The cowboy was really there, and he just turned invisible. What a terrifying ability! Susiao directly narrowed his senses to 5 meters. In this range, he could feel anything, and even if the cowboy shot at him, he could still dodge the bullet. Susiao immediately discovered something strange. All the bloodstains of the cowboy disappeared from the ground. This is no longer invisibility because people can hide, but the blood they spilled won't disappear when they do. The only explanation is that the cowboy blocks Susiao's perception of him. So at this moment, the cowboy isn't in his perception, not the sight, not the sound. However, there is a loophole in this ability. Susiao's perception increased several folds when he narrowed his range. If the cowboy was within 5 meters of him, Susiao would be able to find him. When Susiao was preparing to look for the cowboy, the wind behind him whistled. Susiao immediately turned his head around. Wouch! A bullet passed close to Susiao's cheeks and even cut a few strands of his hair. Susiao's face was ugly. The bullet didn't exist in his perception only when it reached the 5 meters range. The bullets would turn invisible as well until it reaches his perception range. Suddenly, Susiao was in a tough spot, which left Susiao speechless. He could tell that the cowboy wasn't here to get his scarlet card or take revenge for Carl, he wanted to fight him simply. No wonder other people were afraid of the Phantom Brigade. Susiao could tell that Carl was a normal person in the brigade. The battle continued, and Susiao couldn't let this pass. The enemy came to him, and the best way to deal with him is cutting his head. The cowboy didn't shoot again, as he saw Susiao dodging his bullet. He just waited for a skill to finish its cooldown. Susiao quickly moved around using his perception range to search for the cowboy. The blood on the ground was the best guide for him. Puchi! Blood splashed from Susiao's back as he was shot. Susiao moved his shoulder as he groaned in pain. As long as he didn't get shot on the head or heart, he wouldn't die. His HP was high, and Bob's aura kept healing him. Susiao wasn't worried about Bob's safety as the other. Suddenly, Susiao thought of something. The cowboy disappeared from his senses, but couldn't Bob see him? Quickly, Susiao ran toward Bob, who quickly moved towards Susiao. Bob, can you see the enemy? Susiao's question made Bob startled. Bob was wondering why his master was circling around the enemy and turned a blind eye toward him, which resulted in his being shot once. Puchi! Suddenly, blood burst from Bob's hips as he screamed. The cowboy wanted to kill Bob. Bob could see the cowboy, Susiao, was sure now. Bob, hide behind me. Susiao's intention was obvious. He would let Bob stand behind him and guarantee his safety while Bob would show him the cowboy's position and help him dodge the attacks. Bob directly hid behind Susiao while the latter directly rushed toward the cowboy. For a second, an arm with a gun appeared in his perception. He finally sensed him. But at this moment, the arm disappeared again. Susiao's footsteps stopped, and Bob quickly ran behind him. Susiao whispered a few words to Bob and took something to show him. Bob directly barked twice. Susiao once again started moving around aimlessly as if it didn't matter if he was shot. At this time, the cowboy was confused. He didn't know what Susiao was doing, but he could smell a conspiracy. Bai, and Mao, flat hair, how long can this continue? The bald eagle, Bai, and Mao, made two sounds. The cowboy directly nodded his head. He understood what was said as his animal language was high. Puchi! Blood spurted again from Susiao as his HP was in the red zone. The cowboy no longer shot toward his head as Susiao could avoid them. But the body was larger than the head, so it will be hard to dodge. Just as two bullets hit Susiao, Bob barked twice. Susiao was so happy for waiting for so long. Finally, the time for revenge is here. Explode. Susiao murmured. Boom. Several explosions sounded like the fire shot toward the sky. The impact spread around along with the fire. Susiao detonated exactly 7 alchemy bombs, all of which were in different directions. This was their plan. Taking several bombs from his inventory, Susiao covered them with his blood as he was shot and threw them on the ground. When the cowboy approaches the bombs, Bob will bark. Bob barked just now, which lead to Susiao decisively detonate the bombs. The bombs exploded in an instant. The cowboy was falling down from the sky with a tattered armor and a blown arm. After looking at where the cowboy was falling, Susiao's face changed. The cowboy was falling into a water canal that leads to the ocean. It would be almost impossible for Susiao to find him if he falls there. His current trajectory wasn't a coincidence. The bald eagle was flapping its wings and changing the direction of his fall. Susiao couldn't give up, even though he was shot several times. Wrapping the wire from his arm guard on Dragon Flash, Susiao directly spread his legs, and the muscles on his arm tensed. Taking a deep breath, Susiao used all of his strength to throw Dragon Flash. Puchi. Dragon Flash directly penetrated the cowboy's lower abdomen, exactly his male part. The cowboy's feature paled. The cowboy fell into the water, but before he fell, Susiao could hear a shout coming from him, "Men's pain." Susiao pulled on the wire directly. This caused even further damage to the cowboy. The water started turning light red as the cowboy was going crazy as the energy from the Qing Ganying penetrated his genitals. What made him even crazier was that his mana was dropping for some reason. Chapter 305. When the cowboy fell into the water, Susiao hurried to the edge and looked. But he couldn't find anything as many buildings were submerged underwater. Susiao suddenly saw the figure of the cowboy moving away. The guy was swimming awkwardly. His hand was on his lower abdomen as his legs swayed slightly while moving away. Susiao gave it a thought. If he jumped, all the wounds on his body would sting due to the salt in the water, especially since they were gun wounds. Susiao decided to jump. He took out Broken Elf and dived in. He aimed at the cowboy directly and shot. Bang! 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 The bullets didn't make much sound underwater, which surprised Susiao. After moving several meters, the bullets sank down. Susiao couldn't believe this. He shot another 3 times, but the same happened. This made him puzzled before he remembered that he was underwater. The water resistance was high, and probably, he would need a skill that would let him shoot bullets underwater. The cowboy disappeared into the buildings, which made Susiao give up his pursuit. It's not so bad, actually. Since Susiao defeated the cowboy today, the latter wouldn't appear in Water 7 for a while. Otherwise, he knows that Susiao would kill him. Susiao couldn't sense him under the sea, but if that guy is close, Susiao would be able to feel the energy from his Qing Ganying. Susiao closed his eyes and started looking for that energy, but it wasn't nearby. It seemed that seawater interfered with his senses toward that energy. Confirming that his enemy fled, Susiao directly returned back to the ground and fell down. He could no longer hold on. That explosion aroused the attention of the residents nearby, and they directly notified the mayor, who directly sent some of the galley law company who were responsible for the safety of Water 7. Iceberg directly brought Polly and Khalifa with him. Polly was dressed as a sailor. He had nothing special about him, although he can fight with ropes. The identity of the other person was a bit special. She was Khalifa, one of the CP9, while she was working as Iceberg's secretary while undercover. CP9 was an organization under the world government that took orders only from them, unlike the Marine. They are like special forces whose task was mainly assassination and destroying whoever disobeys the world government. Khalifa's power was just so-so. Of course, if we are talking about someone like Polly, then she could finish him in just 3 minutes. These 3 were followed by a large number of workers who directly separated to investigate the situation. Iceberg walked towards Su Xiao and looked at his body covered in bullet wounds. What happened? Iceberg's face wasn't good. Su Xiao just arrived today, and he already caused such a big explosion. A group of pirates sneaked in and wanted to take a ship from here. Su Xiao sat up and pointed at a ship in the cemetery. Someone comes to steal a ship? How many people? 3 people, 2 of whom I injured and fled. The blood stain on the ground was a good proof for what he said. Su Xiao was now a member of the Galley Law Company. With his explanation, it seemed as if he did his job by repelling the ship thieves. If someone did something for you, but you interrogated him, no one would follow you anymore. Iceberg groaned a little while thinking that Su Xiao just arrived today. It was unlikely for him to find enemies so quickly. Good work. Khalifa, help Byakia deal with his wounds, he is losing too much blood. Khalifa came over, and when she looked at Su Xiao's wounds, her pupils shrunk. Being alive after receiving such wounds made her extra careful around him. Su Xiao was shocked when he heard Iceberg telling Khalifa to deal with his wound. She was a CP9, and it wouldn't be smart for him to have her treat his wounds. Thank you, Iceberg-san, this is only a minor injury, I can handle it myself. Byakia-san, please don't move, you're badly hurt. Khalifa pressed his shoulders, which made Su Xiao's face ugly. This woman was dangerous. He could feel her killing intent. Finding that Iceberg already moved far away, Su Xiao whispered in Khalifa's ears, so urgent to help with my wounds. Heat traveled until Khalifa's earlobes as she turned red. You pervert. Idiot. Khalifa directly tore off Su Xiao's jacket, revealing 10 gunshot wounds on his chest and back. Byakia-san, don't move, I will treat your wounds. Khalifa's voice was soft as if she was a good little nurse, but a tiny glass piece scratched her sleeve, which made her stiffen. What are you doing? Khalifa's voice wasn't as gentle as before. What did I do? Su Xiao looked at Khalifa's finger and smiled. Don't be rude when treating a woman. Although Khalifa's tone wasn't gentle, she didn't dare move. She didn't know when a metal wire was wrapped around her clothes. It wrapped her chest and lower abdomen. Khalifa clearly felt the cold metal on her body. Continue helping with my wound without any trick, okay? Su Xiao just entangled Khalifa with the wire from his arm guard. If she dared to try anything on him, he would teach her a lifelong lesson. As long as he gently tightens the wire, not only her throat, every place in her body would be cut. Who are you? Khalifa's finger pierced Su Xiao's back and directly pulled a bullet. A wandering swordsman, my interest is killing, so don't provoke the S in me. Su Xiao grinned as he intentionally scared Khalifa. He immediately tightened the wire, and Khalifa's face directly turned red, and her body trembled while her breathing quickened. Pull the bullets out with your fingers, and I will make sausage for you. T/N, this definitively has a perverted meaning. Now that he was exposed, Su Xiao didn't care anymore. If he didn't do this to Khalifa, she would definitively poison him. The CP9 would kill the strong people who join the Galley Law Company. This what would have happened to him. Even if it wasn't exposed, they wouldn't let him go. Su Xiao looked at the flushed Khalifa. Even in this situation, she was patient, and it seems she was afraid of being exposed. The best thing out of this is that he easily controlled a CP9 agent. Chapter 306. After taking out the wounds, she stitched his wounds and bandaged them. Khalifa looked very awkward as she helped Su Xiao treat his wounds. Let me go. I feel like my chest is suffocating. If I have a scar on my skin, I won't forgive you. Khalifa looked at Su Xiao coldly. You can still yell and call me a pervert. Don't you try and test my patience. Khalifa shouted as she opened her jacket secretly. Su Xiao was really rude to her. Don't you dare. Su Xiao said calmly, then continued, the poison in your hand is only used by some secret organizations. How could a mayor's secretary have it? Are you from the Marine? The Revolutionary Army? Khalifa's yelling stopped as she closed her jacket back. What do you want? Sure enough, Khalifa was more afraid of being exposed than Susiao. The latter at most would be expelled from the galley law company. However, if Susiao said she was a spy, even if Iceberg didn't believe him, he would still be cautious around her and may even investigate this, which she couldn't allow. Susiao stood up and relaxed the tightened wire around Khalifa. Come with me. Susiao waited for Khalifa to respond. Khalifa gritted her teeth and said, release me from this damn wire. Are you dreaming? Susiao looked at Khalifa in amazement while the latter's heart sunk. Khalifa stood up while hesitating before sighing. She won't be able to defend herself like this. Finally, she shouted. Iceberg-sama, I will take Byakuya to the hospital for treatment. He lost too much blood. Iceberg was stunned as he looked at Susiao and Clay fought dumbly. They stood very close to each other. Iceberg was puzzled, when did the relationship between these two become so good? Is it love at first sight? Go, you, young people have too much energy. Iceberg chuckled as he continued the investigation. Khalifa moved forward while Susiao followed behind closely. As long as Khalifa tried anything, he would be able to respond instantly. He was lucky that Khalifa was the one who approached him. While Khalifa didn't expect him to be so bold that he would capture her in front of Iceberg while he was seriously injured. What's your purpose? If you want to sleep with me, you will die, even if I die along, I won't be a cheap woman. Khalifa said with determination while Susiao frowned. I just want to have a talk with you. Susiao relaxed the wire while he gestured for Khalifa to enter the alley. Susiao looked at Khalifa inside the 2 meters wide alley and hesitated. He didn't know whether to ask about the Rokushiki from her or just kill her. However, thinking about the consequences of killing her, Susiao shook his head. Rob Lucci and the others would hunt him down. The galley law company won't let him go, and the world government may participate as well. He can't kill her. The risk is way higher than what he would get. So, he started thinking about other countermeasures. Khalifa standing beside Susiao was full of cold sweat, she clearly could feel his hesitation, he wondered if he should kill her or not. Hurry up and kill me. If you do, you will be a pirate and won't be able to set foot on this island again, and people will start hunting you. Khalifa smiled scornfully, she seemed not to care whether she is alive or not, but in fact, she was afraid and wanted to live. Susiao suddenly thought of a plan. Although it was a rough plan, it should be suitable for this situation. Miss Khalifa, do you like chewing gum? Khalifa froze, she felt something wrong. I don't like it. I hate it. You don't have the right to choose. I will give you one for free today. Su released more wires and directly entangled Khalifa. She directly fell to the ground and couldn't struggle as she was afraid of the metal wires. Susiao directly moved beside Khalifa. You. What are you going to do? Khalifa stared at Susiao while she gritted her teeth. Susiao pressed Khalifa's back while holding an object like chewing gum in his hand. It was an intermediate alchemy bomb. The range of this bomb is 6 meters, and the damage dealt is about 100. Susiao directly held Khalifa's jaw and started opening her mouth. Khalifa's teeth wouldn't budge. She felt her mouth tire out, but she still didn't open her mouth. After pinching her cheek for a long time, Susiao couldn't open her mouth. Open your mouth. Ho, no, said Khalifa while still closing her mouth. Susiao sneered and pulled out Dragon Flash. He grasped Khalifa's cheek and put the sword close to her. It seemed like he was going to open a hole in her mouth to make her eat the gum. Khalifa was desperate. Her enemy was crueler than she thought. When Dragon Flash was close to her red lips, Khalifa opened her mouth slowly. After returning Dragon Flash, Su Xiao directly fed her the alchemy bomb while his index and middle fingers pushed it into her throat. Khalifa twitched, as tears rolled down her cheek uncontrollably. Finally, the alchemy bomb was swallowed by Khalifa while she was humiliated. So she directly bit Su Xiao's fingers. Su Xiao froze. This woman was really fierce, but being bitten wasn't a problem. Holding Khalifa's jaw with his thumb, Su Xiao directly grabbed Khalifa's tongue with his index and middle fingers. After biting him for a little, Khalifa let go. Su Xiao's fingers were free. He directly wiped the saliva in Khalifa's clothes. "I'm going to kill you." Khalifa was never humiliated like this before in her life, and what made her even more desperate, she didn't know what she just swallowed. "Kill me? Stop dreaming. You can't." Su Xiao directly started activating the bomb. The bomb started swelling before stopping when it reached a certain extent. This is to prevent Khalifa from taking it out. Unless she performed a stomach surgery, she would never get rid of the bomb within a week. After that week, the bomb would already be corroded by the stomach acid and won't be effective anymore. Su Xiao directly released Khalifa from the wire. "What did you make me swallow? Some dog feces." Blug, Khalifa tried to vomit it back as she saw a dog nearby. The alchemy bomb smelled strange. "Stop it." Khalifa couldn't the bomb out and directly yelled. "Rest assured. I'm not that free. I just made you swallow a bomb." Su Xiao activated the bomb slide. The surface of the bomb released high temperature, which made Khalifa fall to the ground while screaming. "It's too hot." Cold sweat filled Khalifa's clothes as she stood up after some time. "What is your purpose?" Khalifa gasped as she realized she couldn't deal with Su Xiao. "I don't have one. If you have companions, tell them that the water from a well can't stand in front of a river, so don't provoke me." Saying this, Su Xiao directly left the alley. The plot was in the first stage, and it wasn't time for problems yet. Khalifa was standing in the alley while trying to vomit using her fingers, but when she realized that she wouldn't be able to get the bomb out, she collapsed to the ground. Chapter 307. Khalifa appeared suddenly was bad news for him, but fortunately, he handled the situation well enough for now. As long as Lucci and the other don't want Khalifa to die, they won't provoke him. But there is a possibility that they would just sacrifice her. If Lucci was really determined to kill him, he would risk their exposure, between just one person being exposed, or everyone being exposed, he would choose the latter. What's more, Su Xiao's previous action would make it seem like he only suspected Khalifa because she was going to use it on him. Nothing about her plans or companions. Now, it is even less likely for someone like Lucci to come after him. He could use Khalifa right now, of course not the RBQ one, but as a bargaining chip. Walking around Water 7, Su Xiao was in a good mood, but for a while, he didn't know where to go. Suddenly, a fragrant smell made its way toward his nose, and his clothes were grabbed. Bob was the one grabbing him. Bob was sticking his tongue out and looking at a stall, which was surrounded by a large crowd. Su Xiao moved toward them and found that it was the specialty of Water 7, the mizu mizu meat. Su Xiao bought a few of the special jelly-like meat. As he took a bite, Su Xiao's eyes widened. This really deserves its reputation. Bark. Bark. Bob turned in a hurry as Su Xiao threw a piece at him. The former swallowed it. Wild dog. Su Xiao continued to give Bob a few pieces as he walked forward. He was going toward dock number 1. After all, that was his workplace now. But one thing was on Su Xiao's mind, Iceberg. The latter should be suspicious of him now. As when he said that he fought a pirate, the reputation he had didn't raise, which means he didn't believe him. Su Xiao walked around the dock number 1 as he got there. As he saw the workers, Su Xiao directly pulled a chair and started watching them. Su Xiao's work was maintaining order, which didn't require him to do anything unless a situation arises. He would be paid 600,000 berry per month, which was equivalent to 35,000 RMB. With his strength, the pay was quite low. It was the salary for his probation period. After it ends, his salary would increase. The workers looked at Su Xiao and didn't know he was sitting there, but no one come forward and asked. They thought that he was just a guest. Khalifa came back to the old shipyard where Su Xiao fought the cowboy after they separated. Iceberg froze as he saw Khalifa with wrinkled clothes, and his imagination was irked. Young people are really open-minded. Khalifa stood silently behind Iceberg, and the latter was surprised. I didn't expect you to have such an open side. Although Byakuya is a handsome young man, it's too fast. When Khalifa heard his words, her face darkened slightly before thinking about something. Suddenly she smiled and said, I just fell down, don't get any wrong ideas. Well, I'm probably not wrong, but you're not young either. Although Byakuya just joined, he isn't weak, and looks really promising. Iceberg said jokingly. He was less suspicious about Su Xiao now. He wouldn't stop the love between his employees. Although Khalifa was his secretary, the two were still his subordinates. Khalifa didn't explain any more. This subject was getting more and more out of hand. At the same time, she had a plan on her mind. Since Iceberg misunderstood that she was in a relationship with Byakuya, then she will drag the bastard down. Her plan would start in a few days. At that time, he wouldn't be able to gain a foothold in Water 7 and will be hunted. The more she thought, the more she understood that Byakuya wasn't weak. Iceberg-san, when did Byakuya join the galley law company? How old was he? Khalifa's question made Iceberg startled. He was only half joking about this before. Khalifa, you. Khalifa turned red as she played with her hair. Polly, at the side, looked at Khalifa in amazement. Khalifa's strategy was a success. As a secret agent, she had some acting skills. Letting more people know that she was in a relationship with Byakuya. When would she complain and say things about him after a few days? Who would listen to Su Xiao? No one will. After the story spread through the workers, the gossip was like hotcake in the galley law company. Su Xiao didn't know about this. If he did, he would have cut her tongue. That woman was really trying to drag his reputation to the ground. Spending the afternoon in the number 1 dock, no pirate came to cause trouble. The workers got familiar with him after knowing he was a new employee and the one who will protect them. After it got dark, the workers got off work as Su Xiao's popularity increased by 40 points just this afternoon. This made him a little bit confused. Could introducing himself get him reputation points? That's too easy. At about 5 in the evening, Angus approached Su Xiao. Before Iceberg told him that they would celebrate together in the evening, he didn't know what kind of celebration, but it should be just a party. Angus patted Su Xiao's shoulders as his face looked at Su Xiao's little envious as he said, "You boy. You're good. Just 1 day, and you already have the heart of big beauty." Su Xiao was stunned. He didn't know what Angus was talking about. Beauty. Don't pretend to be stupid. A lot of people in the galley law company already knows about you and Miss Khalifa. That cold beauty could actually fall in love. Hearing Angus' words, Su Xiao's face changed slightly. He could guess what's going on. Su Xiao immediately guessed that it was Khalifa's doing. Is that so? Su Xiao followed Angus toward Iceberg's home. There was one possibility of Khalifa's behavior. She wanted to drag him down. At noon, he made her eat a bomb, and just in the evening, such rumors spread. A smile appeared on Su Xiao's mouth when they were on their way. Although she wanted to drag him down and mess with him, this was a good situation. At least she helped him increase his reputation by 40 points. Checking his popularity again, Su Xiao's found another 30 points added, and it was still growing. It won't take long for his reputation to reach 200 points. More importantly, he was in control of Khalifa's life. As long as he detonated the bomb, she would undoubtedly die. The issue of raising his reputation is temporarily resolved. He should start preparing now, as 5 days later, the Straw Hat Pirates would land on this island, and Water 7 would become a mess. It wasn't necessary to consider everything now. He should focus on benefiting himself to the limit in these 5 days. After coming to Iceberg's house, he found that it was really a luxurious villa, worthy of the mayor of this village. Entering the first floor of the villa, Susiao heard a sound along with smelling fragrant food mixed with alcohol. Several long tables were in the hall full of food, and many workers were loudly talking while drinking. It was a lively banquet. Chapter 308. Walking into the hall, Angus was directly pulled toward some of his colleagues. Before he left Susiao's side, he said, "Enjoy the fun." As Angus left, a beauty came towards Susiao and held his arm. "Don't cause a commotion. Our relationship is ambiguous." Khalifa chuckled slightly, looking quite happy with her scheme. "Really, but you seem to have forgotten something." Susiao and Khalifa were sitting at a table with a few people nearby. "What is it?" Khalifa took a sip of wine as she asked. "How does it feel to have a bomb in your belly?" Susiao watched Khalifa with interest. Since she was going to act, he would play along. He directly held Khalifa's hand while eyes all around them looked at him with envy and anger. Susiao's reputation started rising at an alarming rate since this banquet was full of galley law company. Your reputation rose by +5. Your reputation rose by +2. Your reputation rose by +8. Your reputation rose by +12. Notifications sounded one after the other as Susiao became bolder while Khalifa stiffened, but she was still smiled to hold up the act. "Asshole! Let me go," Khalifa said with a low voice while she gritted her teeth through her smile. She didn't want to blow her cover. Susiao ignored her as his reputation would soon reach 400. He would let go of such a good opportunity, would he? As long as his reputation rose to a certain level, Susiao would be able to move freely in Water 7, and he won't need to defend Dock Number 1 to raise his reputation anymore. Susiao came close to Khalifa and said, "I heard that you'd been here for a long time." "So what?" "I'm not curious about your purpose of being here. I can help you with the bomb, in return. I want something." Khalifa folded her hands over her chest while Susiao's hands moved under her clothes. Khalifa was afraid that people would see this and felt quite strange. She wanted to kick Susiao away. "Speak your deal and take your hand out." Susiao chuckled as he ignored Khalifa's words. He was testing Khalifa's patience while also feeling good. "Your target should be something that Iceberg owns. I already have an idea of your identity. It's like someone from the Revolutionary Army or the Marine." Khalifa pretended that her face changed, but she was relieved that he didn't know. She was afraid that Susiao would know she was from the CP9. "It can be seen from the way you handled yourself that you are a spy. Otherwise, you won't endure so much provocation. I understand the way of the Revolutionary Army. You seem somewhat different, so the only one left is the Marine." Of course, Susiao knew about her being from the CP9, but she didn't need to know that. He wasn't stupid to make the CP9 hunt him. Khalifa's face was getting redder as she felt even more strange now. Khalifa didn't notice this at first, but even if her sensitive places were touched, she wouldn't have such a reaction. Drug. Drug. No, even if I'm not bright, I'm not that insensitive as to give a woman some drugs. Khalifa yelled angrily and said, "Say, what is your purpose being here?" Khalifa was frustrated. Not only was her plan a failure, but she also went to the tiger's den and was taken advantage of. "Since you are a Marine, then you should know of the Roku Shiki. I want to learn them." Susiao stated his purpose. Although it was possible to get the Roku Shiki by killing her, but extorting it was safer. "Impossible. Khalifa gasped faster. Oh. Su Xiao pulled his hand out of her clothes, and the cold look on his face returned. Since the negotiation failed, he would kill her secretly later. Khalifa quietly sorted her clothes and looked around to find Rob Lucci looking at her. His gaze was clearly asking her what's going on. Not only him, even Keiku and the others were the same. Keiku's mouth was wide, and his nose was like Pinocchio's, which seemed funny. Keiku was angry. He didn't believe Khalifa would fall in love or anything of this. Keiku first thought that she betrayed them, but thinking about her character, he felt that it was unlikely. Just as Keiku was getting angrier, Lucci came and whispered in his ear, "Khalifa is exposed. Don't contact her, don't look for her." Keiku knew what's going on. When he glanced at Su Xiao, he released a little bit of killing intent accidentally. Su Xiao leaned on his chair silently as he lit a cigarette. "Are you going to kill me?" Khalifa always believed that she wasn't afraid of death, but knowing that Su Xiao would kill her, her throat was dry. "Correct." Su Xiao's tone was unwavering. It didn't seem he was talking about killing someone, and it seemed to be just a job. "You're definitively not a king's guard. It's impossible for someone who has such a strong killing intent to be a king's guard. Don't deny it." Khalifa calmed down as she adjusted her mentality. The banquet was filled with laughter, so no one could hear what these two were talking about. The life and death negotiation was still ongoing. "It doesn't matter who I'm. What's important that I know your identity and will kill you if you don't accept the deal. There is nothing else to it." Khalifa's tone changed. "Help me remove the bomb, and I will give you 30 million berry, that's my bottom line." "Oh, do you think I care about money? I want to learn Saru from the Rokushiki, that's my bottom line." Su Xiao picked a piece of meat, which was strange. The meat in this world was just some meat attached to a bone, and it wasn't greasy and tasted very good. Su Xiao started eating as he drank a bottle of rum. He was very hangry as he didn't eat all day. Khalifa lowered her head and considered something before her eyes flashed. "I can do it." Su Xiao put down the bottle and looked at her. "Will you speak of it or write it?" "I will write it." Su Xiao took a pen and a piece of paper from thin air, which caused Khalifa's pupil to shrink. She suddenly thought about how terrifying Byakuya was, and he planned everything from the start. Of course, everything was planned. If it wasn't, how would he be so calm after everything that happened? After 5 minutes, a piece of paper with the method of training in Saru was handed to Su Xiao. After looking at it for a few minutes, Su Xiao shredded the paper and threw it on the table. "What are you doing?" Khalifa was a little angry. "Last chance, if it is still fake, we'll end the talk now." Su Xiao continued to eat. Khalifa hesitated for a long time before picking the pen again. This time, Khalifa wrote only a few dozen lines, but the Reincarnation Paradise's notification appeared. "You got, Rokushiki, Saru training method, 2/3, dot." A smile appeared on Su Xiao's face, and Khalifa was more interesting in his eyes. He looked at her as if she was a moving cash machine. "Write down the remaining 1/3. And I will remove the bomb." Khalifa moved subconsciously to the side as she felt that the current smiling Byakuya was more terrifying than when he looked cold. "Yes, but you have to help me with the bomb." Su Xiao snapped his fingers, and directly the bomb reacted. 2/3 of the bomb was dealt with, so keep writing. Khalifa gritted her teeth and wrote the remaining third and handed it to Su Xiao. "You got, Rokushiki, Saru training method, complete." Su Xiao's raised his hand and directly manipulated the bomb. The alchemy bomb directly disappeared from her stomach. Khalifa felt the bomb disappearing from her stomach, couldn't help smiling. But the next sentence from Su Xiao made her almost faint. "The first bomb is removed, let's talk about the remaining 2. Su Xiao's mouth was smiling, and Khalifa's mouth was twitching. The alchemy bombs were small and tied together, so Khalifa didn't notice this. "You shameless dirty bastard." Khalifa was desperate, her enemy was sly, and she couldn't deal with him at all. Chapter 309. Looking at the angry Khalifa in front of him, Susiao didn't do anything. He was happy knowing that he had the method to use Saru now. "Don't get so excited. There are just another 2 bombs. You can find someone to help you remove them, but let me remind you that anyone touching them will cause them to detonate instantly." Susiao was, of course, not telling the truth. The bombs were in a semi-active state. As soon as he feels something wrong, he would just activate them. This is just a precaution. There are 4 agents in Water 7. 3 of them were from Galila and the other one who owned a tavern here as well. The last one is Bluno, who is proficient in the Tekai of the Roku Shiki, and he ate the door devil fruit that allowed him to create doors through anything he touches. Susiao was worried about one thing: if Khalifa went to Bluno, and the latter uses his fruit to take out the bombs. For this, Susiao semi-activated the bombs, so as soon as something goes wrong, they will be detonated immediately. As he was linked to them, he could tell if something was wrong. In the end, he wasn't lying completely. If Bluno dares to take out the bombs, he would most likely die along with Khalifa. Khalifa considered this and didn't dare to do anything. She clearly felt the bombs in her stomach, which was the reason she only drinks liquids instead of hard food. "Then, detonate it. Don't expect to take another one of the Roku Shiki from me." Khalifa was determined. Giving away the Saru is already violating the CP9 rules, but she was in Water 7 for so many years that she didn't want the mission to end up in failure. "You got it wrong." "What?" Khalifa looked at Susiao with suspicion. "Why am I hostile toward you? What caused the conflict? Think about it." Susiao's words made Khalifa think. Yeah, why were they hostile to each other while they didn't know each other before? Because of the bottle of poison. Yes. "I'm not interested in what you're doing here or what is your status. I was drifting in the sea and arrived here and tried to recuperate. It was you who took the initiative to try hurting me. Don't talk about taking a few bombs, me not killing you directly is good enough." Although she felt that there is some truth to his words, she felt something missing. So she directly recalled all that happened after. First, she was entangled with a metal wire, then she was pushed to the ground, then she was forced to eat bombs, and finally, now he harassed her. The more she thought, the more she knew what was wrong. She was the victim all along. "I won't believe your words. You're a liar." Susiao ate a lot and drank a lot as well. The food here was full of calories, so he felt that he was recovering faster. "A liar? Whatever you want, but do the bombs in your stomach mean so little to you?" The topic returned to the bombs. Khalifa was sad. She felt that if she didn't pay anything today, she would die. She gritted her teeth and said, "Speak. What do you want? Didn't I tell you? I will charge a technique from the Rokushiko for each bomb." Susiao lit a cigarette and took a deep breath, which felt refreshing after a meal. Why cling to the Roku Shiki and not other things? It seems like she won't hand over another technique. Realizing this, Susiao said jokingly, "You can come to my room and warm my bed tonight if you want." "I can do that." Susiao was stunned. He didn't think Khalifa would agree. "Don't look like that at me. I can do the task and rest assured, I'm clean." Susiao waved his hand as he said, "I don't have the habit of forcing women to do this. If a technique from the Roku Shiki can't work, then give me a sword from the Owazumano series." Owazumano series, one of the most famous swords in the world that contain only 21 swords, each of them is well known. There are 3 such sword series in the world, or as they're called, Mito. The first one is Ryo Owazumano series, which contain 50 swords of high quality. The higher grade are the Owazumano sword series, which contain 21 swords which are one of the best in the world, and last best are the Sejo o Wazamano sword series. There are 12 swords in the series and they are the best swords known in the world. The possibility of getting one from the Sejo o Wazamano is close to none. But one from 21 swords is very difficult but still possible. Are you kidding me? Khalifa looked dull after hearing his request. Why? Each of the 21 swords of the Owazamano series is a rare treasure. I'm just a spy. It's impossible for me to get my hands on one. It is easier for me to sleep with you in this case. Su Xiao almost slipped. Does this woman want to sleep with him so much? Although she was a very sexy secretary type, she is still a poisonous flower. Since I can't get one from the 21, I want one from the Ryo Wazamano series. Khalifa wanted to say another thing, but Su Xiao interrupted her. In 4 days, I want one of the Ryo Wazamano swords in front of me. And remember, I want one the size of my sword. Su Xiao pointed at Dragon Flash. After all, he didn't want a sword that would change the shape of his sword. If Khalifa brought one without him saying this condition, he would be embarrassed. Why should I believe you? Do you have a choice? I will do my best. After receiving Khalifa's request, Su Xiao put out the cigarette as he thought that he made the right choice not to kill Khalifa. She is more useful alive. As a bonus, you're allowed to eat today. Su Xiao snapped his finger, and the bomb returned to a smaller size. Shameless. Khalifa gritted her teeth as she took the meat in front of her and bit it while imagining it was Su Xiao. Ale. Khalifa murmured. What? Su Xiao looked at Khalifa. Nothing, I said you're handsome. Khalifa felt a pang of slight guilt as she really said something offensive. If I hear something similar next time, you will be invited to eat another free chewing gum. Khalifa was stupefied. She could tell that he meant bomb. Why do I have a bomb in my stomach that could explode at any moment? From today on, Khalifa's most hated color is white, the color of the gum she ate. The banquet came to an end with Su Xiao in a good mood. The workers sang loudly as Su Xiao left with some food and drinks. Outside the villa, Khalifa waited in a dark corner waiting for her companion. What happened? A man came behind Khalifa and asked in a cold voice. I swallowed 3 bombs, one is dealt with, but there is still 2 more in my stomach. Khalifa sighed. Can you dissolve the bomb? No. Not sure. Go find Bluno. He can do it. The man that showed up was Rob Lucci. Chapter 310. At night, inside a tavern, you can find a tall man with a rough face and horn-shaped black hair as if he was a bull. This was Bluno. Bluno was wiping a glass in his hand while staring straight ahead as if he was in deep thoughts. Ding! The door of the tavern opened, making a jingling sound while someone stepped inside. Bluno didn't look up as he knew who was here. You're here, Khalifa. Bluno's voice was dull, but his presence was quite overbearing. This was a master of Tekai. I had an accident. Khalifa didn't explain anything much, just the fact that she had a bomb in her body. Lock the door. Khalifa locked the door before finding a chair and sitting down. Where is the exact location of the bomb? In my stomach, here. Looking at where she was pointing, Bluno nodded. Human door. Bluno put a finger inside Khalifa's body, and something inexplicable happened. A small door opened on her stomach without any blood leaking out. This door devil fruit doesn't harm the human body. The inside of Khalifa's stomach appeared in front of Bluno, who directly picked a bottle of alcohol and poured it on his hand, then directly opened another door in her stomach. Bluno looked inside, and his pupil shrunk after seeing what's inside. Can you take it out? Khalifa's voice was urgent. It's difficult, very difficult. What happened? Khalifa looked down inside her stomach, and what she saw made her face dull. In her stomach, Two white gel-like substances formed tentacles that clung to her gastric mucosa as if they were roots of a tree. Bluno tried to touch them, but as he did, the white things started heating up as Khalifa felt the pain. This thing is clinging to your gastric mucosa, with a slight touch, it will explode. Who did you meet? Bluno's face wasn't good. This unknown enemy was cunning and planned for every scenario. After groaning for a while, Bluno said, if you want to take the risk, the chance is 10% or below. Khalifa collapsed in her chair as if she was thinking. Take it out. Khalifa made a hard decision, and she didn't want to be controlled like this. Then, I will try. Bluno took a deep breath and slowly pushed the tweezers inside, and as soon as it touched the bomb turned red. Bluno stopped as if waiting for the bomb, calm down. After a long time, the bomb returned to its white color as Bluno continued gently. One of the tentacles was cut, which surprised both of them. Tekai go. Bluno immediately used his Tekai and turned as hard as iron while Khalifa was desperate. The explosion didn't occur as the bomb returned to the normal white color. It doesn't seem as sensitive as you think. Bluno put the tentacle cut from the bomb on the table, it directly exploded. Boom. As it exploded, the table was directly shattered as splatters flew everywhere. Bluno stood in front of Khalifa. Bang. 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 The splatters hit Bluno's body as if they were bullets while he used Tekai go. He was unharmed, but he was still pushed back. The explosion subsided. Khalifa's face was white, and her clothes were sweaty while she felt like collapsing down. This is... Bluno was puzzled. The bomb didn't seem like it will explode before. I think this bomb is remotely controllable. It can be controlled from far away. Bluno said dumbly. Yes. The extraction failed. Bluno deactivated his ability, directly returning Khalifa's body to normal. You can only deal with it yourself. Bluno directly returned to the bar and threw a bottle of wine toward Khalifa. Khalifa directly took it and drank a little. If I die, don't look for revenge, it isn't worth it. Khalifa left after saying this. After confirming that no one was following her, she took out a den mushi and made a call. After a while, the call connected. Here is Jabra, is this you Khalifa? Aren't you on a mission? A sly voice came from the other side of the den mushi which was making a wolf-like expression. It's me. I have a request. What is it? If I remember correctly, you got a good sword from the Ryo Wazamano series on a mission 6 years ago. I want it. Khalifa's demand made the Jabra speechless. When did I get that? Don't try to deny it, I saw it with my own eyes. Khalifa rolled her eyes. She couldn't understand this person's character. Well, I already gave it to our superior. Oh? Really? Of course, do you think I'm lying? Jabra was apparently impatient. 30 million berry, I will buy it. I said. I can still go ask that superior. It's a deal, will you come to pick it or do I send someone? When did you switch to using swords? The voice from the other side of the call was treacherous to the extreme. Send someone to deliver it? It must be delivered tomorrow. This. Jabra seemed embarrassed suddenly. Come here by train. I will pay for it. Khalifa was helpless. That money grabbed was just too much. I will tell you first. This stays between us, don't tell anyone. No problem. Khalifa agreed. Hanging up the phone, Khalifa leaned against the wall, full of frustration. Just you wait, no matter what it is, whether the Rokushiki techniques or the sword, everything will be returned, along with your life, Byakuya. Khalifa didn't give up so easily, she encountered a lot more difficult things before, and she still came on top. Khalifa wasn't the strongest in the CP9, but her patience was the best out of all of them, which led to her being the only female member of the CP9. Chapter 311. As a worker in the galley law company, Susiao can use the dormitory. When he walked in, the smell hit his sensitive nose. It was smelly. Sweat, feet, and wine smells were mixed along with a faint salty smell of the sea. This reminded him of the high school days. Dozens of workers were playing cards while shouting. Susiao's brows wrinkled. This wasn't a good place to rest. It's not he was picky, but this place was full of noise. Turning away, Susiao directly left as he looked for a place to stay. He found a nearby hotel. Although it wasn't luxurious, the bed was tidy, and there was no smell in the room. A sound came from the bathroom. It was just Bob taking a bath. Susiao sat down as he took the Saru training method from his space. Although Reincarnation Paradise recognized the technique, it can't be directly learned or taken out of One Piece's world. Roku Shiki, Saru training method, complete. Quality, purple. Type, technique. Learning requirement, 25 strength, 30 agility, 25 vitality. Rate, 141, tip, purple equipment rate vary between 71 and 150. Introduction, with this method, you can learn Saru, which can be upgraded within the skill upgrade hall. Tip, this item will disappear as soon as you leave One Piece's world. This was made by Khalifa. You can't make one yourself. The paper in Susiao's hand was not a skill scroll. It can't be learned directly. To learn Saru, he needs to train normally. Was learning the Roku Shiki hard? After looking at the Saru, Susiao knew that it wasn't hard to learn, but the hardest thing was to make the body able to practice the techniques. The Marine and CP need to perform cruel training before being able to learn any technique from the Roku Shiki. The body needs great strength to perform these techniques. Susiao's agility and strength already met the requirement, while his vitality barely made it as his current vitality was 25 points. At least he has no problem learning Saru, but learning Tekai is most likely impossible now. Looking at the method, Susiao didn't know whether Khalifa just writes like this usually or if she did it on purpose. Her writing was just too ugly. Khalifa was acting as a secretary currently, how can her writing be so bad? Then it can only be on purpose. Well, she tried to be clever. Susiao directly spent 10 paradise coins to change the writing to something easy to read. After a short time, Susiao knew how to practice Saru, which took him about 10 seconds. That's right. It's that simple. This wasn't related to Susiao's IQ. It's just that practicing Saru was simple. The main method to use Saru is, step more than 10 times in an instant, exactly 0.36 seconds, and use the force generated to move at a speed that can't be followed with the naked eye. Although Saru was fast, there were some disadvantages. One of them is controlling the force you use, or else you will just rush into a wall or directly rush into the enemy's weapon, losing your life directly. Another one, when Saru is used, the user can't change his course. After half an hour of thinking, Susiao stood barefooted and stepped on the ground. But just after 2 times, Susiao moved from hid place directly. This one was a failure. Susiao continued to practice Saru repeatedly without getting tired. Bob was lying down while looking worriedly. If Bob could speak, he would say, "Master, when I have money, I will take you to the best psychiatric to treat you." Susiao continued without stopping. It was really difficult to step 10 times in the same place in an instant while preventing himself from rushing forward. A rough knocking on the door was heard. Susiao directly moved and opened the door, only to find a few big men with fierce eyes looking at him. One of them glared at Susiao and said, "It's the middle of the night, stop making sounds, or I will kick you out." The big man said while his chest muscles moved, and his fingers cracked. "Well, let's talk like civilized men. Indeed, I'm wrong for disturbing you in the middle of the night," Susiao said gently. "Ha? Civilized man? I'm 5 minutes later, several men could be seen walking down in a hurry while their faces were messed up. Su Xiao shook the blood on his hand as he returned to his room. If the others talked normally, he would have stopped practicing, but since they came to threaten him, then they just experience whose fists were harder. Su Xiao practiced Saru and progressed slightly. When it reached 1 o'clock, Su Xiao took a rest as haste would make problems instead of progress. The next morning, Su Xiao directly washed up and changed into new clothes before heading toward dock number 1. After staying for a while, Su Xiao left and started practicing Saru again. As long as he masters it, he can approach his enemies faster. After warming up and failing, again and again, Su Xiao wasn't discouraged. He can succeed through failure. Sweat soaked Su Xiao's clothes, so he directly removed his shirt. Taking a deep breath, Su Xiao stepped quickly in the same place. Saru. As he whispered, Su Xiao made a few after-images as he rushed toward the sea. He moved 2 meters higher than the water before splashing down into the sea. Swimming back to the shore, Su Xiao was overjoyed. He succeeded just now. Although he still had a long way before he masters it, it's a good start. Su Xiao continued to practice, but he wasn't successful again. Sitting down in an open space, Su Xiao looked at the sea while thinking about the reason for that one-time success. Was it because he said the name out loud? Closing his eyes for some time, Su Xiao thought about this before opening his eyes. Let's continue. Standing up, Su Xiao once again stepped on the ground quickly. Suddenly, Su Xiao nearly fell as he felt pain in his ankle, which left him puzzled. Is this because I practiced too much, which caused my body to be unable to bear it any longer? It needs physical power beyond what a normal human can use after all. One Piece's world can't be underestimated. The physical strength of humans here is beyond normal. Su Xiao sat down and rubbed his ankle till the pain subsided. His stomach growled. When he looked up, he found that the sun was in the middle of the sky. He was unknowingly practicing for the whole morning. Chapter 312. Su Xiao put his shirt on his shoulder and took out a map to confirm where to go. He was going to eat, but he wasn't just eating. He was going to look for a master hidden in Water 7. Of course, whether he is a true master or not, it's up to him to judge. Half an hour later, Su Xiao arrived on the east side of Water 7. He saw a boat on the shore. This wasn't a boat meant to sail the ocean, and it was a restaurant built on the boat. A dining table was arranged, 3 people can sit at the same table. On the other end of the table, pots and pans were neatly arranged. No one was eating. There were no guests. A thin old man who was sleeping and drooling as he leaned on a bed. This old man was 1.2 meters high. His hair was gray, and he was missing a few teeth. The old slept sweetly while holding an empty wine bottle in his hand. He didn't seem on guard, but Su Xiao didn't dare to move too close to him. This old man was like a lion, although he was old, he seemed strong. Su Xiao got onto the boat. He didn't go wake up the old man as he waited instead. After 10 minutes, the old man seemed to have trouble breathing before he spat his saliva and woke up. The old man opened his eyes stupidly as he raised the bottle of wine and wanted to drink, but unfortunately, the bottle was empty. Huh. The old man looked at Su Xiao with sleepy eyes. I don't welcome guests at noon, come back in the evening. The old man didn't seem interested as he closed his eyes and gone back to sleep. I heard there was a super chef here who liked to drink very much. I specially brought a good bottle of wine to drink. Su Xiao took a bottle of wine with 3 big words on it, W, Liang Yet. Famous drink distilled from 5 different grains. The old man shook his head after seeing the drink in Su Xiao's hand. He never saw that kind of wine before, but he heard about the drink distilled from 5 different grains. Come back in the evening. When the old was about to finish, Su Xiao opened the bottle, and the wine fragrance filled the place. Compared to the winemaking methods in One Piece, the method of making this wine was unique, which made its aroma mellow and attractive. What is this wine? The old man swallowed as he struggled to get up and walk towards Su Xiao. Seeing the old man's pace, Su Xiao was a little bit ashamed. The old man seemed to have it hard and couldn't move well. His legs seemed about to break. Let me taste it, and I will cook for you. Su Xiao passed the bottle to the old man, who took it with shaking hands, then took a sip. As the liquor passed his throat, the old man's face turned red immediately as his eyes widened. The old man directly swallowed a large mouthful of wine. Good wine. The old man's body was shaky as he drank almost half of the bottle at the same time. The old man fell to the ground with a blessed face, but still, the bottle found its way to his mouth. Su Xiao was speechless. He ignored the old man as he looked inside to see a photo of a man and a blond boy struggling with a face full of bruises. The man in the photo was this old man, and the blond boy is Zeph. Redleg Zeph, who once sailed for a year in the Grand Line before returning and opening a restaurant. According to Su Xiao's estimation, the blond boy was strong, really strong, because, in the photo, the sea behind these two was the sea of dreams of all chefs. It was the all blue. Of course, this is just Su Xiao's guess. If he was right, then this old man isn't simple. He probably knows about the Busashoku haki, armament haki, and Kanbunchoki haki, observation haki. After waiting for an hour, the old man woke up again. You're already old, and you can't drink much now. The old man shook his head. Maybe he seemed weak, but he definitively wasn't weak. The old man trembled and walked to the stove. He picked the kitchen knife and started cooking. Su Xiao wasn't very interested in cooking. Even though his cooking wasn't bad, he didn't want to take that path. A few minutes later, a steaming plate of seafood noodles was placed in front of Su Xiao. I won't drink for free, try this. The old returned back shakily and sat down. He took the bottle of wine and drank with bliss all over his face. The fine wine from earth conquered this old man. Su Xiao was hungry. So he didn't refuse and directly put the seafood in his mouth. He remained still for about 3 seconds. He used to think that the food orgasm was just exaggerated, but this food was so delicious, if a female ate it, that reaction would definitively happen. This is the most delicious food he ever ate. Ha ha ha, my cooking is good. Do you still have wine? Su Xiao shook his head. He shouldn't just give the wine. He should negotiate. It's a pity. The old man stopped talking as Su Xiao finished his meal and was ready to leave. Little devil, you're here for more than just food. Su Xiao stopped on his track as he looked at the old man. I'm a swordsman. Su Xiao directly moved when he said this. The old man licked his lips as he tasted the remnant of the wine and was a little bit interested. Little devil! The old man shouted, and Su Xiao turned around puzzledly. Focus is needed when training the body. You can't train while you're anxious. You are too anxious. Your ankle is injured. Come at night. I will make a meal for you. Su Xiao was secretly pleased, but his expression remained the same. Thanks for guiding me. Su Xiao took another bottle of wine and placed it on the ship's side. Didn't you say that you don't have any more? The old man looked at Su Xiao thoughtfully before grinning. This kind of wine is very rare. I only have a few bottles. The old man doubted his words because he had never seen this wine before. Come often. Okay. Su Xiao turned and left. He was determined that the old man wasn't simple. Su Xiao continued practicing Saru all afternoon. With the old man's advice, he started taking breaks after 2 hours. At 5:30 in the evening, Su Xiao returned to the old man for the appointment. Seeing Su Xiao, the old man who was cooking, pulled a large bowl of soup out. Try it. As he looked at the soup, Su Xiao vaguely saw mushrooms and several other herbs inside. Taking a sip, it didn't taste good. It was slightly bitter but not poisonous. After a few sips, Suxiao breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a notification from the Reincarnation Paradise appeared in front of him. You drank the secret medicinal meal, your HP increased by +10 permanently, and your vitality increased slightly. Because it's less than 1 point, it can't be displayed. This item can only be used once to increase the vitality. Warmth appeared in Suxiao's stomach. He felt his body relaxing. His sword ankle was healed as well. My medicinal meal is good, even Shiki and Roger would come to my restaurant to eat. The old man seemed to see through Suxiao's purpose. I like the wine you have very much. You can come every night, I will help you make medicinal meals, and you give me a bottle of wine. Suxiao didn't care that he was seen through. Instead of lying and all that, he might as well choose mutual benefit. At noon, he gave the old man some benefit, so the old man helped him. Now the old man helped him, so he will give him wine. He took a bottle of mutai, which is a top-grade drink, and handed it to him. He still didn't know the old man's name. He simply gave him a name, the Diet Man. He wasn't interested in his name or origin. As long as he knows that the other party was strong and can give him good meals, it didn't matter. Oh, it tastes great, although it's not the same one from before, each had their own characteristics. The Diet Man was very satisfied with the mouthful of mutai. The same can be said about Suxiao. He was satisfied that the fatigue from training directly disappeared as soon as he drank the soup. There are still 3 days before the Straw Hat Pirates arrive here. Suxiao wants to get as much as he can in before they come. At the very least, he will grasp the Saru. Chapter 313. In the abandoned dock, a silhouette flashed quickly, leaving behind a trail of wind. Saru. The figure was fast, but it had no control of direction, which resulted in a direct crush into a boulder with a bang. Suxiao stood up as he shook his head. Saru was too fast. He couldn't gain control over it. After 2 days, he learned Saru. It wasn't difficult to learn, but it was very difficult to use it in combat. It requires a long time to adapt and gain control over the speed, distance, and direction. After learning it, Suxiao had a little understanding of it. This technique was one that used the reaction force to rush toward an enemy. If used well, it can be deadly. When using Saru, the hardest thing was to see what's ahead of you, because the speed makes it difficult to discern his surroundings. Shaking off the dust on his clothes, Suxiao looked at the Saru in his status. Roku Shiki, Saru, LV.1, active. Skill effect, move 5 to 18 meters forward at high speed during which the user reaches the maximum speed his agility can maintain. Tip, each use of Saru consumes 20 stamina, and cooldown time is 30 seconds. Moving forward at high speed, this is the main function of Saru, but what he was confused about is the stamina. What was stamina? He could only see the HP and MP. He didn't see stamina before. After inquiring about it in the Reincarnation Paradise, he was told that stamina was a value derived from vitality, and this value was invisible, but he could feel it himself. Everyone has vitality. When it reaches a low level, fatigue will be felt. That's why the stamina was related to vitality. Suxiao understood that stamina was the same as endurance. It seems that continuous use of Saru leads to fatigue, and because Saru was low-leveled, he can't use it constantly. Suxiao didn't care about that. He wasn't going to use it here anyway because if he uses such an unpolished technique, he would be looking for death. If he wants to integrate the Saru in his combat, he would need to increase its level to 5 at least. The training came to an end as Suxiao moved back. It has been 5 days since he entered One Piece, and tomorrow, the Straw Hats would arrive. If he remembers correctly, they will cause a commotion here before moving to an ice lobby. Of course, this was just the information from the anime. No one knew what will happen when there are new factors in the story. But one thing was certain, Nico Robin would be taken by the CP9. The CP9 was strong. He was confident that he could deal with 2 at the same time. If he faced 3, he could only escape. If more came after him, he wouldn't have a chance even to escape. Their powers were different. Some were very strong, while others were weak, just like Fakura and Lucci. Susiao could guess that Lucci could kill Fakura within 2 minutes. In other words, Susiao was mostly afraid of Lucci. If he meets him, there is a 30% that he would win, else he would die. Although his chances were low, Susiao still had hope in killing Lucci. His main fighting method was swordsmanship. As long as he seizes the opportunity, he is very likely to land a few strikes on Lucci. Even though Lucci's Tekai was strong, Susiao can cut steel easily. Susiao returned to the hotel while thinking about this. Many workers were coming off working tired, but you can see the happiness on their faces. Being able to live a happy life in this world is a blessing in itself. The sun was at the same level as the sea, turning it red while the clouds in the sky were like fire lighting the sky. The entire Water 7 was colored pale yellow. The warm color made people relax. As Susiao walked through Water 7, he arrived at an abandoned warehouse. Many empty wooden boxes stacked inside the warehouse. Susiao jumped on a wooden boxes pile to look around while Bob did the same and stood behind him. Susiao lit a cigarette as he waited. About half an hour later, a slender figure walked into the warehouse. When Khalifa entered, her footsteps stopped. She saw a man smoking on a pile of wooden boxes opposite the main door. "I brought what you want." Khalifa held a sword in her hand, and it was obviously a long one. Khalifa heard a sound of a wire being released, and the sword in her hand directly flew in the air. Susiao grabbed the sword and after confirming its quality, he put it away. "I fulfilled my end of the deal, remove the bomb." Khalifa's tone was urgent. She was very hungry. She was living on fruits and juices for days now. She didn't even dare drink too much. If the bombs were triggered, she would have died. "No." Susiao flatly refused. Khalifa squinted slightly. "You don't go back on your words, or I will fight you." Khalifa flickered, and when she appeared again, she was front the wooden boxes. "What are you talking about? It's you who broke the condition. I said to come alone." Susiao didn't remove the bombs. They were still in her body and can still be activated at any time. His gaze was on the warehouse door. "Khalifa, calm down." A low male voice came from outside, and a 2-meter tall man entered. He was Rob Lucci, who stood in front of the door. Susiao slowly got up and put his hand on Dragon Flash. Susiao unsheathed the sword as the sound of a cold metal rang, and a cold light appeared on the surface of the sword. Susiao looked at Khalifa. Obviously, Khalifa brought him a good sword, but she invited someone else. With her IQ, she wouldn't make such a mistake unless. It turns out. You didn't just come to sincerely trade. Like the sunset, a smile appeared on Susiao's mouth. Chapter 314. Lucci stepped forward, dressed in his work uniform with a white dove on his shoulder. "We've seen each other before," Lucci said with a blank expression. Susiao's face changed. 2 people were outside, one of them was Keiku and the other person, Susiao didn't meet before. Susiao guessed it was Bluno. The warehouse was surrounded. Susiao directly took several bombs in his hand while getting ready to blow the ones inside Khalifa. Although he was surrounded, he didn't panic. As long as he detonated Khalifa's body, the Galley Law Company would be alarmed. By then, Lucci and the others could only retreat or stay here and expose themselves. Perhaps Lucci knew this too and didn't do anything else. "I could feel 4 of you, could it be you're here to deal with me now? That's quite stupid for spies." Khalifa was a spy. The others came with her, which made it obvious to anyone who didn't know their identity. Lucci wasn't surprised by this. Lucci made a gesture, and the four gathered inside the warehouse. As he guessed, the last one was Bluno. Remove the bomb from Khalifa's body. Lucci stood in front of the three. He seemed ready for negotiation. Say the deal first. Susiao sat down on the wooden box and stared at them. He was still vigilant. Lucci groaned for a while before he nodded and pulled a den mushi from his pocket and threw it towards Susiao. After receiving the den mushi, Lucci directly said, "Someone wants to talk to you." Hearing Lucci's words, Susiao thought a little before he finally picked it up. Buru 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 buru. Waiting for 10 seconds, the call connected, and the face of the snail changed to that close to a human face. "Moshi Moshi, can you hear me?" An arrogant voice transmitted through the den mushi. "Yes." Susiao answered. "Are you the guy named Byakuya? You're only a..." "Shut up, Spondum." Another arrogant voice interrupted Spondum coldly. "Why are you ordering me? We have the same position, ah. It hurts. I'm wrong. Don't slap me." Noises came through the den mushi for a while before someone spoke again. "Hello, I'm Zero." The person said with a strange voice. Zero. Hearing this name that could be associated with the CP department, Susiao thought of something. "It doesn't matter who I'm, but you need to know one thing, from now on, you're a member of the world government." Susiao frowned. The person talking was forceful. "Oh? Do you think these four can keep me here?" "Of course not, you have that kind of bomb that could attract the attention of everyone once detonated." The answer confirmed that the other party believed that Lucci couldn't catch Susiao. Byakuya, a native of East Blue, aged 25 to 30 years old. Once served as the escort of the king of the Goa and fled once he killed that same king. Eventually arrived in Water 7. Zero read the information as if he was holding a treasure. Susiao wasn't surprised, the world government intelligence gathering was just that good. What he actually didn't know, the age and name weren't real. "Then? You know what I can do?" There was laughter from the den mushi, but it was kind of creepy as if the one laughing was an old witch. "Of course I know, but are you going to keep being on the run? I have investigated what happened, and I know that your only crime was killing the king, which can lead me to just one possibility, revenge." Susiao didn't say anything. The other party was smart and could think of many scenarios, which is good for him. Join the CP department of the world government. You will have a probing period before you can be a full member. Susiao didn't know why the other party invited him to join the CP. Weren't they trained from a young age? Will the CP department invite someone with unknown origin? Not under normal circumstances, but the bombs you have are important. These bombs have a great strategic significance. You're a special talent, so you're treated specially. Susiao suddenly realized something. He remembered the time when the reincarnation paradise reminded him of something. It said that when he masters alchemy, some of the forces of another world will put him as a top priority for recruitment, and if he refuses, it's very likely that he would get kidnapped because of it. The world government had research facilities specialized in these things. It seems that my bombs make me special. With this affirmation from Susiao, Zero's tone was no longer cold. The bombs you make are very good, and their structure isn't complicated. If they are produced in large quantities, they will be of great use. Mass production? Although it's a good idea, don't bother thinking about it. Why? Zero's tone was cold. Alchemy bombs can only be made by me, it's impossible for anyone else, and it doesn't matter if I give you the recipe, no one can make it. The den mushi didn't make a sound before saying. Devil fruit ability. No, it's a secret technique. I studied this technique for more than 10 years. This was the reason why the king of Goa killed my family. He wanted this technique, but, in the end, he couldn't use it. I can only use it, and I can't pass it to others. This is to say, the alchemy bombs can't be produced in large quantities. The voice was a little disappointed. No, as long as I have the raw materials, I can mass produce them myself. Of course, this requires the support of the world government. Really? Yes, I can make as much as I want, but I still need their support. I need a specific number of the bombs you can make per day. Su Xiao groaned a little. If the world government can provide raw materials for him, and potions to restore mana, he can make an alchemy bomb in just 40 seconds. Assuming that he can work for 16 hours a day, in theory, he can make about 1,440 bombs per day. With enough resources, I can make 1,300 a day. Zero was stunned. He was overjoyed by this information. Such a powerful bomb can be even remotely controlled. It was amazing. You're now a full member of the CP0. I will send someone to pick you up right away. More than 1,000 a day made Zero really excited. A dozen of these bombs can blow up a building, and it can even be controlled from a distance, which made it even better. Zero-san, I don't seem to accept joining the CP department. With this technique in his hand, Su Xiao would, of course, rip them off. Chapter 315. What's your condition? You're a special talent. As long as your request isn't excessive, the CP department will give it to you. Su Xiao groaned for a while. I want a sword from the Owazumano series. Hearing this, Khalifa, who wasn't far away, almost fell down. Ahem, your request is too much. Even an admiral needs to submit an application to get one, and in this situation, it's almost impossible. Then a devil fruit, a paramecia, or logia, ancient Zoan is good as well. Zero was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Su Xiao's condition to be so. Isn't this robbery? Byakuya, you need to make possible requests. I like collecting swords, and I'm a swordsman. I can make it a deal. For every 1,000 bomb, the world government would provide a good sword either from the ungraded ones or the Ryo Wazumano series. This shouldn't be a hard request. The Ryo Wazumano were swords made a long time ago, and the whereabouts of most of them is unknown. Many tried to make a sword of the same quality before, so they're definitively more swords. The Owazumano series was different, as the swords were hard to make and also very rare. Your salary is a bit amazing. He hesitated a little, but 1,000 alchemy bombs were worth much more than a sword for the world government. For every 5,000 bombs, the world government would provide a series of swords for you, but the condition is that the swords would only be for you. Su Xiao understood Zero's intentions. But it's enough as the swords would turn into a pile of scraps after 10 minutes from getting them. That's it then. As a member of the CP0, you will get the reward as you help the world government make the bombs and give the secret technique. Su Xiao will provide the recipe because if the one making them isn't an alchemist, he won't be able to make them. I can do that. As Su Xiao agreed, his main quest changed. You made a deal with the world government, the strongest force in this world. The reincarnation paradise will change your main quest. Main quest, go to Eni's lobby. Difficulty, LV. Quest details, another quest will be given as soon as you reach Eni's lobby. Quest duration, 5 days. Reward, N/A. Failure penalty, you will be forced to return to the reincarnation paradise without any reward. The previous quest was completed directly, which gave Su Xiao 1,400 paradise coins, which wasn't high due to his reputation being not high enough. Su Xiao's identity changed to CP0 full member, scientific research, which made him interested. 3 hours later, someone will pick you up from Water 7. The one beside you will protect you as you're now a very precious talent of the world government. As a CP0 scientist, Su Xiao's status skyrocketed. Zero, San, can I know who these 4 are around me? Su Xiao looked at Lucci and the others as he said that. Lucci and they are members of CP9, your problem with them is trivial. Su Xiao knew that leaving Water 7 now isn't wise, so he thought about something. Sir, if I'm not mistaken, the goal of these four is Iceberg, right? The Den Den Mushi stayed silent. You don't need to worry about this. Your mission is to return to Annie's lobby right away. Su Xiao chuckled. He wasn't planning on leaving yet. He won't leave the feast here and leave. Zero-san, isn't it better for me to act with Lucci together? I can adapt to the way the CP works. No, your job is different from them. Sir. Are you going to force me to join the scientific research department? That will affect my mood to make bombs. Su Xiao was testing the waters. He didn't know how much the world government wanted his bombs, so he wanted to know. Give the Den Den Mushi to Lucci. Zero's tone wasn't very good, but he said nothing else. Su Xiao threw the Den Den Mushi toward Lucci and walked out of the warehouse. After some time, he returned, and Lucci directly threw the Den Den Mushi back. I accept your proposal. I should let you adapt to the way the CP department work and their ability, but as a guarantee, you need to show your trust and loyalty to the CP. A blue capsule was thrown towards Su Xiao. After checking it, Su Xiao knew that it was a chronic poison. Su Xiao directly put it into his mouth and swallowed it. Lucci and the others almost choked as a crisp sound came out of Su Xiao's mouth. Although everyone knew what was in the blue capsule, it shouldn't be crisp. This is chronic. Before Zero said anything else, he heard Khalifa speak, Sir, Byakuya already swallowed the blue poison. Oh. Zero was surprised. After a few seconds, he said, well, it seems that you understand the situation. I like people like you. Lucci and the others will protect you, and the poison would only be effective after a week, which is enough for you to come to Ennis lobby. Zero directly hung up. It seems as if Su Xiao's act increased his trust in him. Did Su Xiao really swallow that poison? Of course not. The moment he put it in his mouth, it was directly transferred to his inventory. However, he can see from the CP's attitude that they were eager to get the alchemy bombs. Otherwise, they won't make such a deal. As for the reward he would get for the bomb, Zero clearly said that he wouldn't have the right to give them, he could only collect them. In other words, Su Xiao would be the only one to have them while the world government can get them back. So except for the status of being a CP0, the world government didn't give him a thing. But Su Xiao wasn't surprised. First of all, these words would not return to them after he gets them, and he can go anywhere in Water 7. The CP9 would act as his bodyguards now. Secondly, mass-producing alchemy bombs would raise his proficiency. So, it would benefit him as well because he would be able to upgrade the manufacturing of the alchemy bomb to the next level. But that only if the world government can find the materials needed to make the bombs. The ones he is using were strange and hard to find, but there should be substitutes in the world. After all, One Piece belongs to the category of large worlds. Unlike the other small world, even the difficulty was way higher. Su Xiao never imagined before that because he mastered alchemy, he would be treated this way by the world's strongest organization. Su Xiao's identity changed instantly, which made the four around him except Lucci stunned. Lucci, did he really become a member of the scientific research department of the CP0? Khalifa was the most shocked. Based on her position, Su Xiao had a higher position than her. Yes, Byakuya is now our colleague. Although we aren't in the same department, we are tasked to keep him safe. Hearing Lucci's answer, Khalifa almost spat blood. Chapter 316. This. Khalifa clenched her fists, making her fingers crackle. You want me to protect him? Khalifa wanted to confirm this. Yes, even if we sacrifice our lives to protect him. Lucci gave a clear answer that didn't leave any doubt. with no expression on his face. He's an important researcher. The bomb he makes is amazing and perfect for our missions. After trying to dismantle the alchemy bomb, Bluno knew how terrifying it was. Our superior's orders are absolute. Keku patted Khalifa's shoulder, trying to comfort her. Khalifa lowered her head while her shoulders shook. Lucci looked at Khalifa without a word. The latter took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Yes, our mission is above everything else. Khalifa tried to make the dissatisfaction in her heart disappear, but every time she tried, she would remember how she was humiliated. The mission is our top priority. Khalifa tried again. Byakia, please help Khalifa remove the bomb, we are on the same side now. Lucci didn't use a commanding tone to talk to Susiao, as they had the same rank now. Of course. Susiao jumped from the wooden box and walked toward Khalifa. Suddenly he pressed a hand on her chest. Khalifa gritted her teeth and said, "Where do you think you're touching? Do you still care about this level of contact? After all, we did before." Susiao directly started unbuttoning Khalifa's jacket as he spoke. Cough. Lucci coughed lightly. "Are you lifting the bomb like this?" "Yes, I can only make the bomb smaller on her stomach, but the composition of the bomb is toxic, it will kill her in less than half a month." Lucci looked at Bluno for confirmation, which he received a nod from the latter. "Let's go out first." Lucci directly walked out with the others to guard the warehouse. Susiao directly touched Khalifa's skin with his finger, he could feel the layout of the bombs easily, but it wasn't easy to negate them. He didn't expect this outcome before. As for the first bomb, he could only try to extract the poison from her now. If she died mysteriously, the CP department would come after him. As he touched Khalifa, Susiao started pouring mana into her body and checking the bomb. After a long time, Susiao opened his eyes, looking at Khalifa and said, "Take off everything. I need you to be completely naked." Khalifa's eyes twitched. "Even the underwear? What are you saying? The bomb is corroding your stomach. If you don't want to die, take it off." Khalifa took a deep breath and did as he said. After convincing herself that this was to save her life, she calmed down. Susiao pointed a finger about her navel by about 10 centimeters and directly poured a large amount of mana into her body. "This cool energy. Don't talk, slow down your breathing, no, forget that, hold your breath." Susiao closed his eyes. It was easy to locate the bomb, but it wasn't as easy to lift it off. Half an hour later, Lucci and the others were hearing strange noises from the warehouse, which made them speechless. A few minutes later, the warehouse door opened as Khalifa walked out with a tired face. "Give me food." After saying this, Khalifa fell to down. Just as Keku wanted to help her, Lucci stopped him. "Byakia, Khalifa troubled you. Our identity can't be revealed currently, so please don't speak about anything of this." After saying this, Lucci looked at Khalifa and said, "Inform Byakia of our plan for that day." Their real purpose was to steal the design of Pluto, the ancient weapon. They were acting for 5 whole years just to get it. And a few days before, they receive a mission to arrest Nico Robin, who was now with the Straw Hat Pirates heading toward Water 7. Finding Nico Robin surprised the world government, which directly issued this mission to the CP9. Even if they couldn't get Pluto's design, they had to arrest Nico Robin. The reason why the world government didn't do much about Pluto's design being in Water 7 was that it was written in the ancient language that only a few could read in the world now. But Nico Robin was one of these few. If anyone got the design and captured Nico Robin, that person can build the ancient weapon. Even if that possibility was 1 in 10,000, the world government wouldn't tolerate such a thing. This is why the world government wanted Nico Robin dead at all costs. It didn't matter if Nico Robin died, or if she went to any other place, the only place she couldn't set foot on was Water 7, and she was on her way there. Lucci ordered Khalifa to inform Byakuya about their plan to arrest Nico Robin. The matter about Pluto shouldn't be disclosed yet. Khalifa got up, looking exhausted. I will. After she looked up, she found that Lucci and the others were already far away. Well, how about we talk while we eat? I know a restaurant nearby. Susiao stepped forward. This made Khalifa directly step back subconsciously. Khalifa was a spy, a CP9 agent. Something must have happened in the warehouse for her to have this kind of reaction. Susiao brought Khalifa to the old man's restaurant. The latter welcomed him and was very enthusiastic as he looked at Khalifa. To be more precise, he was enthusiastic about having a beauty as a guest in his restaurant. After eating, Susiao and Khalifa went to uninhabited shore. Although the two were close in the eyes of almost everyone, they weren't here for a date. Okay, talk about the plans. Although he knew what their plan was, he still needed to go through this process. Otherwise, they would suspect him. Khalifa roughly told Susiao about their plan to arrest Nico Robin. Before she even finished her words, a new quest appeared in front of him. Side quest, arrest Nico Robin. Difficulty, LV.6. Quest introduction, escort Nico Robin to Annie's lobby. Quest condition, if Nico Robin dies before reaching Annie's lobby, the quest would be a failure. Duration, 3 days. Reward, 5,000 paradise coins. Quest failure penalty, reputation with the world government, -700. Susiao directly accepted the quest. After all, these were 5,000 paradise coins for free. After that, Khalifa said, you will only have to hide this information, you don't have to do anything else. Otherwise, there would be chaos. What? Susiao stared at Khalifa, who recovered her strength after eating. She was provoking him now. You know what, I didn't fight you yet, I can get some experience in the Roku Shiki while we fight. Susiao pulled out Dragon Flash, directly pointing it toward Khalifa. Khalifa was so happy. She finally had the chance to teach him a lesson. Chapter 317. 15 minutes later. Khalifa was lying on the ground full of sweat while tied with a metal wire as she breathed heavily with a torn skirt covering her lower body. Let me go. Khalifa struggled. I can let you go if you explain how Saru works to me. Khalifa groaned for a while. Susiao was now a member of the CP, and it wasn't against the rules to tell him about the Roku Shiki. I can do that. Loosening the wire, Khalifa looked a little depressed. She couldn't fight Susiao even while he didn't have the bombs inside her body. You have a primary grasp of the Saru. Yes. Khalifa started to explain Saru, but in exchange, she wanted 2 alchemy bombs. Saru didn't hear the Reincarnation Paradise's notification. He was so immersed in Saru that he entered a strange state of mind. When the explanation ended, Susiao found out that Saru's level increased from 1 to 3. He can now use it to move greater distances with much better accuracy. Although he can't use it in combat, escaping with it was no longer a problem. I can only tell you this, as this is my current understanding of Saru. Khalifa tidied her clothes as she said. Susiao took out 2 alchemy bombs and threw them to Khalifa. The latter was scared out of her mind as she quickly caught the bombs. Hey, this is a bomb, do you want to kill me? Khalifa's forehead was filled with cold sweat as she looked at Susiao with fear. Alchemy bombs are very stable. They won't explode when they're hit unless they are squeezed hard. If you want to use them, focus your mind on the bomb and control it with your thoughts. Thoughts? Yes. Khalifa stared at the bomb and muttered. Explode, explode, explode. When she started muttering, Susiao almost laughed out loud, seeing this. She had such a funny, cute side. Control it with your mental power, not voice. Oh. Khalifa was surprised as she once again focused on the bomb. Suddenly the surface of the bomb turned red as it was about to explode. This is really a magical bomb. Stopping the bomb, Khalifa stored it away, and her eyes turned towards Susiao seriously. She wanted to tell him about the plan. The operation will start at 9 a.m. tomorrow. The goal of this mission is to arrest Nico Robin, also known as the Devil's Child, with a bounty of 79 million berry when she was a child. Over the years, the CP tried to capture Nico Robin, however, as she grew older, she became better at hiding and escaping while also getting stronger. She often joins pirates to evade the CP department hunts. Khalifa didn't mention their mission to get the ancient weapon Pluton for now. This time, Nico Robin joined the Straw Hat group, and according to how she previously acted, she would escape using them. But the weird thing is, she is coming to a dangerous place like Water 7, which usually she would avoid at all cost. Susiao waved his hand. The point is, Khalifa was a little displeased, but she couldn't do anything to Susiao. He was her nemesis, which left her helpless. She can't compete with power. As for IQ, it made Khalifa desperate. She almost warmed his bed before. Taking a deep breath, Khalifa continued, "Our purpose is to capture Nico Robin. Of course, Lucci will take care of this, and you will know when it happens. And there is another side mission as well. The other mission is definitively about Pluton. When they go to get it from Iceberg, Susiao will find out, so she just left some information now. Simply put, we capture Nico Robin tomorrow morning." "Yes. See you tomorrow, then." Susiao turned around and headed toward the hotel while thinking about the action he should take tomorrow. If the information from the CP department is correct, the Straw Hat Pirates will arrive tomorrow by noon. There would be a festival tomorrow with a great number of contractors coming to join the fun. Most likely, some would want to kill other contractors, and some would go for the plot characters. As he entered his room, Susiao directly went to bed to rest and prepare for tomorrow's feast. The next day at 8 in the morning, Susiao left the hotel with Bob and directly went to dock number 1, where he would meet the others. When he arrived, Susiao was surprised to find Lucci and Keiku building a ship. "You guys." Susiao was the one guarding dock number 1. It wouldn't bring any doubt to his identity if he talked to them. 1 hour left. Keiku wiped his forehead, and Susiao was still surprised. "You guys want to finish this ship?" Keiku stopped for a moment before smashing a nail down. A few seconds later, he said, "We started working on this ship for about a month now. This is the most satisfying ship we made, me and Lucci, so we want to complete it and let it sail." Bong. 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 Keiku and Lucci continued working on the ship. For the CP agent to be this diligent in their work was surprising. They were undercover for 5 years and still wanted to finish this boat. The 5-year career would come to an end, and they would have to become agents again. Lucci was without any expression, while Keiku seemed unhappy. Perhaps he wanted to be a shipbuilder rather than a CP agent. Well, the CP training was harsh, and most of their members were orphans or trafficked there to become agents. After the horrible training and elimination, they became the ultimate ace of the CP9. Susiao found a chair and sat down. It didn't take long for Khalifa to arrive for her daily inspection. Khalifa went towards Susiao and sat on his lap intimately while shoving a knot in his pocket. After a while, Khalifa opened and closed her mouth, as if she was talking, but no sound comes out as this was just a way to clear suspicion. After a few minutes, she just stood up and walked away as her mission was to stay with Iceberg in the mayor's building, so the latter won't find anything strange. Susiao opened the note, and after reading it, he got up and left dock number 1. Lucci and Keiku were still building the ship. It would be finished soon, and perhaps, this was the last time they build a ship. Chapter 318. Walking along the road, Water 7 was busy. Today was different from normal as a big tsunami was coming toward Water 7. This was named the Aqua Laguna, a high tide that would engulf part of Water 7 each year. This was supposed to be a disaster, but with mankind's wisdom, they turned it into a fortune. As the tsunami hits the city, everything would be washed, and due to that, Water 7 won't have any kind of disease. With this happening each year, rarely can a case of disease outbreak happen in Water 7. Aqua Laguna had other benefits, and because of this, the people of Water 7 didn't abandon their island. Aqua Laguna holds an extraordinary significance to Water 7's residents. They hold a celebration each year before it strikes. They put costumes and masks and head toward the city center. Every year, they gather in the center of the city and start praying to the god of the sea to bless them. The same was true this year, similar to previous years. People started getting dressed and put on their masks. The gathering was a form of tribute to the god of the sea, a kind of sacrifice. You can see this from their masks, which were solemn. Susiao came to a tavern close to the gathering and pushed the door open. The tavern was full of guests, which caused Susiao to hesitate. He went out again before looking in a map, then thought, yes, this is the place. The sign outside caught Susiao's attention. It said Aqua Laguna celebration, drinks for half the price. So that's why there were so many guests inside. Entering the tavern, Susiao saw Bruno, who had acted as a bartender for this mission. Bruno-san, another drink. A drunk man knocked on the bar with his empty glass with impatience. Bruno took the glass and filled it. When he returned it, he saw Susiao sit down in front of the bar and directly asked, "Guest, what can I get you?" "Rum." Bruno nodded and handed him a glass before knocking on the bar and attracting everyone's attention. "It's 9:30, almost time for the celebration, the tavern will be closed." Hearing Bruno's words, the guests weren't happy with this. "Close it later, we're drinking now." "Yes, you stupid guy, it's half the price, and we still didn't empty your cellar yet." The place was filled with laughter, and Bruno smiled at this. Although reluctant, the guest got up and left after paying up. Bruno directly cleaned the messy place up. "You will never come back here. Is it necessary to clean it?" Susiao sat down in front of the bar and kept drinking, while Bruno didn't say a word as he cleaned. After the tavern was spotless, Bruno took off his jacket and neatly folded it before putting it on the bar. Bruno closed his eyes as if he was meditating. As soon as he opened his eyes, he turned from a bartender to a spy. He's somewhat used to this life. "Come with me, we can't be seen by the people, many know me, and we can't expose ourselves." Entering a room behind the tavern, Susiao saw two sets of clothes lying on a wooden box. They were the celebration of common clothes. Susiao picked the mask, which was full white with two holes made for the eyes, and the robe which covered the body shape. "We can wait here, if the straw hat enters the city, we would be informed." Susiao nodded, took a chair, and sat down. Seeing the costumes prepared by Bruno, Susiao could guess his plan. They would wait for the straw hat on the island, and as soon as they land, they will capture Nico Robin. After 2 hours of waiting, there is no news about the straw hats. Puru 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 puru. Bruno's den mushy suddenly rang. Picking up, Bruno said, "Got it?" Bruno hangs up after getting the message, which was a code number. The straw hats landed on Water 7. They are in the back street direction. Nico Robin is shopping with a blue-nosed reindeer. They don't have anyone else around. There are several suspicious people and other forces that should be after Robin. Susiao didn't say anything and directly got dressed. "Your dog." Bruno looked at Bob. "Not a problem, it can follow us." Bob barked twice. They were good partners, and Bob was good at hiding. He always found ways to hide. When they were in the warehouse, Bob pretended to be a sculptor. In short, Bob could hide anywhere and plan sight without anyone noticing. Bruno didn't say anything. Susiao had a higher ranked position than him. He couldn't order Susiao. He also needed to protect the latter as he was an important researcher. He didn't know why Susiao was even participating in this mission. Leaving the tavern, the two went straight toward Robin's location. At this time, Bruno's den mushi rang again. Both directly entered an alley, and Bruno picked up the call. Based on their route, they would pass by here shortly. Susiao looked around. The face mask affected his vision but not that much. After a while, one person and one deer appeared in their sight. Robin and Chopper. Susiao and Bruno directly walked in. Chapter 319. Because of the masks, Robin didn't notice anyone following them. She was scanning her surroundings carefully. Susiao could tell that this was a habit developed by Robin as she was hunted down by the Marines and world government for years. Robin was tall. She had beautiful, healthy skin and soft black hair that dropped over her shoulders. Her dress was black, highlighting her hourglass figure. Mr. Ship Doctor. Robin was still not a valid crew member, so she was still using these nicknames. Huh. Chopper looked at Robin. He was a reindeer who ate human fruit, which granted him an IQ no different from a human. There is a bookstore there. Robin pointed at the bookstore in the distance. Really? Chopper directly rushed out. Medical books were a temptation Chopper couldn't resist. The scene made Robin a bit sluggish, but she still smiled. The Straw Hat Pirates were different from other pirates, if possible. Robin shook her head. She couldn't stay with them. When she arrived in Water 7, she already decided to part ways. Although that would make them resent her, she must do it so they won't get hurt. That's right, Robin already thinks of them as her friends, her nakama. Chopper rushed to the bookstore, before stopping and asking Robin, "Can we go together?" Robin chuckled as she looked at Chopper with a smile. "Of course, let's go." Great. At this moment, two figures were still following from behind as they passed by Robin, each from one side. At this moment, the noise from the crowd disappeared from Robin's ears. "We're CP9. Bruno said, which made Robin stiffen in her place, and her mouth was slightly opened as a light breeze blew her hair. "The reindeer will be taken with us as well." Susiao said. "No." Robin's shoulders shook. "You don't have the right to choose, Bruno. You can go, I will hold Nico." Robin. Bruno turned around. Robin's teeth were clenched as she held out a dagger out and whispered. "Do you want to take my dead body back?" Bruno stopped. "Robin, it's a great bookstore, there are many books there." Chopper shouted from a distance. Robin tried to smile at Chopper. "Well, I will go buy a mask from over there first, and if you couldn't find me, return to the ship first." Chopper returned to the bookstore hesitantly. For some reason, he didn't want to be separated from Robin, and he didn't know why. It seemed as if they separated now, he would never see her again. Then I won't go." Robin's heart tightened as she said, "It's okay, remember to help me find some history book. I will be back shortly." The Chopper was relieved and directly ran into the store happily, but what Chopper didn't is that Robin had a dagger in front of her chest. Susiao couldn't let Robin die before she is in Annie's lobby, because if he did, he would be directly teleported to the Reincarnation paradise. He can make a fortune in this world and get greatly stronger, but if he was to be forcefully summoned back to the Reincarnation paradise, it would a big loss for him. Seeing Chopper enter the bookstore, Robin was relieved as she followed Susiao from behind. Robin already knew that this what awaited her from the moment the CP9 approached her. She knew that there was no way to escape. Robin stared at Susiao's back indifferently. Somehow, she felt tired. She was on the run since she was 8 years old and was betrayed countless times. She didn't know when she started cunning people and scheming to protect herself. There was no pirate group that would reject her. After all, she knew how to read the ancient text, and Roger's legend was inseparable from these poneglyphs. I'm so stupid. Following behind Susiao, Robin murmured, she was laughing at herself. If she used the straw hat as she did with others, she wouldn't be here. But she couldn't bring herself to do that. She could imagine those people drowning in their own blood. Susiao took Robin to an abandoned warehouse. After entering, Susiao took the mask and the robe that hindered him. What are you doing? Susiao's action surprised Bluno. It's all right. Bluno quickly understood what Susiao meant and nodded. Robin saw Susiao take off his mask, and her arms trembled. The CP9 was secretive, and their members wouldn't like anyone knowing what they look like. Which meant the other party didn't intend to let her live. Nico Robin, you are under arrest. Bluno spoke, but he didn't take off his mask, so he sounded somewhat dull. I can go with you, but I have a condition. Robin's body stopped trembling. She was tired and didn't want to hurt anyone to survive any longer. She no longer wanted such a life, so a smile appeared on her face. You are not in a position to negotiate. Bluno directly rejected. No, I have a lot of knowledge, which is what the world government desires, not just the poneglyph, but also other things. That is the reason the world government never tried to hurt me. Robin drew the dagger and placed it on her neck, which showed her determination. Bluno's face changed, and the situation wasn't good at all. Susiao suddenly wrapped Robin in metal wires. Tightening the wires around Robin's body, Susiao made it so she can't move at all. Bluno, can you stop bleedings? Susiao's words confused Bluno. Why? If you need her alive, we can just cut her limbs off and take her. When Robin heard this, her throat felt dry, and her hands trembled. Bluno looked at Susiao in amazement. He had a feeling that Byakuya was a special agent. No, he was even more brutal than one. As a matter of fact, Susiao could pretend to be even darker than this. The special agent was nothing to him. A crisp sound came from Robin's mouth as the blue liquid flowed out of Robin's lips. You can control my body, but can you do the same for my mouth? My mouth is full of poison, currently. Robin still had this method. Considering that she escaped from the world government since she was a child, it was surprising actually. There are 2 poison capsules in Robin's mouth. The shell of each capsule was strong, so it didn't matter if she swallowed them by accident. But, if she broke the capsule open and the poison was swallowed, Robin would die in 10 seconds, which was her last resort. Chapter 320. As Robin always dealt with pirates, she had this method as a last resort to prevent herself from being humiliated or tortured. It seems that you could escape all these years for a reason. What do you want? Of course, Susiao knew what she wanted. Oh. Robin spat the poison from her mouth, leaving her with just another poison capsule in her mouth as the last straw. I want you to let go of the Straw Hat Pirates. I will trade my life with theirs. As long as you promise to let them go, I will come with you willingly. Susiao thought for a second then smiled. You. What are you going to do? Seeing Susiao's smile, Robin felt a chill pass through her body as she stepped back unconsciously. Bluno, it's up to you, there are a few guests I need to entertain. I'll go say hello. Susiao slowly pulled Dragon Flash, as he felt a few contractors coming from the abandoned warehouse. Bluno looked at Susiao in confusion before he heard the sound of footsteps. Byakuya, wait, I will deal with them. Susiao didn't stop or even care about Bluno's words as he left, which made Bluno awkward. Susiao was an important scientific researcher for the world government. He shouldn't die, neither can they let Nico Robin escape. Nico Robin, CP9 agrees to your request, but you must not resist or try to escape while we escort you to Annie's lobby. or else, the Straw Hat Pirates are done for. Robin nodded as this was the result she wanted when she made her condition. Well, I won't run away, but... Is that man a scientific researcher? Robin looked at Susiao's back as she couldn't understand when were the researchers so scary. You don't need to know that, now stay here. Bluno struggled as he talked, before finally whispering, Saru. Boom. Bluno suddenly stopped as if he hit an invisible wall. He stabilized himself with a bloody nose, as he said. This. What happened? A transparent shield appeared around the abandoned warehouse trapping Bluno and Robin. A few hundred meters away, a teen about 10 years old sat on 3 stories high roof while dangling his legs down. The CP9 agent is stupid, he directly hit the shield, but his actions are somewhat cute. The young man smiled proudly. If it wasn't for his voice, most people would think he was a girl. Because her appearance was just too beautiful to be a guy, T/N, a trop. Will. Although it was strange describing a young man as beautiful, this was the case here. T/N, cringy, I feel stupid writing this. The young man was like a puppet with long silver hair dropping over his shoulder. T/N, seriously, stop describing, no one cares. I literally don't want to write this now. Little sissy, are all of them trapped? A lazy female voice was heard by the teen, whose face turned dark as he almost attacked the woman. Don't call me that, I have a name, and it's Lee. Lee looked angrily at the woman behind him as a pair of weak, mellow hands wrapped around his neck. Don't get excited, little sissy. The woman, with a pair of 36D, squatted behind Lee and said with a charming and lazy voice. The woman had red crimson eyes, her face was abnormally white, and her nails were somewhat sharp. Hey! Don't touch me, you bichi. T/N, Japanese there. Lee was being held by the woman when the latter heard him call her bichi. Her face became cold. What did you just call me? The woman's hand reached into Lee's clothes, which froze as the sharp nails touched his skin. No. Nothing, Lilithne. Really, but your blood is so tempting. T/N, okay, this is getting weird, first a trap, then a bichi, who so happened to be a Shotokan. Lilith's eyes turned redder as she inhaled Lee's scent. Ha! A cold chill runs through Lee's spine. Lee was getting red as he blushed. We'll be fighting soon. There are enemies here. Although Lee was blushing, because he was too young, his body didn't react much to Lilith's advances. Lilith put her tongue and licked Lee's neck while reaching with her hand to his lower abdomen. T/N, Wei, Susiao, where the hell are you? This is getting out of hand, please show up and release me from this torture. Lee's heart shook as his little brother was about to get exposed. The enemy is here. Lee directly said. T/N, thank God, Susiao, from this day on, you are my savior, I believed in you. Lilith's action stopped as the red in her eyes receded. These stupid genes almost did something stupid again. Lilith calmed down as she sighed a relief. Her condition gave her trouble sometimes. She looked at Lee before saying, how many? Lee pointed his finger. 1, his main weapon is a sword. I can't tell his strength attribute, his agility as well, his vitality is 25 and his intelligence, can't be detected. Lilith was shocked hearing this. I can understand when you can't get his strength and agility, but how come you can't detect his intelligence as well? And what's with the distribution of points? Is he going for versatility? Lilith directly said. Contact the others and make them block the enemy, it doesn't matter if they die, just try to stop him. As soon as she was done saying that, Lee's face paled. They were taken down. It took only 5 attacks from his sword. What? Lilith was horrified. Most of the time, she would form an adventurer group with Lee and her as the main force, while getting a few casual contractors just to sacrifice them or use them. Not good, we ran into someone strong, we need to run away. Bang. 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 6 shots directly connected with Lilith's abdomen and chest. Blood flew from various positions as she was knocked down. Sniper. Lilith grabbed Lee on the ground to use him as a shield. All the 6 bullets had really high damage, which made Lilith think that there was a sniper. Lee was angry at Lilith, she wanted him to be a shield, but he didn't say anything, because if he did, a conflict would be created, and that would result in their death. Shining shield. A transparent shield wrapped around them. Get up. It's not a sniper. We met the gunner. The guy is an all-rounder. Lee broke free from Lilith's grasp, directly tearing his clothes and revealing his white back. Gunner? It would have been better if it was a sniper. Where is he? Lilith couldn't sense Su Xiao's position as she laid on the ground. Lee was about to speak, but suddenly a white object was thrown at them. Lee sensed the object, which looked like chewing gum. Damn, it's a bomb. Lee quickly fell to the ground and curled his body while inside the shield. He looked smaller than a turtle. When the bomb landed on the roof, it turned red quickly before it exploded. The impact directly blew Lilith, who rolled a few times across the roof before stopping. At this moment, Lilith felt cold. She was practically half dead when she saw who her enemy was. Chapter 321. Fire soared through the sky after the bomb exploded. The roof under Lee and Lilith collapsed as a large chunk of it fell down with the 2 of them toward the 3rd floor. Cough. Smoke rose as Lee and Lilith kept coughing. Didn't you say our opponent's weapon was a sword? First a gun, now a bomb. Damn it. Suddenly another bomb was thrown into the room, and the 2 of them directly took cover. A few seconds later, the bomb didn't explode, which made Lilith sigh, but when she looked at Lee, she found him hurrying toward the window as if something really bad was about to happen. Without thinking, Lilith directly rushed forward as well and jumped through the window. While they were falling, Lilith looked down to see civilians rushing away and a man holding a sword moving forward. This was the enemy. Although she was still in mid-air, she still could use her abilities. Directly blood surged from her wound and forming a sword in her hand. Lee, restrain him. Lilith shouted as she landed along with Lee. Sound of metal wire was directly registered inside Lilith's brain, as she suddenly felt severe pain as a thin metal wire struck on her flesh. Su Xiao grabbed the wire that came out of the gauntlet and pulled hard. Pucci. Directly Lilith was cut into several pieces, but weirdly no notification sounded, which made Su Xiao frown. Also, the amount of blood gushing out was just too exaggerated. At first, Su Xiao rushed toward the building until he reached a few contractors that intercepted his way. But it was weird, these contractors were high in rank but weak in strength. Although they were weak, they were extremely brave as they rushed toward him with everything they had, only to be killed in the end. Su Xiao killed 5 people in about 1 minute, which made him puzzled. Why would these weak contractors provoke someone like Bluno and the CP9? After thinking it through, he comes to the conclusion that the other 2 should be the main force. He directly locked them and used Broken Elf's special ability. After shooting 6 times, these 2 laid down. Not dying after receiving these 6 shots directly made Su Xiao evaluate their power, because the 6 shots damage would have killed that person if he was as weak as the others. Su Xiao didn't receive the notification, so he directly threw a bomb at them. After it exploded, they fell to the 3rd floor, and Su Xiao directly threw another bomb, but this time, he didn't detonate it directly. He already guessed that they might jump out of the window, so he directly went toward the window waiting for them to land beside him. Everything happens the same as Su Xiao predicted, they jumped out the window, so he didn't detonate the bomb, because it would be a waste. When they landed, Roja used the wire on the gauntlets, and that's the whole thing. Susiao retracted the metallic wire and stared at the pile of flesh on the ground, and the woman wasn't dead, he was sure of it. As for the little guy, Susiao felt that he might be difficult to kill, so he decided on the woman first. Blood gushed out, and every piece of her flesh changed to blood before curling into a ball. The ball changed shape and revealed an adult form of a woman who was pale and gasped for breath. "Little friend, we didn't do anything to you, no need to be so hard." Lilith stood in her place. She didn't care that she was completely nude, as she wanted that to affect her opponent. "Let's talk about it." Lilith moved closer to Lee while the latter did the same. "There is nothing to talk about. Your goal is Nico Robin or Bluno. There is no other possibility." Susiao approached the two of them with his sword. "Don't be so ruthless." Lilith winked at Susiao as she started to touch herself. This scene would make most people fly back with a fountain of blood spurting out of their nostrils. "As long as you don't kill us, you can do anything." Lilith licked her lips, as Lee whispered softly, "What a shameful skill." Lilith smiled and whispered back, "You can do it then, maybe you're his type." Lee stopped talking and didn't dare approach Susiao. He had a strong impulse to just turn around and run. Their enemy was just terrifying, without even seeing him, they were defeated. Lilith even used her trump card to save her life. "Come on, use your 36D pain on him, it's best not to fight, although you will sacrifice yourself for the better good." "Shut up. I will never let any man touch me." Lee froze and looked at Lilith in doubt. "Then why did you attack me at night?" Suddenly, he comes to a sudden halt as he thought of a possibility, he might have just discovered her secret. Lilith twisted her body as her finger danced in the air in Susiao's direction. "Come here. I'm waiting for you." Susiao's eyes changed color, at the same time, a warning appeared in the Reincarnation paradise. Susiao's eyes were red as he moves forward toward Lilith as if he was controlled. But he could directly escape the skill at any time. Susiao approached meter by meter. When he was 3 meters away, Lilith spoke. "Can you put down that sword? It's annoying. Do you have the heart to scratch my skin? I belong to you, every inch of my body is yours." Lilith directly pierced her palm with her nails. The blood directly formed a dagger. "Of course, I can." The red color in Susiao's eyes faded as he stepped forward, swinging dragon flash directly toward Lilith's neck. Lilith was stunned, she clearly saw the red color in Susiao's eyes, and there was no notification about the skill being resisted at all. The sword moved through the air toward her neck, leaving a white trail behind it. Lilith directly raised her dagger, trying to defend herself only for the dagger to snap. Her neck was directly slashed. Blood poured down as dragon flash penetrated her throat, but Susiao didn't know why the sword stopped when it was 2/3 inside her neck. With Susiao's pause, Lilith moved her body and directly got away from the sword, and her body was stained with blood. Lilith didn't use this opportunity to attack Susiao. She knew that no matter what she did, she wouldn't be able to kill him. Suddenly, the air around Susiao solidified, and a shield as transparent as glass appeared around him. Susiao was trapped inside. Susiao looked at the young contractor, which he couldn't tell if he was a boy or a girl. This was the young one's doing. "Run away, he has at least 30 points in strength. I hope his agility isn't as high." Lee directly turned around and started running, as he turned around to look at Susiao. But he was surprised because he couldn't see Susiao and only saw a shadow rapidly approaching him. "Is there anything wrong? And by the way, my agility is higher than 30 points. Tears come out of Lee's eyes as he felt that he was too young and didn't want to die yet. Chapter 322. Lee could tell that something was wrong a few seconds after he started running. He felt himself being chased by a wild beast. "Lee, we can't escape, we will be hunted." Lilith put a hand on her neck as blood leaked through her fingers. She was in pain as the Qingganyang energy ran through her body, wreaking havoc. Li stopped directly as he felt a long blade moving toward his head. Crystal barrier. Li stretched his hands in front of him, invoking a transparent barrier. Su Xiao stuck with every bit of his power, which made cracks spread across the barrier before it shattered. As the sword continued in its path toward Li's head, the latter's body shook as he stepped back in fear. Bloody needles! Lilith directly shouted from the side as she launched a few needles at Su Xiao. As the needles flew towards Su Xiao, he tried to avoid them to no avail, as one of them pierced his shoulder. Soreness, numbness, he could no longer feel his hand as it fell limply. His HP was dropping rapidly, and if it wasn't for the shadow of the law's new constitution, he would be seriously injured after a short 5 seconds. With the new constitution, his chances of survival increased dramatically. Now, this injury was only a minor one. As strange energy invaded his body, the Qinggang Yang energy directly moved against it, taking away 20% of his mana directly. The Qinggang Yang energy was like a fierce dragon facing someone who invaded its territory. As soon as the two clashed, the strange energy, which was apparently a blood poison, was directly obliterated. Looking at Su Xiao standing in his place, Lilith sneered. The poison was her blood. Even if she was facing an undead creature, it would still affect it with one hit, even if the hit wasn't in a vital place, let alone a living being. His left hand is dead. Li, let's use the combo. Lilith stopped talking mid-sentence as her eyes widened. Why is he not affected by the poison? The reason for her surprise was, of course, Su Xiao, who was trying to move his disabled hand. Although his hand was still somewhat numb, he could feel it again, and it won't take long for its return to normal. If it wasn't for Qinggang Yang energy, he would continue his adventure in this world with one hand. The destructive properties of the blood poison can't be underestimated. It was a poison that blocked his blood from circulating toward the area it was hit in. If he wasn't cured now, his arm would be dead in no time. Fortunately, it was cured now. Su Xiao stood in the same place as he looked at the woman. After some thinking, Su Xiao concluded that Li was the strategist as well as a scout and control type. He didn't have any attacking ability, but his chances of getting out alive from most situations were high. As for the woman, she was using her blood to attack, and her vitality was high. He just struck her neck, but she didn't turn into blood again, and she was injured. This means that ability was a life-saving skill she used, and she can't use it again for now. If this was the case, then his first target should be the girl because Li can't attack, and with his barriers, it would be hard to reach him. Although killing the woman would be somewhat a pain, but it was the best choice. Making up his mind, Su Xiao gazed at Lilith, directly making Li happy. Yes, she is your target now. Li directly started running as he wanted to abandon the woman and get away. Li, if I die, someone will go to G City, TJ province, and kill that person. When Li heard this, his legs halted as he turned pale. You investigated me. Face him with me, or everyone will die. It seems like they were infighting, and Su Xiao wouldn't let this opportunity pass by without attacking. Su Xiao runs toward Lilith while an alchemy bomb appeared in his hand. Lilith's gaze focused on the bomb that Su Xiao threw. As the bomb flew to Lilith's side, she covered her head and stepped aside. But the bomb just flew past her and didn't explode directly. 50% of Lilith's attention was on the bomb, which exploded as soon as it was slightly behind her and made her jump forward. Pucci. Lilith finally registered a tingling sensation on her chest. When she looked down, she found a long sword penetrating her chest. At this moment, Su Xiao's movement stopped as a layer of ice wrapped his leg. It wasn't actually ice, but more like a barrier. Suddenly, a hint from the reincarnation paradise appeared in front of him. The barrier spread across Su Xiao's lower body before stopping and trapping him in his place. Su Xiao glanced at Lilith and decided not to use the mithril ring's effect to cancel the control effect placed on him. It wasn't necessary anymore. I don't accept this. I still have the ability. Lilith's body started to lose strength, but due to dragon flash piercing her, she didn't fall down. Her heart was pierced, and along with the Qinggang Yang energy invading her body, she would certainly die. Unfortunately for her, what Su Xiao can do best is fighting contractors. Lilith fell to the ground with a thud. She still had some abilities that she didn't use, but she didn't get the chance to try them. At a life and death battles, making a mistake can kill you. One is down, another one to go. Su Xiao directly looked at Li, who was running away. Chapter 323. Crack. The crystal barrier holding Su Xiao started cracking, and 2 seconds later, Su Xiao was free. When Su Xiao was going to chase after Li, the latter was standing anxiously in his place. You're strong, I can't face you, but you won't kill me. I will go bankrupt this time. Li took out a purple scroll. Su Xiao could feel spatial fluctuation surrounding the scroll, which meant that this was a space-type scroll. Getting over the shock quickly, Su Xiao rushed toward Li while wrapping the metallic wire on Dragon Flash's handle before throwing it with everything he got. Dragon Flash flew toward Li's torso with astonishing speed. Li held the scroll with both hands and directly opened it, releasing a blinding purple light. Crystal Shield. Li consumed all of his mana to use another shield until he teleports away. Directly, Li was covered by a crystal barrier from head to toe. Crack. Dragon Flash directly pierced the shield and penetrated Li's body, but only a few centimeters of the blade pierced his body before it stopped. The combination of the shield and the scroll is annoying. It like someone having absolute survival. But this came with a price, as Su Xiao could see the items that Li was wearing disappearing one after the other. It seems like the scroll would only activate by sacrificing items the user is wearing. The spatial fluctuation got stronger until Li disappeared from his place. Just when Su Xiao was about to give up, the space behind him distorted slightly, and Li appeared behind him. Su Xiao almost face-faulted at this. What? The crystal shield surrounding Li disappeared, and his first reaction was to look around. Finally, I got away. But why does this place seem familiar? Was I randomly teleported inside Water 7? Fortunately, I wasn't teleported into the sea. Li didn't know why it was so familiar until he looked at the buildings around him and saw the collapsed third floor. The teleport scroll properties were as follows. Quality, purple. Usage requirement, 10,000 paradise coins, randomly offering 3 pieces of equipment that the user is currently wearing. Effect, teleport the user randomly to any place within 2 kilometers. This time, it's over. Li could feel Su Xiao coming from behind him. He didn't turn around as he knew that Su Xiao wouldn't show mercy at all. Please. Don't cut off my head, that's too ugly. Pucci. A sharp sword penetrated Li's heart. Li's mouth opened slightly as his body moved forward. He knew that Su Xiao was coming toward him, but he didn't do anything. He didn't have any mana left, and if he resisted, it would just be more painful. It looks that you're not lucky today. While speaking, Su Xiao pulled out Dragon Flash. Li fell on the ground directly as his blood covered the ground. That's useless, teleportation scroll. It teleported me 50 meters away. Li stopped talking after saying this. He was breathing no more. He didn't die because of the scroll. He died because he tried to attack Su Xiao, who wouldn't show mercy to his enemies. Li had a habit of relying on others since he was a child. After entering the Reincarnation paradise, he was injured in his first battle, and he didn't like the pain. Therefore, he developed his ability to be a supporting character, so he wouldn't have to fight. After cooperating with Lilith, she made him her assistant. Su Xiao killed them without much effort compared to others. He didn't feel the excitement while fighting them. There are 3 factions in the main quest. Each faction was hostile toward the other. This was a rule set by the Reincarnation Paradise. Killing 7 contractors, Susiao got 3 scarlet cards, one of them was from Lilith, and the other 2 were from 2 random contractors. His mana increased by 48 points after killing all 7. Susiao could tell that his HP increased by 14 points due to the increased mana. Susiao sheathed his sword as the battle ended. If Bluno was the one facing them, he would definitively lose. With Lee's ability to restrain the Saru and Lilith's ability to poison the body and along with the other contractors holding Robin, he would have died. "Bob, come out." Susiao looked around, but he still didn't see Bob, he didn't know where the latter hid. Bubbles suddenly started rising from the water. Susiao's mouth twitched. Bob's hiding places started to become strange. Bob got out of the water and directly shook his body to dry himself. "You hid underwater the entire fight? Great, no one would expect that." "Waff." Bob barked in pride as his tail wagged quickly from Susiao's praise. "I didn't know that you can hold your breath that much." Susiao took a piece of meat and threw it toward Bob. Although Bob caught it, he didn't eat it. Taking a closer look at Bob's belly, Susiao could tell that it was bigger than normal. Susiao leaned down and touched Bob's belly. The dog enjoyed this and directly fell to the ground with his belly towards Susiao. Bob's belly was inflated. He probably ate in the water, or he drank too much seawater. Susiao pressed on Bob's belly, which made Bob directly retch a few times while looking at Susiao with resentment. He seemed to say, "Why are pressing my stomach so hard? You want me to vomit?" Susiao smelled something that seemed like a fish and directly concluded that Bob just ate a few fishes down there. Susiao was startled by this dog couldn't even catch a rabbit on land, but he could catch fishes in the water. "Stand up." Looking at Bob lying down, Susiao gestured. Instead of getting up, Bob shook his body while making a cute expression known as puppy dog eyes at Susiao to pat his belly. Susiao couldn't help it as he patted his belly for a while. Bob finally stood up satisfied as he circled Susiao. "Byakuya, where are the enemies?" Bluno ran toward him with blood-stained hands and a gunshot wound on his shoulder. It seemed that other people went to fight him. The shield wouldn't be able to hold Bluno. He had the door fruit after all. "I finished them off. The plan is unchanged." "Finished? So fast?" Bluno looked at the blasted building and hurried forward to take a look. Not long after, Bluno returned with a new understanding of Susiao's power. He felt that Susiao wouldn't need his protection. "The operation will start at night, Lucci is already preparing." Bluno looked at Susiao. "You should catch Iceberg directly. Your previous plan will be tiring. If they followed the original plan, it would be troublesome. It would be okay if there wasn't any contractor in this world, but there are, and they knew the original plan. That's why Susiao suggested that they directly deal with Iceberg. They want Pluto's design, but they didn't know that Frankie was the one who had it, not Iceberg." The Rob Lucci thought about it, but he couldn't confirm it. He wanted to ask Iceberg, so they don't catch the wrong person. Chapter 324. Susiao wouldn't tell Lucci that Pluton's blueprint is with Frankie. First of all, they didn't inform him about their mission. Secondly, he won't be able to explain how he knew about the blueprints being there. So he said nothing as the CP9 moved to find the blueprints of Pluton. Their plan to make the Straw Hats looks bad is full of flaws, and with the contractors being there, it surely won't happen. Susiao directly proposed to arrest Iceberg directly, but Keiko didn't agree with him. Still, Lucci agreed, and with him having the highest position along with Susiao, they can't disobey him. The final decision was still in Spondam's hands. Although Spondam was the leader of the CP9 officially, he got that position through connection, not with his ability. And someone actually said that Spondam was good at making plans. That person definitively has mental problems. Several agents were lurking in Water 7 for so many years and knew the place like the back of their hands, and with the trust of the people there, it wouldn't be a problem at all getting to Iceberg. Galley Law Company has 3 people who can fight, who are Polly, Pepe Lulu, and Tilestone. Even though they were somewhat strong, Lucci, or Keku, can directly solve them in an instant. The plan was for Khalifa to monitor Iceberg, Lucci, and the others deal with the shipbuilders, while Susiao and Bluno arrest Robin. They would meet later at Iceberg's office. The whole operation would take about half an hour like this, and they can leave easily afterward. All in all, everything would end in an hour. Spondam's plan was too stretched, and it would take at least 2 days. 2 days against 1 hour, it was clear how good Spondam was with his strategy. But after Lucci reported to Spondam, the latter directly said that his plan was perfect, and no change should be made. At that moment, Susiao wanted to kill him. A pig teammate wasn't the most terrible thing in a team, a pig leader was the real horror. If they continue as planned by Spondam, Robin will attack Iceberg with Bluno tonight to make the Straw Hats desperate, and later they would confront Iceberg, which would give a lot of time for retaliation. Susiao won't allow that. If he didn't escort Robin to Ennis lobby, he would be directly forced out of One Piece without even gaining much from such a world. Susiao tried to contact Zero, and when Zero heard that the plan could be reduced from 2 days to 1 hour, and the situation in Water 7 wasn't calm, he was furious and directly went looking for Spondam. It was unclear what Zero did, but in the end, Spondam contacted Lucci and told him he agreed with Susiao's plan, but he still threatened Susiao, because the latter interfered with his plan which he thought was perfect. They started the mission at 9 in the morning. Khalifa monitored Iceberg, Keku and Lucci directly dealt with the shipbuilders, and Bluno with Susiao arrested Robin. Now that Robin was successfully arrested, Susiao only needed to watch the show. The finishing touch would start at 7 in the evening. During the day, there are too many eyes, and they could be easily discovered. After the mission is complete, the main agents of the CP9 would leave, and the ordinary agents would clear the mess left behind. Now all they had to do is wait for 7 p.m. In a private house that Bluno bought anonymously, Robin was sitting aside while Bob was guarding her. Bluno was tending to the wound on his shoulder. Susiao didn't order Bob to do this, but the dog volunteered. Bob doesn't understand what love and care about the fairer sex means. If he really cares, it would be about a female dog. So if Robin was to dare do anything, Bob would bite her mercilessly. Susiao just leaned on a chair while holding a watch in his hand. "I won't run, so I don't need a guard." Robin spoke suddenly, with helplessness on her face. Bob showed his fangs as if he was warning her not to speak. "Bob isn't guarding you." "Huh? Then what is it doing?" Robin wasn't feeling well being stared by Bob. "It took a fancy to your boots. You can take them off and give them to him." Hearing his words, Robin, who was desperate, hesitated a little before taking the boot on her left leg and throwing them toward Bob. Bob directly bit the boots. Then he looked at the other one on her right leg. Robin sighed and took it off as well. Susiao closed his eyes while still leaning on the chair, and after a few seconds, Robin's voice came. "That. Byakuya-san, please don't let your dog stare at me, I don't have anything else to give to him." Susiao opened his eyes a little as he was annoyed, but what he saw surprised him. He froze in his place at sight. Robin was wearing a corset and a mini-skirt while she was curled on the bed. Bob was staring at Robin's corset while torn clothes were under him. "Bob, she is the quest objective, you can't do that." Bob ran to Susiao's feet and leaned on his legs. Seeing this, Robin was relieved. The room turned quiet, and only breathing could be heard. Woof. A bark was heard. Susiao looked up and saw both Robin and Bluno asleep, then he turned to Bob. The dog was having a nice time, he was happy. He ate very well, and he hid when a battle starts and sleep when he is bored. Although it was simple, he was having fun. Su Xiao started meditating. After a while, Bluno said, "It's almost time." Su Xiao directly opened his eyes and looked at the watch. It was 6:30 p.m., and the sky was getting dark. Lucci and the others should be here soon. Lucci and Keku will meet them here while Khalifa monitored Iceberg. After half an hour, a knocking came from the door, and the knocking had some rhythm to it. "Bar," Bluno said. "Rum." Lucci's voice came from the other side of the door. Bluno opened the door directly, letting Lucci and Keku in. Lucci put on the black suit, the black hat, and Hattori landed on his shoulder. Lucci being here on time meant that the shipbuilders were dealt with. "Everyone is here, let's begin. 5 years of hard work, finally the time to yield the result is here." All the CP9 put on a black suit. Afterward, Bluno pressed his hand on the wall. Suddenly a stone door opened on the wall. As Bluno took the lead, Lucci and the others followed behind. As Su Xiao entered, he saw a somewhat distorted space with cyan color. After Rowing entered, the door was closed. In the center of Water 7, inside an office, Iceberg sat behind a desk while sketching. This was his hobby for many years now. The door suddenly opened, which made Iceberg subconsciously look toward the door, but it wasn't open. When he turned his head around, he found that a few people were inside his office. "Why are you guys here?" Iceberg wanted to ask, but Keku directly rushed forward and grabbed Iceberg's collar with one hand and directly pressed him down. Keku held one of Iceberg's arms behind his back as his face touched the ground. "Iceberg-san, I want to ask you something." Lucci was in a good mood. It's the moment they would rip the results of all the works they've done, and completing the task quickly and accurately was something he liked. Chapter 325. Iceberg was pressed to the ground. The first thing that appeared in his mind was that Lucci and the others were bought and are now betraying him. "What are you guys doing?" With what Keku had said, it was clear that they were no longer his subordinates. "It seems like you still don't get it, Iceberg-san." Lucci fixed his hat and looked at Iceberg with a smile. "Were you bought by some other company or a large pirate group?" "I didn't offend anyone, so it only leaves these two parties." After being stunned at first, he started thinking about his current situation. "Pirate? We aren't that free. Time is running out, let's go straight to the subject." Lucci gestured for Keku to release Iceberg, and the latter complied. Iceberg sat down on the ground and didn't get up. 3 of the 5 people in this room were his close friends, but those 3 betrayed his, which made him depressed. "Iceberg, hand over the blueprints of Pluton, and your end won't be painful. We were after it for the past 5 years. Lucci directly threatened Iceberg, and when the latter heard the word Pluton, his pupil shrunk, and his mouth fell open. "You guys weren't bought by other companies or pirates." Iceberg clenched his fist as he trembled. "Of course, well, you can tell us or die." Lucci paused a little before continuing. "We know that you're depressed now, but the deadline for our mission is approaching, and we need to complete it quickly, so don't make it hard and resist." Iceberg's face was ugly as he already guessed the origin of Lucci and the others. "You should have heard about the Cipher Pole Department. In short, the CP1 to CP8 are 8 departments tasked with intelligence gathering for the world government." Lucci wasn't talking nonsense. He was breaking any defense Iceberg had in his mind. "I've heard about them. They use everything to get the information." Iceberg looked down as he knew where they were headed with this talk. "Good, but we are the CP9, which no one knows about. We have some privilege compared to others, and our identity can't be made public." "Privilege?" "Yes, we are working under the name of justice, and we have the right to execute anyone who doesn't cooperate with the government." Iceberg's face paled. Who could accept someone who kills others in the name of justice? Lucci ignored this and continued, "You only have one choice, Hand over the blueprint. As the world government changed their mind, instead of fearing people would rebuild the ancient weapon, they would just take the blueprint and build it to end this era of chaos. Iceberg snorted. Impossible. If the weapon was to be built, then more power-hungry people would eye it, and it would only lead the world to even bigger chaos. It seems like you don't trust the world government, Iceberg-san. I just know the nature of humans, kid. Lucci's face calmed down as he slowly walked to Iceberg. Do you still think we are your subordinates? Before Iceberg could speak, Lucci kicked him directly. Boom. Iceberg hit the bookshelf, making various books and papers fall down. I talk to you with some respect, and you think you're our boss. Lucci, there are still 16 minutes left. If you can't do it, I will take over. Susiao spoke. He had an agreement with Lucci. After seeing Iceberg, Lucci had 20 minutes. If he couldn't make him talk, then Susiao would take over. Several people thought about what Susiao proposed, and felt cold. Yes, Lucci responded and looked at Iceberg. Iceberg, for the safety of your family, if you don't tell us about Pluton's blueprint, then hell will break loose. Blood flowed from Iceberg's nose and mouth, even though Lucci kicked him lightly. Do you think threatening me by talking about my family will work? Do you think that I'm just some shipbuilder? In order to prevent Pluton from falling into the hands of wrong people, I don't care even if everyone I know dies. Iceberg said as he was prepared for anything. At this time, the door was pushed open. Khalifa entered while wearing a tight-fitting dress, while her legs were covered with fishnet stockings. Khalifa held a few papers and an old blueprint as she nodded at Lucci. That assumption was correct. Cutty Flam, also known as Frankie, the leader of the Frankie family. After saying this, Lucci smiled as the things became simple. Iceberg's head dropped down, and his eyes were panicking, as Pluto's design was with Frankie. Keiko test his heart rates. Keiko held Iceberg with his knees behind his back as he put his middle and index fingers to sense his heartbeats. Iceberg was powerless. Iceberg, we won't torture you, it would have been an insult to what we did for 5 years. Lucci directly looked at the time. He still had 11 minutes. They were enough. Iceberg, you're the disciple of Tom, the legendary shipbuilder, who has 2 disciples, you and the other one is Cutty Flam. Cutty Flam was killed in an accident 8 years ago, and the government confirmed that our leads were interrupted. But after years in Water 7, I suddenly felt that the name Cutty Flam was familiar, but I give it no more thoughts. Until one day, Khalifa told me that Cutty Flam actually came to you. How could he suddenly appear? If not for Khalifa hearing about it, I wouldn't even know this. Our first thoughts were that the Cutty Flam that appeared was just an imposter, so the eyes on you would lose their interest. But after some investigation, we found that Cutty Flam was renamed Frankie and continued to live in Water 7. If you wanted to hide Pluton's blueprint, you wouldn't hide it in your house, right? The risk is too high, and it's not safe. But, if you just gave them to a person who is dead, and that said person doesn't have any grand ambition to use the design, it would be perfect. Therefore, Pluton's blueprint isn't with you, you gave them to Cutty Flam. No, he should be called Frankie now. At this point, Lucci finished talking, and Iceberg was already sweating, and his heartbeat accelerated. All of the CP9 knew that their guess was correct this time. After all, they knew Iceberg for 5 years and knew what his reaction meant. Chapter 326. It's confirmed then, Frankie has the blueprint of Pluton. His reaction gave it away. Keiko said as the others were finally relieved as they completed their task. Susiao was in a good mood. With his help, it took 2 days of planning and 1 hour of work to complete the mission. So, Lucci was about to speak, but he suddenly felt killing intent from behind him. The CP9 were immediately alerted. Iceberg looked at the person releasing the killing intent. He felt like this person with the dog is the leader of the group. As they looked at Su Xiao wondering what's going on, the latter spoke. Someone is here, 5 of them. Su Xiao's face was ugly. He felt the familiar presence, and he knew one of them. Carefully sensing them, Su Xiao immediately knew that one of them is Polly. You didn't kill the 3 shipbuilders. Su Xiao coldly looked at Lucci and Keiku. Lucci directly froze. He killed 2 of them. Polly won't wake up for a while. 5 years working here made Keiku soft, as he couldn't kill Polly. Then tell me who is the one coming here now. Su Xiao directly looked at Keiku. With a bang, the door was smashed open to reveal Polly with a face full of blood as he was seriously injured. Say, who is this? Su Xiao pulled Dragon Flash as he looked at Keiku coldly while Keiku lowered his head. Su Xiao walked toward Polly slowly, and when Polly wanted to resist, his body couldn't respond, as a metallic wire was wrapped around him. What? Polly shouted as blood poured from his wound. Stop! Stop! Iceberg shouted, but someone else also yelled from outside the room. Pucci! The wire tightened as Polly's body struggled a few times before he lost his voice. A blue treasure chest fell to the ground. Su Xiao directly put it into his inventory. This was his first treasure chest he got from One Piece's world. The floor was dyed red with blood as 4 people stood outside the door and stared at this. These 4 were the protagonist, Monkey; D. Luffy; Swordsman, Roronoa Zoro; Navigator, Nami; Doctor, Chopper. These 4 appearings here had something to do with Polly, who was just killed. When Luffy saw Polly dies, his brain couldn't accept it for a while. Zoro looked cautiously while Nami put her hand over her mouth with eyes filled with fear. Su Xiao closed his eyes as he started spreading his perception. No other contractor appeared, and the situation wasn't serious. Keiku's action caused some trouble for them. This is Keiku's mistake, and I apologize for it. Lucci said as he would take care of this personally. It doesn't matter. This is just a small problem, and we can deal with it later. Our priority is to deal with our enemies right now. Monkey. D. Luffy was the protagonist of the story and the one who could defeat many enemies far stronger than he is. Su Xiao could swear that his luck attribute was above 50. He wasn't exaggerating. He was totally different from most other protagonists. Good then, Keiku, Khalifa, Bluno, be ready to fight. Lucci was relieved. Su Xiao didn't do anything to Keiku. Just as they were about to start, Robin, who was silent, suddenly spoke. There is no need to use force. They are coming to me. Robin stood in front of the CP9 and looked directly at the Straw Hats. Robin, we finally found you. Why did you disappear so suddenly? After seeing Robin, Luffy smiled as he was already worried about Robin. Monkey. D. Luffy, aren't you mistaken about something? What? Luffy froze. First of all, I didn't say I want to join you. I just stayed on your ship for a while, so it doesn't matter where I go. Robin's harsh words made the 4 stunned. Tears rolled down of Chopper's face as he always considered Robin to be his companion, but she just... Impossible. Luffy shouted. You are my companion. We have gone to many adventures together. Robin clenched her teeth. She had to do this to protect them. There is a fierce man in the room along with the CP9, and a bloody corpse. Don't you understand? I want to reach my dream, and I can't do that while I'm with you. Robin wanted to sacrifice herself to protect the Straw Hat Pirates. Water 7 was filled with CP9 agents. If they fight them, they won't be able to survive, and they would offend the world government in the process. This wasn't something Robin wanted to see. So stop with this meaningless farce. I need a strong backer, and that backer is the world government. After speaking, Robin stood beside Su Xiao. Being with you, poor pirates are not helpful for me, so please get out of my sight. We aren't companions, and never were. After Robin's remark, all of the Straw Hats were silent. Susiao was now considering whether he should deal with them now or not. Although this idea is tempting, it wasn't reliable. His quest is a top priority. After Robin arrives at an ice lobby, the Straw Hats and the contractors will gather there. That's not true, Robin, you're lying. Luffy lowered his head. Luffy's tone almost killed Robin. Get out of my sight. I don't want to see you anymore. Robin turned around as if she didn't want to look at them anymore. She was suppressing the urge to leave with them. She wanted to be with them, but she couldn't. Robin. Chopper called softly, and Robin's shoulders shook. Robin really liked the adorable Chopper. 3, 2, 1. Susiao suddenly started the countdown, and the members of the CP9 immediately understood what's going on. Jump. Susiao grabbed Robin and jumped out of the window. Susiao directly made 5 alchemy bombs explode inside the room. Just before the bombs exploded, Luffy and Zoro felt the danger, and directly Zoro roared. Luffy. Luffy directly understood Zoro's intention. Chapter 327. Gomu. Gomu no, balloon. Luffy inhaled with all of his strength, and his whole body suddenly enlarged like a balloon. He pressed Nami and Chopper under his body, while Zoro didn't need his protection. Zoro ran toward Luffy and grabbed his body to prevent it from flying. They were aware that something was about to explode in the room, but they didn't know what it was. Nami and Chopper didn't struggle under Luffy. Boom. A deafening noise reached their ears as Nami yelled and covered her ears. She felt dizzy. The impact and fire hit both Luffy and Zoro, but they didn't budge from their places, because if they moved, Chopper and Nami would die. Bang. Iceberg's home was directly destroyed. Iceberg wasn't protected and was directly crushed under the rubble. Susiao, who jumped out of the building into another one, suddenly received a prompt. He was surprised since he didn't expect killing Iceberg would actually get him some world source. It seems like the source of the world can be obtained from special characters in the world, not just strong ones. However, such people aren't easy to kill. If Susiao wasn't a member of the CP0 currently, the world government would be after him. Although Iceberg gave him a few % sources of the world, Susiao confirmed that he didn't drop a treasure chest. In the room, Luffy looked ragged and blood dripping down his arms and forehead. Miraculously, his straw hat was intact. Zoro's situation was even worse. He had burns all over his body. He helped Luffy by receiving most of the damage. Otherwise, Luffy would be much worse now. Nami and Chopper looked up only to see blood dripping from Luffy. Luffy, are you alright? The Chopper was terrified as he hurried to Luffy's side. I'm okay, go look after Zoro. The moment the explosion went off, Luffy clearly saw Zoro blocking it in front of him. Chopper ran directly toward Zoro only to be surprised. The burns weren't serious, but a leg from a chair was embedded into his abdomen. Zoro. Chopper was anxious. He didn't have anything on him to help, not even bandages. Zoro must be taken back to the ship. He must be treated immediately. Chopper and Nami directly started searching for a first aid kit in ruins or even a clean cloth. Luffy staggered toward Zoro and saw the chair's leg inserted in his abdomen. He directly pulled it. Blood spewed out like a fountain as Zoro's eyes rolled in pain. You idiot. Zoro was speechless, and Luffy knew he did something wrong. He directly inserted the chair's leg again to stop the bleeding. It was accurately inserted into the wound, but Zoro's eyes rolled, and he fainted. Chopper hurried back with a clean cloth. How did Zoro faint? He was awake. Chopper looked puzzled. Ah, it was me. As he talked, Luffy held the chair's leg and waited. Stop. Chopper rushed forward and stopped Luffy from pulling it out. If you pull this out, he will lose too much blood. Yes, when I pulled it out, blood was going out like crazy, so I put it back. Put it back. Chopper didn't know what to feel right now, he just angrily yelled. How can you do that? Hurry up and carry him back to the ship. After Chopper helped bandage Zoro, Luffy picked him up and, with Nami, walked back toward their ship. If Zoro and Luffy were the ones facing the explosion, they wouldn't be in such a sorry state, but Nami and Chopper needed protection. As they moved, a man dressed like a cowboy was watching. His face was pale, and he seemed injured. It seems like you accelerated the plot. I will see you in Enies Lobby. This guy was the revolver guy that fought Susiao. After the fight, he directly went to see a doctor, and even though he was in a lot of pain when he took a leak, his fighting power didn't weaken. He held a dozen of scarlet cards in his hand. Those who wanted to form a contract with him turned into scarlet cards. The Emperor's Mad Milk is also here, and there are also the three hooligans are here as well. Things are getting interesting. The cowboy laughed. Enies Lobby will be full of chaos. Who are you calling hooligans? Brother, can I kill him? Forget it, that would create problems with the brigade. Three muscle men wearing the same style of armor walked by the side as they each held hand and formed a circle and said, "Three hooligans." The cowboy shook his head as he looked at three with amusement. We are a perfect team. Full of manliness. The three brothers are here. The cowboy's eyes twitched as he felt embarrassed, talking to these three. A group of mentally unstable people. A loud voice came from a man wearing a priest's robe and carrying an iron war sickle on his shoulder. Mad Milk, I didn't expect you to be in Water 7. I thought that you'd be in Enies Lobby. The cowboy said. Coming to an open world like One Piece, of course, I would kill a few people first. But I'm curious about one thing, who hurt you so badly? I heard that your bladder was punctured. There was sarcasm in Mad Milk's words. Well, it's better than a mentally retarded healer who learned the wrong initial skills. Hearing this, Mad Milk turned black. He wanted to develop his skills as a healer, but he didn't expect that he learned the wrong initial skill, which resulted in him going toward combat, not support. Although his healing ability was amazing, he never healed his teammates. For him, his teammates only need to comment 666 and cheer for him. That is the will of the Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit? I think it's an evil god. What did you say? I said, your emperor's cult. No, I shouldn't insult the cult, it's full of scheming. Mad Milk released the sickle on his back as his eyes turned red. I have long since wanted to kill you since you interrupted the baptism. We'll settle it today. Mad Milk held the sickle in his hand, and a golden light gleamed out of his body. The cowboy sneered. Although I'm not a good person, I will not watch hundreds of children being sacrificed alive. Children are innocent, they can't take justice, but I can kill those who try anything on them in their stead. The cowboy started moving his fingers. This made Mad Milk to become cautious. This wasn't their first time fighting. What do you know? I'm going to baptize them with purgatory flames. They're all. Forget it, I won't explain to someone like you, and I won't explain what I do. You're cheating ghosts, you fake priest. Believe it or not, but I want to kill you right now. Although God says that we shouldn't kill, if it's an evil guy like you, it should be okay. The cowboy and Mad Milk were about to compete against each other. Only the Divine Guild could fight against the brigade. The first was a place for the devout believers and fanatics to gather, and the second was a place for crazy people. The three hooligans sat by the side as they watched with cola and popcorns in hand. Brother, who do you think will win? Whoever wins, we will attack after they exhaust themselves. That's not good. Nothing is bad. Neither is anything good. It's us who decide whether it is good or not. And there are enemies to our regiment. Brother, we are a football team, we don't have such a regiment. We just did. Do you want to say something? Brother, we didn't know that. During their discussion, two pairs of eyes were looked at them coldly. Brother, let's run. Good suggestion, whoever runs the slowest will do extra exercises later. The three of them started running as fast as they could, although they were fast, they run like wild dogs. Chapter 328. Near Iceberg's residence. Boom. A loud gunshot sound reverberated, and if Susiao was nearby, he would recognize it. The cowboy's gun was unique, as he could shoot multiple times with just the sound of one shot. After 10 seconds, a big 10 meters tall sledgehammer appeared and was coming down. The hammer was coming down toward Iceberg's residence. Boom. The hammer fell on the house and directly smashed it. Bloodstains could be seen on the ground, but the cowboy and Mad Milk were nowhere to be seen. At 7:29 p.m., inside Frankie's home. At this time, Frankie's house was already destroyed, with Susiao standing on the ruins with no one else there. He didn't cause this should be when the Straw Hat Pirates came here. A few of Frankie's underlings injured Usopp and took about 200 million berry from him when he came to ask them to repair their ship. This caused Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji to come here and take revenge for their comrade. With Frankie not being here, his underlings weren't the Straw Hat Pirates' opponents. Susiao sat on the rubble and lit his cigarette. Lucci, when will Frankie be back? Lucy took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. He would be here in 10 minutes at most. According to the reports, Frankie went to the nearby island to buy some atom wood. He will return after ordering the wood because it would take days to it to be delivered. Susiao puffed a cloud of smoke. Frankie wasn't a normal thug. His identity was prominent in Water 7. Frankie provides the wood used by the Galley Law Company. The wood business in Water 7 was a big catch for most people. Which is why Frankie wasn't weak if he could be in that business here. Both Frankie and Iceberg were the ones trying to make Water 7 float. Otherwise, the cost wouldn't be affordable by normal people. The world government said that Iceberg should only be killed if necessary, but Frankie shouldn't be killed at all. Many people could take Iceberg's position, but Frankie was irreplaceable. He was the disciple of the legendary shipwright Tom. If Iceberg inherited Tom's ability to build ships, then Frankie inherited his ability to make weapons. Frankie was a genius. It was apparent from the coup de burst cannon, which was a downgrade version of Pluton's cannon. Frankie didn't understand the ancient language, he only saw some sketches and cracked them down. If he wasn't a genius, who was? Susiao looked at the darkened sky and then looked at Robin while Lucci and the others were at a distance. Do you think you can die for the Straw Hat Pirates? Hearing Susiao suddenly talking, Robin was stunned. What? Robin looked at Susiao in surprise. I said you are stupid. Robin heard him and frowned. Whatever you say, I'm your captive right now. Captive, huh? Susiao chuckled as he placed his hand on Robin's shoulder, who stiffened. If you're a captive, then I can do whatever I want. Robin's expression stiffened, but she quickly calmed down and felt something wrong. Thinking for a bit, Robin moved towards Susiao, close to his arm. Lucci and the others saw this and said nothing. What do you want to say? You're different from the CP9. Robin looked around. Although Susiao killed before, Robin felt this was an opportunity for her. In addition to mastering the ancient language, what else is coveted by the world government? Don't tell me it was only for it, because some of the old celestial dragons should be able to read that language. Robin remained silent, and Susiao continued. Just a day ago, I wasn't someone from the world government. Then you are. Robin looked at Susiao suspiciously, but her eyes revealed her confusion. The world government want my ability to make bombs, the kind you saw earlier. Don't look at me like that. The Straw Hats are alive. If they died so easily, they wouldn't have the ability to reach Water 7. I helped you before. If it wasn't for me throwing that bomb, Lucci and the others might have killed them. You should thank me for that. Robin looked at Susiao. She always felt that something was wrong. I should thank you? Are you kidding me? Yes, you should thank me. Susiao though quickly. He thinks that Robin might have the Cotard syndrome. The so-called Cotard syndrome is a mental state which can easily be identified. If someone asks you, have you died, and your instinctive answer is yes, then congratulations, you suffer from Cotard syndrome. But don't worry, it's not that hard to treat it. All there is to it is adjusting the state of mind. The biggest problem of the Cotard syndrome is that the one suffering from it is always denying that he should be alive, and only those who have a near-death experience or are demanding death would have it. This is Robin's case today, and this syndrome comes with another condition, which is a mild delusion, and the person would be slightly an M. Of course, Robin wasn't actually an M. She just carves death and, at the same time, carves for others to hurt her, and as soon as her Cotard syndrome disappears, the M characteristic would as well. Susiao studied psychology before, and he could tell that Robin was determined to die without thinking about anything else, which dropped her IQ significantly. Robin said, I'm going to die. What do you want to do? Susiao's smile was getting brighter and brighter. Bob looked at his master's smile weirdly. It's the first time he saw his master smile like that, and he felt that the woman would definitively be cheated somehow. Ignoring Bob, Susiao whispered in Robin's ear, we all have something that the world government wants, but why are you here? Robin bowed her head in contemplation. Her eyes brightened after some time. Because I have weaknesses. Yes, you have weaknesses, the Straw Hats. By the way, I will tell you something. You see them now paying respect to me now, but when I arrive at an ice lobby, I wouldn't be able to leave again. Susiao clearly knew that Lucci and the others are respecting him for his power and because of the orders. But as soon as he gets to an ice lobby, the world government would try to take the alchemy bomb technology from him, and only when they can't reproduce it will he deserve his status. But even then, he won't be able to leave an ice lobby because the world government won't permit it. Susiao didn't care whether or not he can leave an ice lobby. Instead, he cared about whether he can move as he wants there or not. Chapter 329. You said that you weren't with the world government before, and you have what the world government wants. Robin sorted her thoughts as her syndrome receded temporarily. Yes, but my treatment would be different compared to yours. You will be imprisoned by the world government, and rest assured, they won't let you die. They will use every means of torture to get information out of you. Robin turned her head as she seemed not to care about torture. I'm not afraid of death, let alone torture. Susiao wasn't dumb. He could tell that she didn't see anyone getting tortured before, or else she wouldn't think that torture was easier than death. So, imagine how it would feel when someone peels off your skin slowly. Robin's face changed. I'm not good at torturing, but I know something about it. With your determination, you would be able to persist for 2 hours, and that would be a miracle in itself. Susiao continued to introduce torture to Robin, which made her become pale. She was likely to experience some of these methods for the knowledge she had. But she can never tell the world government what her mother and the others in O'Hara traded with their lives. Robin also knew the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Pluton, not just a drawing, but an actual built one. That was easier for the world government instead of building another one. Not only that, but Robin knew many things about the celestial dragons. After listening to Susiao as he described the torture methods, Robin was afraid. She couldn't think humans could be so evil. Will I really experience something like that? Robin wasn't stupid, and she was already suspicious about Susiao. No, you won't. Robin relaxed a little. You will experience even worse than that. Susiao looked at Robin with a smile. He and Robin were in similar situations. The moment he met Khalifa, he knew that he would be in contact with the world government. Susiao used a very clever strategy and finally got a semi-transaction deal with them. Robin's approach was somewhat unwise. She first gave up the will to live and then revealed her weaknesses. If it was under normal circumstances, Robin wouldn't make such a mistake, but maybe the encounter of Aokiji stimulated this. Frankie is near. We don't have much time. Susiao looked at Frankie, coming from the distance. He had a plan, and if he succeeded, he would gain a lot, and if he failed, it wouldn't cause him many losses. We. Robin captured the difference in Susiao's words. Yes, we. If you don't want to be forced to reveal what you know, you can only cooperate with me. Robin lowered her head to think. Previously, the most her mind could think of was her execution when she reached an ice lobby, but now she knew about the torture. Robin became pale again, thinking about it as she felt fear. What do you want to do? What is your purpose? Susiao took an alchemy bomb and quietly handed it to Robin, and to her how to use it. I've given you this, and even the CP agents can't find it. As for where to hide it, you have many places you can use. The alchemy bomb was of great importance to Robin right now. Because when she gets to an ice lobby, she would be handcuffed with Karoski, sea stone, rendering her weak. That's why the alchemy bomb would be her life-saving card. Why help me? Even now, Robin could tell that Susiao wasn't a good person. Being in the same world, we should help each other. Robin didn't say anything, but Bob was surprised by Susiao's words. He couldn't help look at Robin with sympathy. This was his owner's style, that female is unlucky. Robin hesitated for a while before hiding the alchemy bomb. Susiao sat aside and stopped talking. It didn't take long for Lucci and the others to get Frankie, who wasn't their opponent at all. Let me go. I'm not Cutty Flam. You got it wrong. Frankie was injured, but because of his semi-mechanical body parts, he still could fight. Not Cutty Flam? Then you're not Tom's disciple. Lucci's words left Frankie speechless. He could admit that he wasn't Cutty Flam, but he couldn't say he wasn't Tom's disciple. The fishman raised him and taught him everything he knew. You're from the world government. You don't need to know. Keiku pushed Frankie, making him stumble forward. Susiao got up and moved toward them, followed by Robin. Currently, Robin believed in Susiao more than before. We are ready to leave. Our objectives are completed. Khalifa chuckled and looked at Robin and Frankie. Both targets were captured. A group of people escorted Frankie and Robin to the sea train station in Water 7. As the name implies, it was a train that moves above the sea on a floating rail. The train's speed was at least 10 times the speed of a normal ship. The journey wouldn't take long for them to reach an ice lobby using the train. As soon as they reached the station, they found a train waiting. Because it didn't take much for the operation to end this time, nobody interrupted them. And like that, Susiao was about to leave Water 7. I was waiting for a long time, everybody. An agent from the CP8 came forward. No surprises. Lucci acted cautiously. If he wasn't cautious, he wouldn't be able to live for 5 years in Water 7, after all. No accidents. That's good. We're ready to go then. The sea train was similar to a normal train. Susiao entered the third cabin, which was the V.I.P cabin. The seats there were wide and comfortable. There were only 7 people sitting inside the cabin. Susiao found a seat and sat down. He took out his tablet and started playing puzzle games. Let me go, do you think you can keep me tied? Frankie was very upset. He saw that Robin was also a captive and directly sat down beside her. Of course not. Khalifa's answer satisfied Frankie. Come here, tie him up, and throw him in the back. Frankie's expression froze. The three agents rushed forward and tied him with an iron chain, then put him in a cloth bag, tied the back from outside. "Hey, you bastards, don't treat me like this." Frankie was quickly taken away while the bag wriggled. Chapter 330. The sea train slowly started to move as black smoke rose into the sky. It started raining outside. The clouds were black as lightning flashed from time to time. Even though it was raining, the inside of the train wasn't cold, and it was a comfortable temperature, and the music was playing. Stretching a bit, Susiao rose from his seat and went toward the fourth cabin. "Byakuya, what are you doing here?" Lucci directly inquired. Susiao's eyes flashed. They were getting near an ice lobby, which made Lucci and the other change from bodyguards to guards. "I am going to run away." Khalifa, Keku, and Bluno stood up directly. "This isn't funny." Lucci's eyes dropped as the pigeon on his shoulder flew back. "I'm just going to bed, don't worry." "Why, you want to join me?" Susiao opened the door and walked into the fourth cabin, but Lucci and the others didn't follow him. "What do we do? He was indeed helping us before, but I always feel like he is plotting something." Khalifa was always hostile towards Susiao. He even touched some parts of her body. "He must be plotting something, which is unquestionable, but he won't run away until we arrive at an ice lobby. If he wanted to escape, Bluno wouldn't be his opponent when they went to capture Nico Robin." Lucci was still calm, but he looked at the three with displeasure. "You were too impulsive just now." "Sorry." The conversation between the CP and Susiao was heard by Robin. She could now confirm that Susiao was indeed in the same situation as hers. She pressed her hand on her chest, where she put the alchemy bomb. Entering the fourth cabin, Susiao pushed a door in a corridor and went inside a room that contained a bed. Susiao stood in front of the bed and expanded his senses all over the train. Three guards in the seventh cabin. He opened his eyes and looked at Bob. "Bob, lie down on the bed on your side." Bob whimpered twice and stepped back. His eyes were watery as he clearly wanted to say, "Lord, I'm dirty, what do you want to do?" "Woof. You learned to talk back now?" "I said, lie down, so you do just that." Bob looked sad as he gave Susiao a sad look while thinking, "I have always regarded you as a master, but you fell in love with me." Bob laid down on the bed and was directly covered with a quilt by Susiao. "Relax and sleep." Bob looked suspiciously at Susiao. "Just sleep." Although Bob was puzzled, he fell asleep in just 2 minutes. 5 minutes later, saliva was coming out of his mouth as he snorted loudly. Seeing this, Susiao nodded and stood still. Seeing this, Susiao nodded and stood still. It didn't take long for someone to come and stand in front of his door. If it weren't for Susiao's keen senses, he wouldn't be able to know that. The person put an ear on the door and heard snoring sound, nodded, and directly knocked on the door. When the person knocked, Susiao didn't respond immediately. After a few seconds, he covered Bob's mouth and asked, "Who?" "Byakuya, do you want dinner?" It was Khalifa's voice. "No, I want to sleep." After that, Susiao let go of Bob's mouth, who was terrified and directly ordered him to go back to sleep. Bob sighed. It didn't take long for Bob to fall asleep again and start snoring loudly. Khalifa went back after listening for 10 minutes. Susiao took off his clothes and put on black ones. Bob woke up and looked at Susiao, who just looked at Bob. Bob sighed again and continued to sleep. Susiao took out some tools and removed the glass from the room's window. Putting the glass aside, Susiao leaned out and looked outside. Susiao climbed out and directly stood on the roof. The strong wind blew against his body while the rain was pouring over him. Susiao walked slowly on top of the train, and because he didn't wear shoes, his footsteps didn't make any sound even though he felt cold. Cabin 5, Cabin 6, Cabin 7. So Xiao laid down over the edge of the cabin, and his upper body wasn't touching the roof, which was really dangerous. He could fall down if he weren't careful. So Xiao took out a mirror and used it to check what was going on inside the cabin. "You bastard, let me go, you should give me cola, hey." Frankie kept arguing with the three black-clothed agents who were annoyed. One of them couldn't bear it any longer and took his shoes and socks and wanted to put it in Frankie's mouth. Blurg. The sound of two agents retching filled the cabin. "Put back your shoes. Your feet stink, my eyes hurt from the smell, blurg." An agent vomited again, which made the agent who took Frankie's shoes embarrassed. "I won't shout again, put your shoes back." Frankie blinked as he felt his eyes sting. "If you shout again, I will put this sock in your mouth." The agent smirked and didn't care about his colleagues. "Put on your shoes." The agents couldn't stand it anymore. "Here, I put them on." "Hey." The agent carrying his socks was confused. Thump. Thump. The three agents fell to the ground one after the other while Frankie felt sluggish. For the first time in his life, he saw someone kill people with the smell of his feet. "No, there is." Frankie wanted to yell, but couldn't. Blackness filled his eyes as he fainted. Frankie may be half a robot, but the main organs were still there. Outside, So Xiao saw them fall down and threw a small can he had in his hand as he started checking the other cabins. After confirming that no one was coming there, he directly went toward the window. It was harder to remove the glasses from the outside as it took him 5 minutes to take it off without damaging it. So Xiao took off his clothes and changed into dry ones as he entered while drying his hair and feet with a towel. After that, he threw the wet clothes and the towel into the sea. Although his new clothes started to get wet, they weren't wet enough to drip on the ground. Quietly jumping into the 7th cabin, So Xiao could smell something strange. Fortunately, the window was open, otherwise, the smell would make anyone vomit. He walked toward Frankie gently. He moved his finger toward his body. There was a treasure inside Frankie's body, and it was worth it for So Xiao to move even while many CP9 were around. The contractors now won't be able to get to the sea train. So Xiao's goal wasn't Robin, Luffy, Khalifa, or Iceberg, but something in Frankie's body. He joined the Galley Law Company just for this. Chapter 331. After entering the 7th cabin, So Xiao quietly locked the doors from both ways before he injected a needle into Frankie's back. Frankie may be a robot, but he couldn't turn his back into one, so it was still flesh and blood. After confirming that Frankie won't be waking up soon, So Xiao loosened the iron chain around his body. Tapping on Frankie's chest gently, So Xiao tried to open it. But he was troubled, it didn't want to open, and he started thinking, should I destroy it? Looking carefully, So Xiao found a switch in Frankie's side rib. So Xiao moved the switch gently, causing Frankie's chest to open. There were 3 bottles of cola present inside. So Xiao didn't move the cola, he only looked inside his chest. After some time, So Xiao didn't find anything. Frankie's body started consuming cola faster as his body shuddered a few times before it stopped. It seemed to be an emergency measure. So Xiao continued to search, but beside major organs, Frankie's chest didn't have anything else. As he didn't find anything there, So Xiao frowned. Frankie's body was big, where can he hide it? So Xiao put a hand on Frankie's arm and started using his perception to see what's inside. He did the same for the other hand and legs but found nothing. So now he searched the chest, arms, and legs, but there was nothing. So Xiao was puzzled. Did this mean that the thing he was looking for wasn't on Frankie? It was unlikely, according to his information, Frankie carried it with him. So Xiao started thinking. If he hid it inside his body, where would he choose to hide it? First of all, it wasn't something big. Secondly, because it existed for a long time, it was worn out. It was small and fragile. So, considering this, it would be impossible to hide it inside the chest, legs, or arms. Where is the least likely place for him to get injured? Suddenly, Susiao's eyes turned toward Frankie's back. Pressing with a finger on Frankie's back, Susiao started looking inch by inch. Suddenly, he felt something when his finger reached his waist and was stunned. This is... Susiao continued pressing his finger and soon found that there was an artificial skin around there. Lifting the artificial skin, Susiao saw a lock in place. The lock needs a password for it to open, and that code needs 3 numbers to be unlocked. So the total number of the combination was 987, which equals 504. He shouldn't depend on luck. Susiao started recalling some information. Tom's birthday was on March 16th. Icebug's birthday was on January 3rd. Frankie's birthday was on March 9th. Susiao first tried Tom's birthday by typing 316. After entering the passwords, a number appeared. It appears that he can only try 5 times, and now, it is 4. Else it may self-destruct with what's inside. If he guessed correctly, the password is probably related somehow to Tom, who has so much influence on Frankie. Frankie set the password to only 3 numbers, so it probably means a birthday. Susiao tried a second combination, 313. It was a combination of the 3's birthdays starting with Tom. The password was still wrong, and he had 3 chances left. Susiao tried 331, but it was still incorrect, and he is left with 2 tries now. Susiao left their birthdays behind. He thought that the password may be not a birthday. Something more important than the birthdays. The day of the sacrifice. The day Tom sacrificed himself for Frankie. Susiao had a headache. There was no mention of when Tom died in the anime. With this being the case, Susiao started recalling everything about that event. First of all, Tom was convicted for building Roger's ship. After that, he helped the world government build the sea train to lessen his sins, but the world government even with that found excuses to kill him. Tom wasn't executed on the spot, but after being shot and wounded, he was escorted to an ice lobby for his execution. It was summer when Tom was executed. It can be concluded by the clothes of the citizens and the CP agents at the time. It was late summer. Susiao stayed in Water 7 and personally experienced the temperature and weather in there. Tom was sent to an ice lobby for his execution in the late summer. Tom's sin wasn't that serious. He was only an accomplice. The problem is that he helped build Roger's ship. Which meant he would be put to trial first before they sentence him. Moreover, since it's an execution in an ice lobby, it wouldn't be chosen arbitrarily, especially since it's the execution of the legendary shipwright Tom. And there was some racism between humans and fishmen as well. There were many clues. Late in the summer, execution in an ice lobby, then his body is sent to Fishman Island to be buried there. Susiao thought quickly, and finally, he typed 831. Click. The password was right, and the lock was opened. Susiao took something out from and returned something else. After checking the item's attribute, Susiao nodded in satisfaction before closing the lock again and returning Frankie to his original position. After that, Susiao returned to the roof of the train again after returning the glass back in the window. Directly walking lightly on top of the train, Susiao directly went toward the 4th cabin, doing the same as before. He dried himself up before throwing the wet clothes into the sea. He reinstalled the glass into the window and left a long sigh of relief. Susiao suddenly found Bob behind him, looking at him intently. "What, you're hungry?" "Woof." Bob wasn't hungry. It was just lamenting that the human world was too complicated. "You're not hungry?" Susiao looked at Bob in astonishment. He recently found that Bob's IQ seemed higher than usual. Although Bob's IQ wasn't as good as a human, he definitively wasn't stupid either. Bob, how many are these? Susiao stretched 5 finger, and Bob's head went down. He didn't want to answer such a retarded question. Huh, he doesn't seem too smart. Bob rolled his eyes as he felt that his IQ had been insulted like never before. Chapter 332. Susiao pushed Bob to the edge of the bed as he sat cross-legged. Because Bob was sleeping there, his legs warmed up quickly. The situation in the seventh cabin won't be noticed in a short time. So, he took out all the treasure chests and scarlet cards he had from before. He had a blue treasure chest and 3 scarlet cards. Among the 3 scarlet cards, the edges of 2 of them were tinted in gold. Susiao directly used 2 scarlet cards. 2 red swirls appeared beside him, giving him the opportunity to get 6 items. Seeing these bloody red vortexes, Susiao was stunned. Usually, the vortex was black. Bob, on the side, rubbed his head on Susiao's leg with eyes saying, "Open another one and let me try." "Do you want to try?" Susiao patted Bob's head. "Woof." Bob responded. "Fine then, you can have one." Directly Bob put his head inside the bloody vortex while Susiao put his hand inside. These 2 contractors were men. They won't have something as ridiculous as a brat inside. Fumbling inside for a while, something touched Susiao's hand. Although the object seemed smooth, it was small. Susiao drew his hand out and directed a prompt from the Reincarnation paradise that appeared in front of him. "You obtained Elven Secret Medicine." Elven Secret Medicine. Origin, Reincarnation Paradise. Quality, blue. Type, potion. Effect, restore 1% HP every second for 2 minutes. Time is doubled when in a forest. Rate, 70. Description, although the tree elves are arrogant, their craftsmanship is convincing. Happiness filled Susiao. He actually found such a good potion inside an ordinary guy's scarlet card. Healing 1% HP every second for 2 minutes, this means that it healed 120%, and if used in the forest, it will become double of that, which means 240% HP. This potion was very suitable to be used in battles. Susiao can drink the potion in a critical time, and combined with Bob's aura, the HP he restored per second would make people desperate. And it was a small bottle as well, so if the situation is urgent, Susiao could directly put it in his mouth and bite on it when it's needed. The bottle was made of resin, which wouldn't hurt his stomach if he swallowed it, and it would just be digested. Looking at the emerald bottle in his hand, Susiao nodded in satisfaction. This was a very good life-saving trump card, especially if he was fighting in a forest. Obtaining this made Susiao get confident. He once again reached into the vortex and grabbed 2 items at the same time. You obtained a cucumber. You obtained a disposable cup. Susiao was petrified. He threw the cup on the bed as it was most likely used. Susiao threw the cucumber as well and rubbed his hand on his pants. Woof. Bob barked as he looked at Susiao anxiously. It seemed as if Bob just went to a supermarket. The items he got were a watermelon, garlic, and once a bag of eggs. Opening the scarlet cards always depended on luck. You can obtain items that worth a fortune as well as items that aren't worth a cent. What remained was a treasure chest and a scarlet card. Susiao preferred scarlet cards, actually. Bob held the scarlet card in his mouth as he mentioned for Susiao to open it. "Well, let's get some luck then." Susiao took the scarlet card and lit a cigarette using the Destiny Redemption. With the Destiny Redemption used, Susiao's luck gained an additional 3 points that last for 2 minutes. Use a level 9 scarlet card, yes no. Lilith was a level 9 contractor. Therefore, her scarlet card was also level 9. Use it. A blood-red vortex appeared again. This was bigger than the previous 2, and the color was darker and more blood-like. Susiao directly put an arm inside and grabbed an item directly and pulled it out. You obtain the Tyrannosaurus eyeglasses, Ordinary. Su Xiao nearly collapsed, but he consoled himself by saying, "You can't always obtain everything, the next time won't be this unlucky." Once again, Su Xiao put his hand and grabbed an item. "You obtained, ordinary. And $. Su Xiao cursed before calming down. Seeing his master sad, Bob rubbed his head on Su Xiao's shoulder, trying to comfort him. "All right, all or nothing." Su Xiao's hand directly entered the vortex again as Bob looked at him anxiously. Su Xiao touched a hard object, which was somehow big and heavy. Opening a scarlet card always depended on luck. It was almost impossible to determine the item by just touching it. Directly taking out the item, Bob didn't dare believe it when he looked at the item Su Xiao grabbed. "Bob, it seems like this is my lucky day." At this time, Su Xiao took a long sniper rifle, about 2 meters long. It was jet black sniper rifle. On the side of the rifle, Su Xiao saw an engraved red spider design. Spider Queen. Origin, Hunter x Hunter. Quality, purple. Type, heavy sniper rifle. Durability, 50/50ths. Attack power, 40/71. Requirement, Strength 27, Agility 31, Intelligence 10. Equipment Effect 1, Infrared Detection X8 Scope, active when using this skill. The scope hidden inside Spider Queen would come out. It will directly aim at the target and calculate the distance and other factors. The bullet trajectory won't be out of the calculated trajectory. Hint, the skill costs 100 mana, the effect lasts for 20 minutes. Hint, the skill's cooldown time is 5 hours. Equipment Effect 2, Accurate Trajectory, passive fire accuracy increase by 12%. Rate, 149, rate of purple equipment is between 71 and 150. Description, the will of the Spider Queen won't allow resistance. When it aims at you, start praying. Price, 41,000 paradise coins. Su Xiao felt happy he obtained such a strong sniper rifle, and then he felt lucky that he caught Lilith off guard, or else he might have lost an arm. He would have consumed many potions to just restore his HP if he fought her when she used this terrifying sniper rifle. Su Xiao carried the Spider Queen in his hand to get a feel. It was very heavy for a sniper rifle. No wonder it needed 27 strength. The bullets used by the sniper rifle was about 20 mm bullet. After a little inspection, Su Xiao discovered that the sniper rifle was a high-tech one. As long as he aimed with it, it wouldn't be that far from target even with his terrible aim. Chapter 333. But the issue here was the bullets. These bullets were special, and Su Xiao didn't hear of ones like that. They were 13.77 caliber bullets and exclusive ammunition for the sniper rifle. Asking the Reincarnation Paradise, Su Xiao discovered that it cost 50 paradise coins for a cartridge, which means 20 cartridge costs 1,000 paradise coins. The single cartridge contains 20 bullets. Suddenly Su Xiao thought of something. What if he ambushed the contractors and the plot character from afar? Even if these people succeeded in rush to an ice lobby, Su Xiao would be able to put them down using Dragon Flash. The Infrared Detection X8 scope skill will auto-aim for Su Xiao, which will make it really easy for him. He won't be required to master a sniper rifle. The more developed a weapon is, the easier it was to use. Su Xiao combat strategy was about to be completed. If the enemies are closing up and are too much for him to take on with a sword, Su Xiao would retreat and use Broken Elf, and the enemies started moving back and retreating, he would use Spider Queen. With this combination, the enemies won't have a chance to escape. The Spider Queen's attack power was very high, and it was several times higher than Broken Elf. Even a single shot can kill. Putting up Spider Queen, Su Xiao couldn't wait for the final battle in an ice lobby. The harvest was pretty good this time. Seeing that there were about 30 seconds left before the Destiny Redemption effect wore out, Su Xiao directly opened the blue treasure chest. The treasure chest flashed with bright light. Su Xiao's heart was about to jump out. It actually flashed. However, the color was lighter than the last time. You obtain 3,000 paradise coins. You obtain 1,000 paradise coins. You obtain 500 paradise coins. You obtain 2,100 paradise coins. You obtain 860 paradise coins. You obtain 5,100 paradise coins. A big list of prompts from the Reincarnation paradise full of paradise coins appeared in front of Su Xiao. Perhaps the dim light meant that he would obtain paradise coins. That's probably it. The paradise coins he obtained from the treasure chest amounted to 12,560 paradise coins. For opening a treasure chest, the much was amazing. Su Xiao looked at the lighter in his hand and couldn't help think that the name of this thing was appropriate: Destiny Redemption. After opening the treasure chest and the scarlet cards, Su Xiao discovered one thing: this open world is too dangerous. He was tempted to hunt down contractors, but he suppressed this temptation. He would only hunt contractors that violated the rules or provoked him, and he would take the initiative without provocation. After opening the treasure chest and scarlet cards, Su Xiao laid on the bed comfortably while the sea train sped toward an ice lobby. Because the bed was a little too small, Bob was resting on Su Xiao's belly. No one could get close to Su Xiao, except Bob, let alone resting on his belly. Su Xiao took a nap to rest before the commotion starts. Even if Lucci and the others suspect him, what evidence do they have? Since he is one of the CP0 now, Lucci can't do anything without evidence, even if his status was just words. It didn't take long before the last cabin was noisy, and the sound of footsteps became more hurried. Su Xiao laid down calmly while Bob didn't move. Boom! The door of the room was knocked open. Lucci and the others rushed in and stood around Su Xiao in high alert. They were facing away from Su Xiao as if protecting him, but their eyes were looking around trying to find something out of place, but they found nothing. Byakuya, there are enemies on the train. We broke into your room without permission only to protect you, please don't misunderstand. Khalifa explained. Really, thank you so much. Su Xiao was still lying on the bed with his hand behind his head. AHH. Suddenly a scream sounded as Bob bit Keiku's lower back. Bob wasn't merciful with his bite as he shook his head, trying to take a piece. Bob revealed the wolf side of him. As long as he bites someone, he won't leave him even if his head was cut off. Only Su Xiao can make him stop. Tekai. Keiku snarled and was about to punch Bob. But at this time, he found a pair of extremely cold eyes staring at him. Do you want to hurt my partner? Su Xiao got up and stared at Keiku. Keiku, stop! Lucci directly ordered. Bob. Hearing Su Xiao, Bob loosened his mouth as bloodstains dripped from his mouth. Keiku, someone suddenly broke into my room, so my partner here wanted to protect me, please forgive me. Su Xiao was using Lucci's words against him. No. Don't worry. Keiku gritted his teeth as he responded. They chose to directly open the door instead of knocking on the door, which was hostile towards Su Xiao. Frankie was attacked, and the CP9 directly thought of Su Xiao, so they directly entered his room, searching for any clue. So, did you find this enemy? Su Xiao sighed. We're still investigating. Lucci blocked Su Xiao's sight as Khalifa, and the others took the opportunity to look at the window. The door was always guarded, so only the window can be used to go out. We indeed were a little reckless right now, so we're sorry for that. Lucci took out a pendant. He picked the pendant from the string, while the stone was carved with the word blessing. Lucci grabbed it in a way that when Su Xiao would take it, he would definitively touch the stone. Forget it. I don't care. Su Xiao didn't touch the pendant, which made Lucci's eyes flicker slightly. Please accept it. Su Xiao was a little awkward. What's wrong with that thing? Was the surface highly toxic or something? Raising his hand to take the pendant, all the present CP9 members looked at Su Xiao intently. As his hand touched the pendant, nothing happened at all. He even played with the pendant in his hand. This thing is rough, but at least the stone is carved. As Su Xiao put the pendant into his pocket, Lucci didn't find anything abnormal and directly said, "We're about to reach an ice lobby, so be ready to get off and come to the third cabin." The four of them left the room and closed the door. A smile appeared on Su Xiao's mouth as he took out the pendant and put it inside his inventory. After not finding any clue inside his room, Lucci gave him a Swarovski pendant, to test whether he had a devil fruit or not. They were about to arrive. And when they do, Su Xiao's opponent would no longer be CP9 agents, but a more cunning world government officer. Chapter 334. Toot toot. The sea train slowly moved toward an ice lobby while Su Xiao looked out of the window from his cabin. An ice lobby consisted of 3 islands connected together. The first one was the main island, and most of an ice lobby was built on it. It's where prisoners are executed. There was no nighttime on this island. Even when a storm as strong as the Aqua Laguna hits, the sun is still shining above this island. There is a large courthouse inside the island where most of the prisoners get their sentence by a few judges situated there. But most of the time, there would be no need for judges as all the people coming are convicted already. After the trial, people would be sent to the Tower of Justice, and this is where the Straw Hats fought against the CP9 in the original story. The Gate of Justice is situated behind an ice lobby. The area around the gate was filled with whirlpools that make it hard for any ship to sail there, and only when the gate opens would the whirlpools disappear. After the prisoners are sentenced, they would stay in the low levels inside the Tower of Justice, while officials in an ice lobby would call the Marine to inform them about the prisoners that are to be sent to impel down, and that's when the Marine would pass by the Gate of Justice. The world government would relax as soon as a criminal enters an ice lobby, as they didn't think anyone would be bold enough to go there to save someone else. But in the near future, a few youngsters would stun the world by entering an ice lobby and get out alive while saving their target, catching the world government unprepared. Su Xiao got out of the sea train, along with the others. Lucci and the members of the CP were surrounding Frankie and Robin to prevent anything from happening. "Hello, is this Mr. Byakuya?" A beautiful girl with long pink hair greeted Byakuya. She was tall and wearing a red suit and black gloves. "I'm." Seeing the girl, Su Xiao found her familiar. Finally, he remembered her. She was from the Marine. "I have been waiting for you. My name is Hina, and I'm a Marine captain of the Marine headquarters." The beautiful Marine captain held a cigar in her hand as she said with enthusiasm. Su Xiao was a little puzzled. Why are there Marine picking him? Wasn't he going to the CP0? Not waiting for Su Xiao to ask, a notification from the Reincarnation Paradise directly appeared before him. Main quest, reach an ice lobby, completed. Side quest, arrest Nico Robin, completed. The side quest didn't have any follow-up quest and directly disappeared after he got the 5,000 Paradise coin reward. As for the main quest, it was as follows. Main quest, an ice lobby's decisive battle. Difficulty, LV.12. Quest detail, participate in the decisive battle in an ice lobby, and get the design of Pluton. The quest starts in 3 days. Quest time limit, 4 days. Success reward, 5 attribute points 14,000 Paradise coins. Failure penalty, minus 28,000 Paradise coins. After reading this, Su Xiao's eyes lit up. He already won. Su Xiao nodded thoughtfully. When he took the design from Frankie's body, he already guessed that it was a quest item, due to the strange description it had. Quality, none. Type, blueprint. Rating, none. Description, the blueprint of the ancient weapon Pluton. You need to master the ancient language to read it. There was no quality and no rate. Under normal circumstances, it would at least be a purple quality item. Su Xiao didn't waste time. He was already a step ahead of all contractors. When the other didn't receive the quest detail yet, he already had the quest item with him. The contractors could see the location of the design when the battle starts, and he would still need to fight. As long as the design was on him, the contractors would definitively come after him. Su Xiao looked at the Tower of Justice in deep thoughts. Mr. Byakuya, Mr. Byakuya. Hina shouted several times with an unpleasant expression. Oh. As he was thinking, Su Xiao didn't notice Hina talking to him. Hina is very angry. Oh. Su Xiao replied nonchalantly. Did Mr. Byakuya think about the proposal? We have already agreed with the CP department on this matter. With your talent, you're not suitable to stay in an ice lobby. Su Xiao frowned at Hina's words. Then what do you suggest? There is a secret marine base near an ice lobby. We are going to send you there. Please be assured that it would only take half an hour to get there. Su Xiao thought that this is some deal between the CP department and the marine. You already know about my request. I do. For every 2,000 bombs made, we will provide Mr. Byakuya with a Mito sword. Hina simply nodded as she recited his request. It seems like this matter was already agreed on by the marine officials. Okay, but I have a request. I want to return to an ice lobby in 3 days. Hina didn't answer directly. She walked aside with a den mushi before she returned. Mr. Byakuya, we agreed with your request. Let's go now. Su Xiao glanced at an ice lobby. He didn't want to leave, this was the main battlefield, he was forced to leave because of the situation, and he won't be able to take advantage of knowing the place in the war. Su Xiao followed Hina into the warship, but his eyes shrunk as he saw an elderly woman on the ship. Why is she here? This isn't good. She was the crane, Tsuru, who was known for having a very high IQ throughout the marine, and she is really difficult to deal with. Su Xiao would like to meet an admiral and not face this old lady. So this is Mr. Byakuya, the researcher that we will escort. Hello, I'm Tsuru. The old lady's voice sounded old, but her eyes were as bright as they could get. After looking up and down at Su Xiao, Tsuru felt something off and needed to investigate. Chapter 335. Hello, I'm Byakuya. Su Xiao didn't say anything else, even if the other party's IQ was too high, she won't figure anything if he didn't say much. We're ready to go. Vice Admiral Tsuru directly gave the order to set sail. The journey was a short half an hour toward the marine base. Su Xiao was guided inside a room where he sat alone, and he started thinking about how to obtain more benefits from the technology he had. Woof! Bob suddenly barked, which led Su Xiao to look at him in doubt. Bob sat on the ground, looking pitiful while his ears no longer standing straight. Bob's stomach was twitching, and it seemed like he wanted to vomit. Are you seasick? Although Bob's getting seasick made Su Xiao surprised, he couldn't do anything about it. At least it wasn't a long journey. The door to his room was suddenly pushed open. Tsuru, along with Hina, entered the room. Byakuya, what are the materials to make the bomb? Before we reach our destination, we'll send someone to get them. Hina handed a pen and a paper to Su Xiao, who directly wrote down the materials. The content of the paper was, black gunpowder, low-level energy circuit, matri metal, aqua regia, explosive frog skin. After writing the materials, Su Xiao directly handed the paper to Tsuru. The more she looked at the materials, the more she frowned. Finally, Tsuru asked. I know the black gunpowder, but what is this low-level energy circuit, and this matri metal? Aqua regia? Explosive frog skin. Hina leaned over, looked at the list, and was directly stunned. She couldn't recognize most of the materials. Actually, she only knew the black gunpowder. The low-level energy circuit is a wire, with R7P3T conduction properties. It is very sensitive to energy, and only using it would the bomb be remotely controlled. Tsuru, who didn't understand at first, finally got what the low-level energy circuit was with the help of Susiao's explanation. Aquaregia is a mixture of nitric acid and hydrochloric acid, optimally in a molar ratio of 1:3. Aquaregia is a yellow-orange fuming liquid, so named by alchemists because it can dissolve the noble metals, gold and platinum, though not all metals. The name was given to it because of the strong corrosiveness it held. Tsuru listened intently while Hina stood beside her. I have explained them thoroughly, so it shouldn't be hard to find them. Also, if you guys can't find some of them, you can look for something with the same properties. Susiao looked at Tsuru and smiled. This is his field of expertise, and even if her IQ was high, it's useless here. Tsuru was slightly embarrassed as he coughed and said, I think I understand. Oh? Okay, then when looking for the substitute of the explosive frog skin, you must look for the following properties: strong water resistance, good conductivity, no toxin. Susiao continued to explain while Tsuru was getting a headache. 5 minutes later, Tsuru's eyes were dropping while she felt her head about to explode. Right now, Tsuru was sure that Susiao wasn't making this up and indeed had great talent as a researcher, even though she didn't understand most of what he said. Hina, did you remember everything? Tsuru looked at Hina, who was writing from the start, and smiled. Yes, but there are a few things that I couldn't follow. Tsuru sighed. She wanted to give Susiao a hard time to figure him out, but it seemed that the situation was reversed now. What did you miss? Susiao looked at the paper in Hina's hand, wanting to help her. Then, let's continue. Continue. Hina's mouth opened wide while her head was about to explode. Yes, this is 1/20th of the formula that you recorded. Although it will take some time, the process can't be neglected. Tsuru's lips twitched before she got up and started walking out. Hina, I'll hand this task over to you. I will contact someone to pick up the materials for us. Hina opened her mouth, but nothing came out. Miss Hina, let's continue. Susiao continued to dictate the recipe, and Hina was recording them down. 10 minutes later, Hina's eyes were dull, and her mind was filled with various chemical and math formulas. That one. Hina spoke weakly. Huh? Why are you tired? We still have 4/5 of the recipe to record. We can continue after a short break if you want. Hina's eyes were dark. There are still 4/5? The only thought on her head currently was to run away. She was willing to fight anyone but not stay here and record more formulas. This is simply torture. Although it's rude of me to ask, can Mr. Byakuya write them himself? I'm a marine who doesn't understand a thing about scientific research. Look, I even wrote some formulas wrong. T/N, if you don't know about them, how did you know they were wrong in the first place? Hina looked at Susiao with expectation. This. Susiao looked at Hina, who smiled at him and said, please. Okay. Susiao took the pen and paper, and Hina directly walked out of the room. Coming out, Hina rubbed her head slightly while looking up, only to find Vice Admiral Tsuru looking at her. How did it go? The dissatisfaction was apparent in Tsuru's eyes, and Hina felt bitter in her heart as she thought, you can't stand it after you ran away. He isn't easy to deal with. Vice Admiral Tsuru sighed. What? Hina looked at Tsuru and asked suspiciously. Nothing, but Hina, what kind of feeling does this Byakuya gives you? This question made Hina ponder a little before she replied. He feels and smells like blood. Even after taking a bath and changing clothes, he still had a bloody smell on him. And he often looks at my chest and throat. Tsuru laughed lightly and said, it's not strange for men to look at your chest. Tsuru looked at Hina's huge 36D and shook her head. No, he isn't looking like that, he is judging the location of my heart. Rather than being a researcher, I feel like he is a fierce and cunning pirate. Hina sounded sure about this. Good perception. Tsuru patted Hina's shoulder and said. That guy's temperament is like Shiryu's, but the two of them are different. While Shiryu is killing just for the joy of it, this person has a clear purpose. Although he isn't as strong as Shiryu, he would be harder to deal with if he isn't controlled well. He is a double-edged sword. His talent as a researcher is beyond doubt, and he exceeds the world's standards when it comes to making bombs. But I don't feel any kind of goodwill or loyalty from him. Tsuru tested Susiao. Tsuru-san, what should we do? Hina was closer than most people to Tsuru, so the way she addressed her was closer as well. Let's watch for now. Someone will keep watch on him on that island. That person is always there on that island. Chapter 336. The warship slowly got to shore. Susiao walked out of his cabin followed by Bob. An island came to his sight. This island was covered by trees, and no one seemed to live there. Susiao could see the watchtowers vaguely amongst the tree. He could only see less than a dozen watchtower. But he could tell that they were scattered all over the island. The island seemed ordinary with no one living on it, but once an enemy approaches, they will open fire. And by the word open fire, he meant the cannons hidden in trees all over the place. Jumping into a small boat, Tsuru, Hina, and Susiao moved slowly toward the island. There was no dock for a large warship to stop by, so the only way in is by small boats. Reaching the shore, Susiao jumped down to the ground. It seemed as if no one was around, but he could tell that at least 100 marine was waiting in the forest. Byakuya, I can only send you here, someone will lead you next. Hina will be responsible for your safety, and if you need anything, you can ask her. Tsuru only escorted Susiao to this island in fear for other forces trying to reach out to him on the way. Vice Admiral Tsuru took the boat back directly, making Susiao relieved. Finally, he didn't have to compete with Tsuru in the IQ department. He already had a headache. Let's go. Hina walked forward while Susiao looked around. The marines lurking nearby weren't hostile. As soon as they got into the forest, the air became fresher. No large animals were around since they were probably wiped by the marine. Susiao sensed at least 100 gun aimed at him, while none was aimed at Hina. With Hina's lead, they finally could see a large building made of steel from afar. This was a large laboratory. 2 people were waiting at the entrance. One of them was tall while wearing a yellow suit, yellow sunglasses, and white coat. Written on it was the word justice. The man's face was full of wrinkles, and you could tell he was a lazy person from his expression. Susiao's heart froze as soon as he saw him. It was one of the 3 current admirals, Borsellino, or known as Kizaru, someone who ate the Logia fruit of light, proficient in haki, and wasn't a weak swordsman. Yo, finally you're here. Kizaru spoke slowly, as if he wasn't in a hurry, contrary to his speed, which is the speed of light or almost there. Old man, this guy's temperament seems wrong, not anything like a researcher. Standing next to Kizaru stood a fat white boy named Sentamaru, the captain of the Marine Science Force. Sentamaru, who is proficient in haki, instantly noticed Susiao's wrong temperament. Kizaru took a picture and looked at it before shaking his head. No, this is the researcher we had to pick up. Kizaru's eyes narrowed slightly. He certainly felt something wrong with Susiao. In fact, he wouldn't have come personally if it wasn't for this exact reason being reported. Admiral Borsellino, the target has been escorted. Hina saluted Kizaru. Well, Sengoku told me that this guy is called Byakuya. Before entering the laboratory, I have to make sure it's the right guy. Kizaru looked at Sentamaru, who directly took a video. Den Mushi. Byakuya-san, can you show us the bomb you make? Sentamaru pointed the video Den Mushi towards Susiao, who already prepared for this kind of situation. He directly took out the bomb and starting changing its shape. Kizaru looked at the bomb strange. Can anyone control that bomb? It can be controlled to a certain extent, but it's not that flexible. Susiao threw the bomb toward Kizaru, then told him how to control it. Although the bomb reacted slightly to Kizaru, he was still satisfied with this. Kizaru directly detonated the bomb in his hand. As the fire spread all around them, Kizaru was unscathed. Its power is also satisfying. The den den mushi on Kizaru's person rang. It took Kizaru a while to find it and respond. Moshi moshi. Sengoku is talking. Kizaru took the den den mushi and walked away. Before long, he returned and put the den den mushi away. Byakuya, today, you can adapt to the new environment, and tomorrow you will go meet someone. Susiao shook his head. There is no need for rest. Kizaru raised his eyebrow and looked at Susiao. You're really a hard worker. You can go meet him now. As the group entered the laboratory, Susiao noticed how complicated it was. You can even call it a maze at this point. After a few minutes, Kizaru took them toward a certain block. Sound of metal moving and being hit reverberated all over the hallway. As Susiao entered the block, an experimental platform entered his sight. A 7 meters tall man was lying on top of the platform. His upper body was shirtless, and no flesh could be seen on top of his chest. He was modified. Seeing this, Susiao's eyes lit up. The man on the platform was Bartholomew Kuma, one of the Shichibukai. Beside him was a thin-looking man about 1 meter 80 who seemed busy. Dr. Vegapunk, are you still modifying Kuma? Hearing Borsellino's shouting, Vegapunk seemed unhappy. Don't be noisy. I'll be done right away. Vegapunk dared to talk to an admiral like this because he had his own worth that the world government can't do anything to him. Let alone an admiral. He could even berate Sengoku if his experiments were disturbed. Kizaru looked normal as if this happens all the time. The technology mastered by Vegapunk was 500 years ahead of this world's, so the world government can't go without him. Doctor, I brought him here. Vegapunk, who was modifying Kuma, looked up. The man who made the bomb is here? Where? Vegapunk looked excited. This guy. Kizaru pointed at Susiao. Hello, I'm Vegapunk. Vegapunk stepped forward and looked at Susiao up and down. What kind of technology made the bomb? Is it like a devil fruit? Genetic modification. Susiao was stunned. It seemed that Vegapunk wasn't simple at all. No, it's alchemy. Alchemy is. Susiao gave Vegapunk an initial explanation about alchemy while Vegapunk listened with interest. The others seemed to black out as they didn't understand a word. To say the alchemy is mystic is completely wrong. Alchemy is the exploration of nature and the human body. Vegapunk nodded thoughtfully. The materials you need are all available, they are perfect alternatives, but can these things make the bomb? No problem at all. The material problem is solved by Vegapunk, but the problem now is mana. He needed to find something that can restore mana. There is another problem though, my energy is limited, and it takes a lot of energy to make the bombs. You don't have to worry about that. I invented something because I lacked energy, and it prevented me from continuing my research. Vegapunk picked a test tube and handed it to Susiao. Quality, purple. Type, potion. Effect, restore 100% mana after drinking. Rate, 150. Description, this potion can be consumed continuously without side effects. Susiao was stunned, a high-level world was indeed different. Then it okay. I can produce alchemy bombs now. Susiao can benefit greatly from helping the world government with making the bombs, after all, making bombs raise his proficiency. It shouldn't be hard to actually raise several levels, but what is the upper limit? Susiao specifically asked the Reincarnation Paradise about leveling up before, and because it was a knowledge-based ability, he can upgrade it even if he wasn't in the reincarnation paradise as long as he had paradise coins. After the alchemy bomb reaches level 10, Su Xiao can unlock the alchemy pharmacy, which was something Su Xiao desired most. Chapter 337. Su Xiao's expression didn't change even when looking at Kuma being modified because Hina and the others were in the room, and he shouldn't show emotions. Dr. Vegapunk, Kuma's transformation should be completed in a few days because the fleet commander urged me to return as soon as possible. Kizaru was still an admiral, and he had his duties. He can't always stay here. It will take about a week or so, and you can't leave before that. The PX plan needs your fruit ability to be perfect. Ah, what a headache. Kizaru nodded lazily then looked at Su Xiao. Byakuya, your laboratory is ready, I hope you like it. That's where you will work in the future. Kizaru walked toward the laboratory with Su Xiao while Vegapunk continued his work. Su Xiao's laboratory wasn't that far, just 2 rooms away. Su Xiao entered his workspace and found a few precision machines and a pile of materials on the table and a comfortable chair beside it. Su Xiao directly walked toward his chair and looked at the various materials. Although the names of the materials were different, they had the same properties as those needed for the alchemy bomb. Su Xiao took a few materials and directly started making the bombs. A few seconds later, a bomb appeared in his hand. The alchemy bomb this time was slightly different from before, due to the different materials. The bomb was milky white, and its texture was harder than before. Su Xiao directly looked at the properties of this new bomb. Quality, white. Type, consumable. Effect, consume 1 mana point to activate at any time. The explosion radius is 6 meters and causes 96 damage. The bomb can change shape and stick on most objects. Rate, 8. Description, this item can't leave this world. After checking the bomb's effect, Su Xiao was very satisfied. Although the damage output was lower, it's still excellent for other people. Su Xiao directly threw the bomb toward Kizaru and said. Because the materials are different, the bomb is different in color, but the quality didn't decline. Kizaru looked at the bomb before handing it toward Hina. You can try using your technology to make it, but it's unlikely to succeed. No, we already confirmed that Dr. Vegapunk's technology couldn't make this kind of bomb. Su Xiao raised his brows. It seems like the Marines already tried. We won't disturb Byakuya. Dr. Byakuya. Kizaru's voice came out a little strange, but Su Xiao didn't care. There is something else. Kizaru and Sentomaru stopped in their tracks. I'm hungry. They were stunned. Hina directly reacted. Sorry about that. I forgot about Mr. Byakuya's breakfast. My partner's as well, and he eats a lot, so prepare 5, no, prepare 10 servings. Su Xiao tried the power of food in one piece, and in a secret base of the Marines, the chef should be exceptional. Breakfast will be delivered in 10 minutes, may I ask Mr. Byakuya if you prefer a light breakfast or... Hina became a little secretary. Every researcher had the benefit of having bodyguards and caretakers. Hina was now the caretaker and bodyguard for Su Xiao. Her fruit allowed her to create metal binds trapping her enemy inside and anything that it touches. Her being with him has a different meaning than being his bodyguard. It was to control Su Xiao if he turned hostile at any point. Su Xiao took off his coat and started stretching after Kizaru and Sentomaru left the room. Su Xiao not only needed to make a large number of bombs, but he needed the Marine to reuse him again. The stronger his bombs became, the stronger he will get, and he won't be afraid of the Marines. A large pile of materials was placed in front of him, and as soon as they're used up, someone will come and add more. Su Xiao picked the materials. Soon, white light flickered in his hands as the materials gradually dissolved and changed into an alchemy bomb. Putting the first one aside, Su Xiao repeated the process rapidly. Soon, he already made 26 bombs which were placed beside him, and Su Xiao's mana was already low. Susiao picked up the potion and drunk it. His mana was filled in a few seconds. Mr. Byakuya, your breakfast is ready. Hina arrived and said softly as not to disturb Susiao. Bob, you eat first, I will eat later. Susiao picked the materials again and proceeded to make bombs. The process wasn't hard, and each time he made a bomb, he understood the alchemy bomb further. This was an accumulative process that would provide Susiao with the experience needed to make stronger bombs. Woof! Bob directly barked as he sat in front of the food without eating. Mr. Byakuya, let's eat first, you can return to bomb making later. Susiao laid down the materials in his hand and walked toward the dining room inside the building. Today's food is sea king meat from the secret island. Susiao took a piece and took a bite. The meat was delicate but not greasy. Why aren't you eating? Susiao looked at Hina. I've already eaten. Growl. Hina's stomach responded, which made her very embarrassed. Hina's status was special. She can't have any kind of friendship with Susiao. She didn't even have any relationship with her superiors. It's okay. Susiao ate slowly, but Bob started devouring the food with a smile. 10 minutes later, Bob was on the ground with a swell on his stomach and closed eyes. He was really happy currently. Several Marines started tidying the table as Susiao got up and went to continue making bombs. The materials were decreasing rapidly as more and more potions were consumed by Susiao. 3 hours later, more than 300 alchemy bombs piled up on the table. With the continuous process, Susiao's speed became faster, and from the original 40 seconds, it went down to 31 seconds. With each bomb he made, Susiao's became better. Susiao was immersed in his work with only Bob inside the room. No one else dared to stay in the room. After all, there are more than 300 bombs here, and it could probably kill anyone who didn't have a Logia fruit. If he detonates these bombs, no one but Kizaru will survive. Chapter 338. 5 hours of constant crafting, Susiao made 500 bombs, and if they were detonated, the consequences would be disastrous. The Marines asked if they should transport the bombs many times now, but each time they were rejected by Susiao. He didn't want to be distracted. Susiao heard a strange sound and looked at the source only to find Bob gnaw the cables around the room. The equipment here is worth more than 30 million berry, which would be the most expensive thing Bob bid. Bob, you're not allowed to chew on something that holds electricity. Woof. Bob cheerfully released the cables and proceeded to nibble other equipment without electric current. Even if he ruined any equipment, the Marine would just change it, and he didn't use any of them anyway. The door was pushed open, Kizaru and Hina entered his room. Hina saw the pile of bombs and took a step back, and although she knew they wouldn't explode, she was still afraid. Even Kizaru was preparing himself to turn into a light at any second because he didn't know when Susiao would go crazy and decide to detonate them all. Even armament haki would be useless against all these bombs. Each bomb could deal 96 damage, and with 500 of them, the damage could kill most people with over 40,000 damage, not to mention the heat that will be produced with that kind of explosion. Dozens of Marines entered the room with carts and placed the bombs inside. Susiao could make 500 bombs each day, which means he can make 4,500 bombs a month. It was an ability that the world government and the Marines coveted. The world government didn't know that 3 days later, Susiao will join the fight in an ice lobby. After the Marines pushed the carts away carefully, Susiao just continued making bombs and looking at his proficiency in making them. He benefited greatly from today. Alchemy bomb manufacturing, LV.3, proficiency, 567/50. He didn't know how many levels it can go, but he will continue making them. Mr. Byakuya, your dog. Hina said awkwardly. Many machines were ruined by Bob, and she couldn't reprimand the dog for it. I don't need the equipment, just take them all away. Hina let out a sigh of relief and immediately sent someone to remove the equipment from the room. Bob looked at this and thought, stupid humans, Bobny doesn't just gnaw the equipment. Bob looked at the bench inside the room and directly went toward it. As he bit into it, a clicking sound was heard. Tears came out from his eyes as the bench was just too hard, and it almost cracked his dog teeth. Oh whoa! Blood could be seen flowing out of his mouth as he looked at Susiao with the grievance. Susiao could only chuckle at this. Finally, there is something he couldn't eat. Finding that Susiao ignored him, Bob wasn't happy, and 5 minutes later, he was fighting with the bench. After leaving a few teeth marks on it, Bob walked with his chest high, but tears were threatening to come out as his teeth hurt. The procedure of making bombs continued with Susiao consuming more and more potions that the bottles piled up beside him. Susiao grabbed some materials beside him, but his hand only touched empty air, but they ran out. He already made an additional 1,200 bombs today, which is 1,700 in total. He made them faster than he thought. Susiao now could make a bomb between 27 and 30 seconds, and his best record is 26 seconds currently. He already forgot how much mana he used. Now his physic already integrated with him completely. Susiao tried to mobilize his mana, and it directly surged without any resistance. Hina and a few marines opened the door to Susiao's laboratory. There is a lot. Hina was wearing a black suit and a white shirt. Her hands were covered with black gloves. The black suit highlighted her white cheeks and long pink hair. A total of 1,700 bombs, and I can make another 300 if there are proper materials. Hina hesitated for a bit. Otherwise, you will continue tomorrow. No, I can do it today. You don't need to treat me as a weak scientist. Susiao looked at Hina, which directly made her uncomfortable. Okay, I will send the materials. More than a dozen marines took the bombs and returned with a large number of materials. Susiao started making them. After more than 2 hours, Susiao made another 300 bombs. He made a total of 2,000 bombs in a day. After Hina sent someone to take away the bombs, Susiao leaned on his seat and wanted to sleep. Mr. Byakuya, you go and rest. Hina was about to turn and leave. Didn't you forget something? Susiao's voice wasn't high, but this made Hina embarrassed. That. The swords are ready. And. They're on their way. Please rest assured that we will not let you down, and the sword will come tomorrow morning. Susiao didn't say anything. With the current situation, the marines weren't as stupid as reneging on their deal. Susiao stood up and walked into his bedroom and closed it. He was ready to start the upgrade. After looking at the skill which currently had 2073 proficiency, Susiao directly made his choice to start the upgrade. Alchemy bomb manufacturing reached level 4. Alchemy bomb manufacturing reached level 5. Alchemy bomb manufacturing reached level 6. Alchemy bomb manufacturing reached level 20. Alchemy bomb manufacturing has reached the max level. You can unlock medical alchemy only in Reincarnation Paradise. High-level alchemy bomb manufacturing unlocked. Top-grade alchemy bomb manufacturing unlocked. Sun God Wrath manufacturing unlocked. Seeing the last formula unlocking, Susiao about to fly from happiness. He already saw what it could do. The effect is half a kilometer in radius, and it almost made a miniature sun after exploding. That's the reason it was named Sun God Wrath. It's as if Apollo, the sun god, releasing his wrath. But Susiao doubted that it was efficient, because the bomb treats everyone equally, so he wouldn't leave alive if he activated it in the explosion range. But it seems like the top-grade bomb was one of the components of the Sun God Wrath. Perhaps the top-grade bomb was practical? Even though Susiao reached the max level for bomb manufacturing, he wasn't just going to stop making bombs for the world government. The world government is filthy rich, and they can provide Susiao all the necessities for making bombs. So he wasn't going to refuse to make more. Chapter 339. Alchemy bomb manufacturing reached max level. The hunter can choose a reward from the following list. 1. Time reduction, reduce making time and material for the alchemy bomb. 2. Range increase, increase the range of the alchemy bomb's explosion. 3. Power increase, the power of the alchemy bomb's explosion. 4. Precise control, control the alchemy bomb with high precision. 4 options, he had to choose one of them. Just seeing the last option, Su Xiao decisively gave up the other 3 ones. Although increasing the power and range is good, but precision is almost the best option for him, as he relies on swordsmanship. Adding precise control over the bomb would make him gain an edge in battles. After choosing the last option, a loud of knowledge filled his head. The alchemy bomb manufacturing made his bomb-making ability soar. First, the high-grade alchemy bomb had an intermediate range and high damage output. Second, the top-grade alchemy bomb, making it consumes 80 MP, needs coal gunpowder, top-grade magic circuit, secret gold, scorching ashes, superconductive fuel, and Balayat fragment ore. Su Xiao frowned deeply. He didn't see any of these materials before and suspected that the world government wouldn't be able to provide them. However, the One Piece is a high-level world, the possibility of these materials being here is high. Su Xiao directly decided to ask for these materials and stop making intermediate alchemy bombs, as he was curious about its effect. Finally, Su Xiao looked at Sunwrath and was extremely surprised. Sunwrath, consume 500 MP for each one, needs a solar crystal, scorching secret gold, and a soul crystal, small. Su Xiao was speechless. It needs a soul crystal. That crystal was too expensive and hard to find. Su Xiao's eyelids got heavier as he laid on the bed before drifting to sleep. The next morning, someone knocked on Su Xiao's door. Su Xiao got up sleepily and opened the door to find Hina outside. Hina was stunned before turning her head away and said, "Mr. Byakuya, please wear some clothes." Su Xiao closed the door again and put some clothes. Looking at the bed, he saw Bob still sleeping and directly said, "Bob, get out of bed." "Woo." Bob replied with sleepy eyes. "Hey, stop sleeping." "Woo." After another reply, Bob drifted back to sleep. "I will eat everything." Bob's head directly rose, his eyes wide open, and he seemed full of energy. He sniffed a little, finding that there was no food, he laid back on the bed. Woof. Bob didn't want to get out of bed, he played all night long and returned very late and wanted to sleep more. Bob was forced out of bed. Su Xiao directly made his way to the laboratory, but didn't start making bombs. Hina saw this and asked, "You're not?" Hina didn't want to seem like she was forcing him and was embarrassed to ask. "This type of bomb isn't good, tell Kizaru I need to seed him." Hina had a headache. Su Xiao was very important, currently, she couldn't threaten him or oppose him. After 10 minutes, Kizaru arrived with a face full of sleep. "Dr. Byakuya, you need me." Kizaru was slightly uncomfortable. Last night he barely rested, and now he was forced to wake up early. "I don't want to make this type of bomb." Su Xiao directly made Kizaru wake up. What he heard wasn't good for them. Last night, Su Xiao made 2,000 bombs for them, and the Marines transported them to the headquarters. After various experiments, it could be said that the world government was in love with these bombs and demanded them in quantities. This made Sengoku work overtime due to paperwork, and it gave him a huge headache. Kizaru's headache was just starting. Su Xiao was an important researcher, and he couldn't do anything to get on his bad side. "The swords that Dr. Byakuya wants are on the road." "No, the bombs I made yesterday were too low grade. After making 2,000 of them, I was enlightened, and now I can make far stronger bombs." Hearing Su Xiao's words, Kizaru was stunned. "You need new materials." "Right, some more rare materials. Su Xiao made a list of the materials needed for the top-grade bomb and Sun Wrath. He wasn't afraid that these people would know the materials, because without the alchemy skill. Making an alchemy bomb without the alchemy skill is just fantasy. Kizaru visited Vegapunk quickly after getting the material list and returned after a long time. The material for the first bomb can be delivered in 2 hours. The materials of the second bomb will be delivered in 5 hours, but we aren't completely sure we can get all of them. Su Xiao didn't say anything as he waited while making intermediate bombs. After 2 hours, the materials for the top-grade alchemy bomb were delivered by the marine. The materials weren't exactly the same, but they had the same property of what he needed. Su Xiao touched the materials, and a white light flashed. The materials started decomposing and disappearing. Although it seemed strange, Kizaru and the others weren't surprised. This was the effect of the reincarnation paradise. The system protects the identity of the contractors by making each and every skill they had normal in the other worlds. Making a top-grade bomb took about 5 minutes. A bomb with the size of a cigarette case appeared in Su Xiao's hand. Seeing the size, Su Xiao was in doubt as he directly looked at the properties of the bomb. Top-grade alchemy bomb. Quality, green. Type, consumable. Effect, consume 1 MP to activate, activation range is 1 km, the explosion causes 270 damage in a 10 meters radius. The shape of the bomb can be changed at will, and it can be recolored. Rate, 30. Description, this item can't leave the current world. The range and power increased by 3 times. Su Xiao tried changing the shape of the bomb, which directly reacted to his will. Su Xiao directly changed it to a snake-like shape and then tried changing its color, which was changed directly to silver gray, then to white. Su Xiao put the bomb onto the bench slowly while Kizaru and Hina just stared. How powerful is that thing? Kizaru picked the white snake up with shining eyes while Hina took her den mushi and went out of the room in a hurry. It's 3 times stronger than the previous bomb, and it can be separated. Separated? Kizaru was puzzled. Su Xiao mentally commanded the snake, and it directly separated into 2. Although I can be separated, once one part detonates, the others will detonate as well. Su Xiao was very satisfied. The top-grade bomb was just that good. This bomb was so much more flexible than the previous one. Seeing the bomb now, Su Xiao directly thought of someone in Naruto's world. Deidara, that guy uses clay to make bombs, and his bombs can take different shapes. How much can you make of these bombs? Su Xiao hesitated a little. Each bomb takes 5 minutes, and he can get to 3 minutes after some practice, which means he can make 200 bombs at most. About 200 bomb a day. Kizaru didn't say anything. He just sends the rest of the materials into the room. Su Xiao may just surpass Vegapunk in manufacturing bombs. Su Xiao was startled by Kizaru's reaction. They had yet to see the Sun Wrath. What would happen if they saw it? The chip in his hand was getting bigger. If he was to take the Pluton blueprint out, he could request almost everything from the world government. Su Xiao thought of a funny idea. What if he gave the blueprint to Kizaru or someone from the marine, and the contractors had to actually fight Kizaru for it? How will they respond? Kizaru, along with 40,000 soldier and Kuma were here. What will they do against all of these? Chapter 340. With a flash of light, a top-grade alchemy bomb appeared in Su Xiao's hand. More than 10 alchemy bombs were placed on the bench beside Su Xiao. Vegapunk visited a few hours before and examined the top-grade bomb. He was extremely happy and excited and then left. It seems like he got some new ideas. Su Xiao sat on his seat and made bombs. He slowed the process because he won't get any experience from it. He wasn't a slave to the world government, after all. Su Xiao started pondering about the use of the top-grade alchemy bomb. It was a flexible bomb that can take any shape he wanted and any color as well. On top of that, he can even divide it. It wasn't easy to detect, and the damage was actually pretty good as well. Su Xiao could deploy the bomb with many strategies, but he couldn't think much right now. Roha had no idea whether the bomb would cost him a lot of paradise coins or not when he returns to the reincarnation paradise. Knock. Hina knocked on the door before she entered and held a wooden crate. Did you get the materials? Su Xiao looked at Hina in anticipation. He was really eager to see the Sun Wrath's properties. The materials we got could only make 3 bombs. Hina placed the wooden crate on the bend, and 3 of each item inside it. One was the solar crystal substitute, one was the scorching secret gold substitute, and finally, a soul crystal, small. Seeing the 3 soul crystals, small, Su Xiao's eyes glowed. How did the Marine get their hands on the soul crystal? Where did you get this? Su Xiao held a soul crystal, small, and asked. I don't know. They came directly from Mary Giose. Mary Giose. Su Xiao stopped talking. Mary Giose was the celestial dragon's home. They were just that wealthy. If he could get his hand on their wealth, he would be the wealthiest in the current levels in reincarnation paradise. But the celestial dragons would always move with bodyguards. Holding the substitute for the materials, Su Xiao's interest was piqued. Of the other 2 materials, Su Xiao was interested in the solar crystal substitute. It seemed like a piece of meteorite. Feeling the warmth from the black rock, Su Xiao directly looked at Hina and said. Hina, go get Kizaru. Hina looked at him with doubt before saying. The Admiral is currently assisting Dr. Vegapunk, perhaps. Both of you said that you would save me when I'm in danger, and currently, I'm. The Sun Wrath's explosion had a range of half of kilometer. If he makes a mistake, not even his ashes would be spared. Hina hesitated a little before she went to get Kizaru. In a while, Hina came back with Kizaru along with Vegapunk. As Su Xiao explained the Sun Wrath to them, Vegapunk asked. Is it really as powerful as the sun? Vegapunk looked excitedly as Su Xiao. Yes, I asked Mr. Kizaru here, so if I make a mistake, he can help me escape the range of the explosion. Everyone looked at Kizaru, who narrowed his eyes and asked. If you make a mistake, how much time do we have before the explosion? Between 0.8 and 1 second. Kizaru directly said. We can't make it here. The world government invested over 5 billion berry in this place. If the experiment failed here, their loss would be too big to compensate. We need to be in a place with controlled temperature. Even a tiny change in temperature can cause the bomb to explode. Kizaru didn't know any place like that. We can use the sanctuary, the environment there is good, Vegapunk said. The refuge shelter. Kizaru directly made the decision. They went toward the shelter underground. Even if it was blown up, nothing would be lost. As they reached the shelter, Kizaru said. Dr. Vegapunk, if anything happens. I appreciate the concern, but if something wrong happened, you can take Mr. Byakuya and me and run. Kizaru sighed and looked at Hina. The latter directly turned around and started running. She wasn't interested in the bomb-making process. Her life was much more important. Su Xiao placed the materials on the table and said. I'm starting now. Su Xiao started moving his finger between the 3 materials. The materials were decomposing with each touch with a caca sound. The metal got really red as if it was about to explode, which made Kizaru's pupil shrink as he held Su Xiao and Vegapunk's arms preparing to run. Don't be so anxious. This is normal. If there is anything, I will shout immediately. Su Xiao put down the metal, and Kizaru relaxed. Really so fearful? Without paying attention to Kizaru, Su Xiao continued making the bomb. When the solar crystal was at its strongest, Su Xiao added his mana to the materials as they turned even redder, and the temperature rose. After the materials merged, Su Xiao started making the Sun Wrath. White light flashed in his hand, and suddenly a heat wave hit the three people present. In Su Xiao's hand, a fireball, like a small sun, appeared. It flashed constantly. Suddenly the soul crystal, small, played its role by stabilizing the other materials. Otherwise, the bomb would immediately explode. Chapter 341. The fireball in Su Xiao's hands floated and inflated from time to time before changing to a little orb. After it was compressed, it started throbbing, and that made Kizaru fearful. The throbbing spread all over the orb, and Su Xiao's expression changed. He made a mistake. The shape of the bomb started changing, not fast, but it was happening. Su Xiao's brows knit together as he was pouring mana like water. This isn't good. A vein appeared in Su Xiao's forehead. If it weren't for the shadow spirit constitution to aid him in controlling mana, he probably would have failed to suppress the changes in the fireball. What's wrong? Did you make a mistake? Yes, I did. Do we need to run? Before no, but now, we need to run now. Kizaru directly held Su Xiao and Vegapunk's arms and directly charged out of the shelter in a yellow flash. Because he was too fast, Su Xiao couldn't see anything but darkness. When he could see again, a dazzling light appeared from behind them. The fireball expanded into a raging sun, about 300 meters in diameters, completely decimating a large portion of the ground. The shock wave finally hit them, making Su Xiao lift his arm in front of his face to block the wind. They were looking at a sun in all of its glory. After the explosion receded, they saw a 300 meters wide and 200 meters deep crater. Kizaru's face was full of cold sweat. Fortunately, he used his full speed previously. This power. Vegapunk was smiling as if he just saw a treasure. Fortunately, the range was just 1/3 of the actual range. Su Xiao wiped the dust from his face as he noted. We need to change our location and continue with the bomb. Ha! Kizaru looked at Su Xiao in surprise. What's wrong, Great Admiral Borsellino? No. Kizaru immediately declined. He could not let Su Xiao come close to the marine base if this bomb was thrown in the base, the consequences that would cause. He couldn't even imagine. Su Xiao was eager to see Sun Wrath, and if he made another 2 mistakes, he wouldn't be able to see it in the foreseeable future. We can go to the spare shelter, that place would also meet the requirement. Kizaru was speechless, hearing Vegapunk's suggestion. If that shelter is blown as well, Sengoku will fly in rage from the money loss. Good idea, I'm currently in my best condition. Vegapunk led the way, and quickly, Su Xiao reached the shelter quickly with the others. This shelter was smaller, but it met the required environment. Su Xiao pulled out the materials for the bomb and started the process again. Kizaru was on his toes. He still remembered the previous explosion. The dazzling fireball appeared once again in Su Xiao's hand. He was more proficient than before. When the fireball started inflating and deflating as if breathing, Kizaru was on high alert as if he was facing one of the Yonko. Kizaru would still be safe because he had a Logia fruit, but if something happens to Vegapunk and Su Xiao, his life would be forfeited. After half an hour of nerve-wracking, Su Xiao sighed in relief. Success. A blazing apple-sized sphere rested on Su Xiao's palm. The bomb seemed hot and could melt iron, but it felt only warm in his hand. Is this the Sun Wrath? Vegapunk was almost surprised by the size of the bomb. He didn't think it would be so small. Right, this is the Sun Wrath. Su Xiao started tossing the bomb in the air and catching it. Kizaru almost flew towards Su Xiao to make him stop playing. Dr. Byakuya, please put the bomb down, this is too dangerous. Doesn't matter, Sun Wrath is only unstable in the making process. As soon as it's made, it is very stable and won't explode unless you activate it. Su Xiao pinched the Sun Wrath, and it felt really soft. Hey, calm down. Byakuya, please calm down. Kizaru and Vegapunk retreated back as they looked at Susiao as if he was crazy. Susiao didn't even bother with them. The Sun Wrath was really stable. After inspecting it, Roha looked at its properties. Sun Wrath. Quality, purple. Type, consumables. Effect, consuming 1 MP for activation, explosion range is 2 km, and the range can increase to 4 km if the option of the increased range is chosen. The damage caused by the explosion is 6,000 in half a kilometer radius, and 2,000 burn damage over time. Note, activating Sun Wrath takes 30 seconds. Rate, 143. Description, the dignity of the sun god Apollo can't be trampled. The power was great, but unfortunately, the detonation time is too long, and it isn't suited for fights. If someone was fast enough, he could get away from the explosion range in 30 seconds. The 30 seconds is what makes the Sun Wrath so stable. Susiao threw the bomb to Kizaru and walked toward the shelter's exit. Byakuya, we need to discuss some things later. Vegapunk said as he looked at Roha, who nodded in acceptance. Kizaru, who held the bomb, had a dark expression. The power of 1/3 of this bomb was already so terrifying, and now it was complete, he couldn't imagine how much more powerful it was. Kizaru brought Sun Wrath with him, he needed to let the world government know about this as soon as possible, but he needs to inform Sengoku first. Although Sun Wrath was astonishingly powerful, Susiao didn't plan on making many of them. He will most likely only make 2. He mostly needs them for a large target like a fort or when he knows that he can be out of the explosion range. Not to mention the cost of making the Sun Wrath. Soul crystals were not a common commodity in the Reincarnation paradise, and it costs at least tens of thousands of paradise coins. Susiao may be willing to use paradise coins to empower himself, but to use almost everything he had to make a bomb wasn't worth it. He preferred the top-grade alchemy bomb. Although it was less powerful, it can be detonated instantaneously, and it doesn't cost as much. The top-grade bomb was very practical. As long as it can kill his enemy, it was enough. Even if Sun Wrath can cause 100,000 damage, what good was it if it can't hit the target and he can't just use it by making someone eat it? It would be like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Sun Wrath had its advantages, mostly in wars. It is simply a devil in wars. After a while, Susiao was lazily sleepily on his chair while Kizaru was holding Sun Wrath and moving fast away from the island. At this time, a sword rested beside Susiao's body. This sword was one of the 50 Ryo Wazamano that reached the base this morning. Susiao inspected the sword, and although he was authorized by the Marine to do anything with it, he would just turn it into nutrition for Dragon Flash before he leaves. Chapter 342. After falling asleep, Susiao woke up after 3 hours after sensing someone entering his laboratory. Looking up, he saw Kizaru, who left the island and returned quickly. That bomb was tested. We will start collecting the materials, and a special laboratory will be made for you to make that bomb. Kizaru's meaning was obvious. He just gave permission to Susiao to discard making the top-grade bombs and focus on making the Sun Wrath. The Fleet Admiral Sengoku knows that you like to collect famous blades, he sent you these 2 to add to your collection. Kizaru placed 2 swords on the table as a show of sincerity from the Marine. Susiao complied. They were gifting swords, why would he decline? Furthermore, he won't be making that many Sun Wrath for the Marine, after all, he only had 2 days and a half in this world. In other words, I can rest the next few days? I can go wherever I want. Susiao sat beside the bombs on the bench and said to Kizaru. You can say that, but... Kizaru was interrupted by Susiao. I swallowed poison from the CP department. The Marine should already know about this, which means I won't run away because I don't want to die. Kizaru didn't say anything. The Marine won't give Susiao the antidote, but they will give him medicine that suppresses the poison so he won't die. Susiao obviously didn't swallow the poison, but the Marines didn't need to know about that. I help you make the bombs and collect some swords. And furthermore, the swords I collect aren't mine, right? I'm making bombs for the world government practically for free with poison in my body that, if spread, would kill me momentarily. Susiao lit his cigarette, while Kizaru looked at the alchemy bombs in the laboratory, and the explosives spread around that could explode at any second should Susiao wish it. Susiao smoked slowly before he said, I don't care about these things, I actually went with the world government because I like making a bomb. I'm the only one in the world that can make them as all of my family were killed. I don't want my bombs to die with me. I wandered the seas for years after killing the king. You guys are suspecting me to have a hidden motive, but, in the end, I'm more valuable than the disposable experiments that the world government has. Susiao said confidently. Mr. Kizaru, can I ask you something? Go ahead. Kizaru sat in front of Susiao and said. Have I done anything against the world government? Kizaru shook his head and said, no, you killed a king, but there was no concrete evidence. I did kill that king, the Marine can arrest me whenever they want. Kizaru's brows wrinkled. Dr. Byakuya, you killed a king under the world government, and I can arrest you. Susiao extended both his hands and said, okay, here, you can arrest me. Kizaru's brows wrinkled even further. Even with evidence, I can't arrest you, Dr. Byakuya. You are currently helping the world government making weapons, and you need to be free to do so. Right. Kizaru turned around to leave, but Susiao said a few words. Shabandai Shot is a good place for sightseeing, isn't it? His meaning was obvious, but he didn't say anything. Susiao just waited in the laboratory. He looked at the 3 words he had and checked their properties, and was surprised. Their rate was between 100 and 130. Susiao felt filthy rich right now, and he wondered how much more does the world government has. Although Susiao could now visit other islands, the Marine would certainly send someone with him, and the most likely choice would be Hina. The decisive battle would start in an ice lobby, where contractors would rush there with the straw hats. Even though Robin's arrest was faster than the original plot and the straw hats didn't know that Robin was helping them, the contractors knew this. When Susiao was deep in thoughts, Vegapunk suddenly entered the laboratory. Vegapunk sat in front of Susiao. Byakuya, did the Marine force you to join them? Susiao stared at Vegapunk. No, I come here voluntarily. Vegapunk scratched his head as he didn't believe him. According to your situation, you are forced. I'm not, are you? A friend of mine and I were studying human genes together, but our laboratory was attacked and occupied by the Marine. My friend ran away while I stayed behind. My friend just ran away, lone, and left me there. It explained why Kizaru and Sentomaru were on the island. They were monitoring Vegapunk. Do you want to escape? I don't think so. Vegapunk lowered his head. I have a suggestion, the sun wrath you make, I want to transplant one on Kuma's body as an emergency measure. Susiao raised his brows at this. Not to mention the Marines, would Kuma agree? He will. His goal isn't simple. It seems like he is preparing for a big plan, and he didn't hesitate to sacrifice himself. After long consideration, Susiao nodded. He didn't have anything to lose. Okay, I can provide the sun wrath. Good, we start now, but do we need to go to the shelter? No, I already understood the characteristics of the sun wrath, and even if I make a mistake again, the most that can happen is wasting the materials. Susiao started walking directly, and Vegapunk followed as he understood what Susiao meant. As they entered Vegapunk's laboratory, they saw Kuma sitting on a bench. Kuma, this is Byakuya, my colleague. Kuma nodded while Susiao was wondering how did Kuma reached 7 meters, even if he ate a magical food, a normal human wouldn't reach that height. On. We should start. After 3 hours, Vegapunk successfully transplanted Sunrath into Kuma's body. At the same time, the latter didn't say anything from the start to the end. After the surgery, Kuma put a hand on his chest. "What is this?" Kuma opened his mouth finally with a steady voice. He asked. "A powerful bomb." Susiao somewhat admired Kuma. He was prepared to sacrifice himself for his ideal. "What is the range?" "Half a kilometer. If the bomb detonates, everything in half a kilometer would turn to ashes." Kuma's eyes shrunk slightly before returning to normal. Susiao looked at the faraway Vegapunk, then said to Kuma in a low voice. "The bomb you have is unstable. As soon as it explodes, the heat will be too great to take it out, so take it out before that happen and squeeze it between your fingers at full power. Otherwise, it will turn you to ash before you can react." Kuma's expression changed slightly before he said. "Thank you, Dr. Byakuya, this is a gift for your advice." Kuma gave Susiao an item. After looking at it, Susiao accepted it and returned to his laboratory. The Marine didn't have any reaction to Kuma getting Sunrath transplanted in his body. After helping Vegapunk, Susiao didn't have anything to do other than sitting in his laboratory. The time moved quickly, and the time for the battle approached. Susiao brought Bob and went to see Hina and said, "I must go see an old friend named Zero in the CP0. Hina trembled without saying any word. Chapter 343. Susiao stated and directly stepped toward the door. Although Hina was Susiao's little secretary, she has no decision-making authority. She could only protect and prevent Susiao from escaping. Leaving the island wasn't something that Hina herself could decide, so she could only ask Susiao to wait a bit. "Mr. Byakuya, can you wait for a bit? I will contact the ship first." Rather than contacting the ship, Hina was contacting the Marine headquarters. "Then, do it as soon as possible." Susiao stood at the door as if he didn't plan to return to the laboratory. Hina took out her Den Den Mushi while still vigilantly looking at Hina. As soon as she dialed, an old man's voice came out of the Den Den Mushi. "This is Sengoku." Hina was able to contact Sengoku directly, which her position in the Marines didn't allow it at all. "Mr. Fleet Admiral, this is the current situation." Hina reported to Sengoku, and the latter hesitated after hearing Roha's demand. If it was a normal day, Sengoku wouldn't refuse at all since Eni's lobby is part of the world government, and Susiao was part of the CP department. But the situation is a bit different now. Nico, Robin and Frankie were captured, and the situation in Eni's lobby is chaotic. Sengoku tried to send troops to aid Eni's lobby in the next few days, but he was rejected by the CP department. Although the Marines and the CP often cooperate, when it is related to the territory under the CP, the Marines can't do anything. Unless Eni's lobby was invaded, the CP wouldn't allow Marines to land there in large numbers. A small group is a limit they can tolerate. The Marine is the military of the world government, and the CP is the latter's intelligence department. Although the two belong to the same leader, they still had their differences. "No, not Eni's lobby. If you want to relax, you can go to East Blue or Shibondei Archipelago." Sengoku's response made Hina a little bit embarrassed. She didn't dare to retort or say anything else to the fleet admiral. "Give me the Den Den Mushi." Susiao knew that Hina didn't have much power and wanted to talk to Sengoku directly. Hina didn't know what to do. She was stuck between the hammer and anvil. She couldn't offend any of the two. "Mr. Sengoku, Dr. Byakuya, want to talk to you. Give him the Den Den Mushi." Susiao held the Den Den Mushi, and without greeting him or being polite, he directly stated. "Sengoku, I didn't say anything when you wanted the bombs, but what is this about restricting my freedom? Are the world government's words hold no power? Is it just some farts?" Susiao wasn't polite at all, as he didn't want to be seen as weak by the Marine, or else they won't make it easy for him. He needed to show his fangs. "Boy, do you know who you're talking to?" Sengoku said angrily. Mr. Sengoku, can I ask you a question? Susiao's tone softened a little. Say it. How did I change from being a member of the CP0 to being a member of the Marines? I can say that Spondam talked to me, and Zero, who recruited me, never appeared before me from start to end. Zero never showed up after recruiting Susiao. He didn't even make a call or spoke with him. Let me talk to Zero. Sengoku never spoke. Or, is this Zero doesn't exist in the first place? Or is he not even a member of the CP at all, but instead a member of the Marine? Sengoku remained silent. Everyone in the Marine is really so hard-working, although I don't know who is the leader of the CP department, he should be really angry now. At this time, Sengoku sighed. Sure enough. As Tsuru said, you're really a tough guy. What is your purpose going there? Is it the ancient weapon? Or are you joining the CP? Are you joking, Mr. Sengoku? Who wants to join these spies? As for the ancient weapon, I have no interest in world conquest or rules for that matter, or else would I form an underworld force or a group of pirates with my ability to make bombs. Sengoku nodded at his end of the phone as he could tell that Susiao was telling the truth. Then what is your purpose for going there? Can't I go see a girl? You should already know about Khalifa. Sengoku was dumbfounded. What? Looking for a girl? Yes, you can investigate my relationship with Khalifa if you want. I did everything except for sleeping in the same bed. Although Sengoku was dense, he understood everything when he heard about sleeping in the same bed. Sengoku smiled wryly. It turned out the guy was looking for a woman. Even though Sengoku's IQ was by no means low, he couldn't guess the real reason at all. Sengoku won't be able to know about the contractors at all. After all, normal people would always be after woman, money, or power in one piece. While for the contractors' goal is completing their missions, survive, and get stronger. After all, Susiao never heard about contractors betraying the reincarnation paradise and cooperate with the characters from other worlds. You already have such a beautiful secretary beside you, and you're looking for another woman. Susiao was speechless. She isn't my type. Enough joking, take Hina with you. She can make sure you're safe. I don't have a problem with that. Sengoku hung up directly. At the moment, he wasn't smiling. Instead, his expression was serious. From the side, a chewing sound echoed from time to time. Sengoku, what is the purpose of that little guy? Garp asked while chewing on his rice crackers, while Aokiji sat on the sofa. Nico Robin, the ancient weapon, or just going to an ice lobby? Sengoku tapped the table with a serious look on his face. Will you let him go? Why not? Sengoku snorted as he didn't doubt his ability to determine the truth from Susiao's words. Garp directly knew that his friend had a plan. An ice lobby isn't our responsibility. If he wanted to make a big fuss over there, let him do. As long as he doesn't die, it doesn't matter. The CP agents are probably stretching their claws trying to snatch him away, but in the end, Zero's identity won't be exposed. Vegapunk is already recruited by Zero, and now with Byakuya's addition, the guy behind the CP would reach his limit. We'll let Zero withdraw, and Aokiji will deal with this. The drowsy Aokiji took off his blindfold as he heard his name. I'm going. Okay, what happened? Sengoku nodded and thought of something. Garp, it's difficult for Zero to retreat. I promised him to leave the CP alive, now it's time to fulfill that promise. Garp didn't say anything, he just poured all the rice cracker in his mouth and chewed. Can it be a head-on confrontation? If it's you, then yes. Garp nodded and left. Sengoku's eyes flashed suddenly. Nico Robin may escape. Huh. Aokiji was slightly surprised. A group of pirates is heading toward an ice lobby. It seems like this little group of pirates is causing Sengoku quite the headache. They're not strong. They're not, but the captain we sent won't be able to catch them, and the others aren't reliable. Aokiji gave a bright smile while Sengoku sighed. The debt of favor was indeed the hardest to pay. The captain of this pirates group is Garp's grandson. Hearing this, Aokiji wasn't surprised, as he already knew about this. And the guy responsible for receiving Nico Robin is an old captain under Garp. Aokiji stopped talking, and cold sweat poured down his back. He was once Garp's subordinate, and everything about Haki was taught to him by Garp. Garp even brought him to missions and paved the Admiral Road for him. When the world government opposed him becoming an admiral, it was Garp that stood up to him. Without Garp, there wouldn't be the current Aokiji. Aokiji couldn't kill his teacher's only grandson, and it wasn't the justice he believed in. Chapter 344. Under the clear blue sky, a small boat sailed across the wide sea at a high speed compared to a speedboat. Hina seemed surprised by the speed of the boat, and it was obvious that this was her first time getting into such a fast boat. With the current speed, 10 minutes were enough to reach an ice lobby. This ship was borrowed by Susiao from Vegapunk. It was similar to a speedboat from the real world. Susiao was driving, and Bob sat beside him wearing sunglasses enjoying the breeze. Susiao took an eternal pose to confirm the direction before accelerating even more. The speedboat left a white trail behind it as it cut through the water like a rocket. Looking at the dog and the beautiful girl, it seemed like Susiao was out on vacation instead of going to a decisive battle. It didn't take long to reach an ice lobby. The people there already knew about Susiao coming, so they didn't stop him. The speedboat rushed toward the port at high speed. Not far away, Mad Milk was covered by bandages while sitting down, and the other man used a binocular to observe the situation in an ice lobby and to keep a lookout of other contractors. "Boss, someone is there, he's rushing with a speedboat." "Huh?" The female contractor on the side didn't believe him, but to stay with Mad Milk, she had to stay silent or leave. The girl was 17 or 18 years old wearing a white dress. Driving a speedboat? Here. In this world? Did he bring it along with him? I didn't see such a speedboat before, and it has the logo of the world government on it. Hearing this, Mad Milk directly opened his eyes and asked, "Who is on the boat?" The man zoomed in to take a look before he said, "One man, one woman, and one dog." "What?" Mad Milk was taken aback. He knew that some contractors would tame lions, tigers, and even monsters, but a dog? No, it's not a normal dog, it should be a cross between a dog and a wolf. Mad Milk frowned. Interbreeding between a wolf and a dog, isn't that a husky? "Boss, something is strange, the woman on the boat is Hina from the marine." Mad Milk became even more vigilant as he took the binocular to observe the situation himself. "It seems like he is a contractor, Fuyuki, Winter Snow, go inspect that person's properties." After Mad Milk spoke, Fuyuki smiled purely. 600 paradise coins, please." "That's too much." The other man exclaimed in shock. "Mana is worth money." Fuyuki smiled innocently. The other man, who seemed like a technical nerd, turned into a fish as he opened and closed his mouth without finding any word for a comeback. "Pay." Yuki still had a pure smile on her face. "You? Why, you still want to find with me? Or will you pay directly?" Yuki raised her little fist, which made the technical nerd's neck shrink back. He already saw what this violent woman could do. "I'm sorry, you're scary." The technical nerd directly squatted in a corner and felt depressed. "Pay." Yuki stretched her hand again, making Mad Milk have a headache. "Your greed for money needs to be corrected, your sister." "Don't ever mention my sister." Yuki's eyes flashed with killing intent. Her name in Reincarnation Paradise wasn't always Fuyuki, Winter Snow. Her previous name was Fuyuchi, Winter blood. I really don't understand your way of thinking. Forget it, give her 600 paradise coins. The technical nerd felt bitter inside. Why me? Don't worry. I will give it back to you later. You know that I currently don't have even 100 paradise coins. Mad Milk may be strong, but he needed to spend a lot to support himself. I understand, you're the boss anyway. The technical nerd directly initiated the trade with Yuki, which directly made Yuki's attitude return back to normal. Then, I will start my work. Yuki's eyes turned ice blue for a second as she stared in Susiao's direction. Susiao suddenly stopped as he felt someone trying to inspect him, but he couldn't determine their direction. Seeing Susiao stop, Hina also stopped and asked, "What's the matter?" "It's okay." Susiao continued to rush toward the Tower of Justice, which was the highest point in an ice lobby. Yuki's eyes returned to normal before she sighed in relief. "I was discovered." "No way." "I'm sure, but he didn't pinpoint our location." Suddenly a blue screen appeared above Yuki's palm with Susiao's information on it. "I could only pray this from him. His intelligence is quite high." Mad Milk didn't say anything as he checked Susiao's attributes. A balanced agility, strength, and intelligence build? His stamina/vitality isn't low, but it isn't high either. He shouldn't be resistant to injuries. He seems like a lone ranger, and it's possible that he was the one who injured the cowboy in Water 7. Is he a melee? Impossible, the vitality of a melee fighter should be high. Mad Milk seemed calm, but he was really eager to fight. How long till the battle starts? Less than an hour. As soon as it begins, the location of Pluton's blueprint will be made public. When they were talking, something else happened, something noisy. The Straw Hats are here, along with 12 contractors. It won't take long for them to reach the Tower of Justice. The technical nerd looked at Mad Milk and asked, "Boss, what shall we do? Do we participate in the battle with the Straw Hats? Do you still need to ask?" "Of course, we need to go. There are many contractors on an ice lobby. We should clear the contractors on the third island, during which, the revolver guy, cowboy, and the Lone Ranger deal with the others. For the time being, we won't clash with them." Mad Milk removed the scythe from his back. "Did you locate these contractors?" "I did." Yuki didn't charge him this time, which made him happy. "Then, we should start cleaning the field, but pay attention to any sneak attack." Mad Milk and the cowboy were in a tacit understanding. They won't interfere with the fight between the CP9 and the Straw Hats. But he didn't know about that Lone Ranger. Chapter 345. Susiao ignored the shouts from behind him. He knew that the Straw Hats arrived and were going straight toward the Tower of Justice, which was the headquarters of the CP9. Susiao looked at the special bullets he had in his inventory along with the Spider Queen and smiled. Vegapunk was a genius. To only take a day to make special bullets for Spider Queen, his reputation is well deserved. This wasn't for free, as Susiao made a dozen or so bombs for him. These alchemy bombs were made using Vegapunk's own materials, and they belonged to him as well. Susiao moved faster and faster as he reached the drawbridge moving toward the Island of Justice. Hina followed behind Susiao suspiciously. She could tell that something was wrong because just as Susiao reached the island, a group of pirates arrived. "Mr. Byakuya, we will take refuge on this island. For the time being, we can't move forward anymore." Hina stopped in her place as if she was asking for his permission, but she obviously wasn't. The main island may seem safe, but if the battle spread, it won't be spared, and chaos will be all over the island. "Okay, we will rest here first." Susiao's cooperation made Hina very satisfied. They directly rushed toward the courthouse. Inside the courthouse, bodies were scattered all over the place as the place no longer was under the CP control. Several bodies were filled with gunshot wounds, while a man who seemed like a cowboy stood in the middle observing the situation. In the cowboy's opinion, this place wasn't a courthouse of justice. Instead, it was just a courthouse to convict the innocent and do the world government's bidding. When Susiao saw the cowboy, he smiled and said, "It's still early, but it isn't a bad idea to fight here due to the terrain advantages." The cowboy thought that Susiao would enter the court, but he saw the latter stop suddenly. Susiao stood in the same place with a painful expression on his face. "Mr. Byakuya, what's wrong with you?" Hina looked at Susiao strangely. She was extremely vigilant as she was ready to use her fruit ability immediately. Berg. Susiao vomited blood mixed with something blue. The poison capsule broke. Susiao's face turned gray, and his pupil lost its luster. "Impossible, I already gave you the suppressing antidote." Hina was shocked, but she was still vigilant. "I took it this morning, but why did the poison capsule break?" Susiao sat on the ground bleeding from his mouth. "You ate this morning?" "It's impossible." "Wait, how many did you eat?" "2." Hina's face changed drastically. "Didn't I say you can only eat 1? Should the effect of 2 be stronger, what if the poison capsule broke because of my exercises?" Susiao's answer made Hina roll her eyes. That suppressing antidote could only be taken 1 at a time. She didn't know the effect of getting more. "Hurry up, let's go to the courthouse, there is a doctor there, the sack shouldn't be completely ripped yet." Hina's heart already turned cold, because if the poison capsule is ripped, then Susiao is almost bound to die. Such an important researcher can't die, not while under her watch, or else she won't be able to escape the responsibility. "I don't think it's too toxic. I still have a chance to be saved." Hina directly took his hand and put his arm on her shoulder and started walking toward the courthouse. Hina was effortlessly helping Susiao move while the latter had his hand on her shoulder. This was a great opportunity. After a few steps, she suddenly felt something wrong. Susiao seemed strong, not like someone who was poisoned. Susiao turned violent out of the blue. His hand that rested on Hina's shoulder directly strangely hurt. "You." Susiao tried his best to strangle Hina, while Hina injured his ribs with her elbow. Susiao's arms didn't relax until he felt Hina grow soft in his hands. She was unconscious due to a lack of oxygen. Susiao had to deal with his little tail, or else every action he made would be monitored. Susiao's blood was real, but the poison wasn't, or else he wouldn't be standing right now. As he looked up, Susiao saw someone watching him. "Want to fight?" the cowboy said without any hatred or resentment. The two fought fair last time, and he wasn't as good as Susiao. "It's too early. You want to be attacked so others can get your scarlet card." "Of course, I don't want that. See you at the Tower of Justice, and by the way, I should remind you that the contractors in the first island were already dealt with, the contractors on this island are well hidden. I will clear them in a while no contractor had reached the Island of Justice yet." "Is it now?" Susiao carried Hina on his shoulder without looking back at the cowboy. On his way, the Marine stopped him, but once he showed his scientific researcher identity, they let him go. Susiao was now a member of the Marine and had no relation to the CP anymore. So he successfully left the second island and arrived at the third without any struggle. The only building on this island was the Tower of Justice. As soon as he walked through the main entrance, a large group of black-clothed people and Marines surrounded him. "Who are you?" "Be careful. He is carrying Captain Hina on his shoulder." "Put Captain Hina down and get on the ground." Susiao was calm. "I'm Byakuya, a scientific researcher, I come here today to find someone, this is my certificate." After seeing the certificate, the people relaxed. "What's wrong with Captain Hina?" "We were attacked by pirates as soon as we reached the island, Captain Hina fought them to protect me, but she lost consciousness right after." Susiao handed Hina to the Marines. He considered whether he should kill Hina or not, but if he did, the world government wouldn't let him off. At that time, he won't be able to use the blueprint for a bargain as it is a quest item. Hina won't be awake for the next 4 hours, which was enough. After confirming Su Xiao's identity, the agents directly led Su Xiao into the Tower of Justice. He came here to find Khalifa in name only, and if she knew, she would faint. Running quickly up the stairs, Su Xiao rushed toward the highest point in the Tower of Justice. In less than a minute, Su Xiao found an iron door in front of him. He didn't want to damage the door, so he spent some time opening it before reaching the highest point on the entire island. The roof wasn't large. It was only a few square meters. Locking the door, Su Xiao put a blanket under him before laying on the ground. Bob was intelligent enough to know that he can't be discovered now. Su Xiao took out Spider Queen and looked around. The scope was very good that no one could escape his sight. The gun was ready, and he was waiting for a lucky contractor who will be the first victim. There were still 36 minutes until the decisive battle starts, and the location of the blueprint of Pluton would be announced. The quest would end in 2 hours and 36 minutes, which means he needed to keep the blueprint for 2 hours. Su Xiao knew that after 36 minutes, a large number of contractors would swarm toward his location and fall victim to his sniper. Chapter 346. After more than 30 minutes, all the surviving contractors were gathered in an ice lobby. Su Xiao was still laying on top of the highest building, the Tower of Justice, while keeping watch on the Straw Hat Pirates movement. Announcement: the decisive battle in an ice lobby will begin soon. It will last for 6 hours. If you perform this quest excellently, the failure penalty would be reduced. At the start of the battle, the blueprint of Pluton would be revealed by the Reincarnation Paradise to all contactors. Just after this announcement, Pluton's blueprint suddenly appeared in Su Xiao's hand. As he inspected it, Su Xiao discovered additional information. This item temporarily can't be put into the inventory. A special energy wave suddenly exuded from the blueprint. This energy was picked by the tattoo on every contractor. All contractors looked at the Tower of Justice at the same time. This made almost all contractors sigh in relief. After all, Pluton's blueprint was on Frankie's body, who was in the Tower of Justice, which meant that the original plot didn't change much. Instantly, the contractors rushed toward the Tower of Justice, including Mad Milk and the cowboy. If the plot didn't change, then when the Straw Hats break into the island and start confronting the CP9, Frankie may destroy the blueprint. If they fail to get the blueprint, then they would have to pay 28,000 paradise coins. If they don't have that sum, their equipment would be converted into paradise coins, or else they can write their will. No one wanted that kind of fate, so all of them rushed toward the Tower of Justice. All of them knew that the drawbridge was the only way there, so they directly run toward it. Su Xiao looked at the bridge. It was made of wood and metal and was the only thing connecting the two islands. Su Xiao looked at both sides of the bridge with a smile as he took out an alarm clock. He directly set it to 19 minutes because he can only use Spider Queen for 20 minutes. Ordinary scopes can be equipped on the Spider Queen, but unfortunately, he can't use it. Equipment Effect 1, Infrared Vision with an X8 scope, active after using this skill. The hidden part of the Spider Queen will pop out and automatically calculate the wind and distance factors, and one bullet will be enough to kill the enemy. Hint: this effect consumes 100 mana and lasts for 20 minutes. Reminder: cooldown of this effect is 5 hours. This is the best effect of the Spider Queen. Although it could only last for 20 minutes, Su Xiao could do many things in these 20 minutes. Contractors started emerging one after the other with an obvious goal: crossing the drawbridge. The contractors didn't rush alone as they knew that being alone is useless, because dealing with the CP department won't be easy. After they rush into the Tower of Justice, they would wait for their opportunity to strike. Everyone may seem friendly right now, but as soon as a contractor gains the blueprint, all of the other contractors would turn into his enemies. For example, if someone knew that Su Xiao had the blueprint on him, they would try their best to kill him. Seeing this, Su Xiao directly activated the alarm clock and the Spider Queen's skill at the same time. The hidden scope popped out directly. Su Xiao closed his left eye as he observed everything through the scope. When his line of sight reached the scope, the scenery changed completely. A red X appeared in front of him as various data appeared in front of him. From wind speed to humidity, everything was in front of him. Su Xiao looked at the island through the scope and felt like he could see a rat and shoot it even if it was at the end of the island. Su Xiao didn't shoot immediately. There are still people around and shouting now would expose his position. The contractors who rushed in formed a loose alliance. Quickly, if we don't enter the Tower of Justice, Pluton's blueprint will be destroyed. A big guy urged in a hurry. Why don't you go first? Your vitality should be the highest here. The other contractors were also dissatisfied by the big guy's urging, and one of them directly retorted. What did you say? The big guy glared at the one who spoke. Seeing this, almost everyone fainted as they thought, is this guy too accustomed to being a leader that he thinks this is a true alliance? They didn't have any leader. I said that. The boy who retorted said without fear. Don't fight. The most important thing is to reach the Tower of Justice as fast as we can. A young woman tried to pursue both of them to stop. She was already very dissatisfied, but she was smart and knew that internal fight won't do them any good now. The big guy looked at the woman with fire in his eyes as he looked at a young woman with a gaze full of lust. And $T***. The young woman cursed inwardly without changing her expression. I'm in a good mood today, so I will help you guys. The big guy walked out while the others were speechless. They all reached the drawbridge while the big guy was in the front. On top of the Tower of Justice, Su Xiao suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! A very low gunshot escaped Spider Queen's silencer. The bullet left the muzzle and disappeared into the air. The bullet broke through the sound barrier and moved at the big guy's head like Su Xiao aimed for. The firing assistant was far beyond his imagination. As the bullet hit the big guy's head, the latter didn't react as his smug expression still remained on his face. His last thought was entering the Tower of Justice first and seize the loot. He won't enter the Tower of Justice ever. In fact, he will go to heaven. Well, no, that's not it either. Most contractors were cold-blooded killers, so hell will definitively be his new home. The big guy's head suddenly burst open like a balloon due to the bullet. Blood and brain pieces scattered all over the young woman's face. Feeling the warmth on her face, she was taken aback before touched the warm thing and smelled it. Enemy. The word attack didn't get out of her mouth as the same warm feeling hit her again. Another person next to her was killed with a headshot as well. Chapter 347. Su Xiao didn't stop after the first two headshots. He pulled the trigger continuously without stop. A contractor was shot in the chest but didn't die directly, but another bullet directly reached his head, dropping him dead instantly, and Su Xiao received the kill notification. 3 contractors were killed, and the remaining 5 started fleeing and looking for cover. But they were on the bridge, and unless they jump into the sea, Su Xiao could still see them. The bridge was about 50 meters high, and the water under it was filled with rocks, leaving little to no chance for surviving a jump. Bang! Bang! Su Xiao fired 2 shots in a row, and another contractor fell to the ground. Another shot and a contractor's head exploded instantly. The young guy who spoke to the big one was running fast with the Tower of Justice as his goal. He was running in fear instead of running for the quest. While running, he suddenly felt a tingling in his chest. Looking down, he saw a gaping hole in his chest before falling down. Looking at his current HP bar, he was shocked, and only 34% remained from his full health. Don't kill. Bang. A shot runs through his neck, severing his head directly. Su Xiao directly turned his sniper toward the left. he noticed a girl and a male contractor in that direction. The male was Su Xiao's next target, as he runs faster than the girl. Bang! Su Xiao fired again toward the male contractor who was running in S-shaped path, trying to avoid the bullets. Avoiding the first wasn't the end of it, as Su Xiao shot another one, but this contractor somersaulted to avoid this time, which stunned Su Xiao slightly. Su Xiao activated the rapid fire mode, and directly shot 4 bullets. The recoil was stronger, but it still got the job done as Su Xiao received the kill notification. Only one contractor remained, the female. At this time, the female was already in despair. There isn't anything more terrifying than waiting for death. Yellow liquid run across her thighs, but she didn't care and continued running. She saw a 5-meter circle full of flowers and mud and directly jumped in to get out of sight. She sighed in relief as the shots stopped. Bang! Mud splashed her face as a bullet hit the floor behind her, and she immediately rolled her body into a ball in fright. Bang! Bang! The gunshots were getting faster and faster as most of the flowers were hit. A bullet suddenly passed by the woman's ear and scratched her cheek. They made a mistake by running across the bridge, but she will not make the same mistake again. The young woman was desperate, she didn't have a way out, and the sniper is most likely waiting for her to get out. What to do? What to do? She took a deep breath and calmed down. Getting out is like asking to be shot because the nearest cover is 5 meters away. After thinking for a long time, she decided to surrender in the most common and primitive way. She looked at her body, searching for something white. There was nothing white. Even her bra was black. She suddenly thought of something that was white on her now, her little panty. Su Xiao was locking into the flower bead with 1 bullet left, which meant 1 chance. As he was aiming attentively, a triangular white cloth peeked out from between the flowers and waved from side to side. This is surrendering. Su Xiao's finger didn't leave the trigger as he was ready to shoot at any moment. A white arm came out probing for Su Xiao's reaction, while the latter still waited without shooting. The white hand was holding a few objects, 2 soul crystals, small, and a paradise coins card with 6,000 coins inside. Are these okay? I just want to live, and I don't want Pluton's blueprint anymore. I won't even dare to think about it. The young woman yelled, but Su Xiao didn't respond. We have no grievance or enmity. We're only after the quest, so there is no need to kill everyone else, and I didn't see your look either, so there will be no way for revenge. The young woman knew that if this continued, she would die, and it's better to try to spend money to buy her life. It may be a small chance, but it was better than nothing. If the sniper wasn't a psychopath, then he would be reasonable and won't kill her for the scarlet card because she left 6,000 paradise coins and 2 soul crystals, small. The young woman threw them away and ran in the other direction. She hoped that even if the contractor didn't accept the deal, he would be distracted by them, and she would reach cover. Su Xiao didn't shout. They didn't have any grievance between them, so there was no need to kill needlessly if it didn't endanger the quest. The other party gave up and bought her life with money for now, but if he encounters her again, money won't work as she will die without any mercy. One of the 8 contractors escaped, leaving 4 scarlet cards and 6,000 paradise coins along with 2 soul crystals, small, on the bridge. These items were shining with different colors, but Su Xiao didn't pick them up yet as it wasn't time. The CP agent heard the gunshots from the Tower of Justice and directly rushed there. The ones who rushed were Lucci and Khalifa. With a bang, the door was kicked open by Lucci. Su Xiao looked at them before ignoring them and loading another magazine into the sniper. After seeing Su Xiao, Khalifa's pupil shrank as she remembered all the previous advantages he took and wailed in her heart. Lucci walked onto the roof and asked in a cold voice, "What are you doing?" "Killing the enemies," replied Su Xiao as he finishing reloading the sniper. "Killing enemies? First, explain why you are at the top of the Tower of Justice." Lucci approached slowly, and Su Xiao threw his researcher certificate to him. Defend the tower. Someone is here for Nico Robin. Lucci took the certificate, and his face changed. Can you guarantee that the enemies can't approach the Tower of Justice? Su Xiao was sniping from the top of the Tower of Justice as a member of the Marine, and he even has some connections with the CP department. His identity was special. No. Su Xiao could only use the sniper for 20 minutes, and 5 already passed. Lucci pondered for a while before concluding that Su Xiao's help was needed because pirates were attacking, and other unknown people were helping them. Khalifa, monitor his movement. Khalifa felt distressed. She didn't want to stay here, but this was her task given by Lucci, and she couldn't refuse. Yes. Khalifa was wearing a tight black dress while staying at the gate without any thoughts of coming to the roof. Lucci quickly left as he had many things to do. We're alone again, Miss Khalifa. It's good to have Khalifa keeping watch, but he should be vigilant as well. Chapter 348. Khalifa frowned and stepped back. Stop this sexual harassment. That could be said about you when we had that party in Water 7. Su Xiao looked at Khalifa before turning back quickly. What is your goal? Su Xiao didn't speak. Instead, he observed the situation on the bridge through his scope. Hey, I'm talking to you. Khalifa looked at Su Xiao in displeasure, while Su Xiao still ignored her. You. Khalifa stopped mid-sentence when Su Xiao smiled at her gently. Her scalp felt numb, looking at that smile. I recently invented a new bomb, do you want to taste it? It tastes like strawberry. Khalifa took a few steps back and assumed a fighting stance. She was still afraid of the previous bomb. You can decide whether to watch the door or go away, don't disturb me. Su Xiao continued to observe the bridge. Another man was hiding in the forest while lying down with a sniper in his hand, but he still didn't dare show his head at all. He looked at the Tower of Justice in fear as he saw the previous slaughter. A maximum of 2 shots is enough to take down even a tank. That sniper rifle is at least purple quality. Greed quickly appeared in the sniper's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He glanced at the blue quality sniper rifle in his hand and shook his head. If he engages now, he won't be able to hold on for 5 minutes. The sniper chose to hide and wait for an opportunity. The sniper sighed, he admired Su Xiao's tactic. He wasn't hidden at all, and every shot would be deadly. He didn't know that Su Xiao didn't care about his location because he just wanted the high ground and didn't fear the enemy's firepower. On top of the tower, Su Xiao observed for a while, but no contractor arrived. Bob, go down and pick the drops up. Su Xiao wrapped the gauntlet's thread around Bob so he can pull him back if anything happens. He was going to drop Bob down, and after the latter picked everything, he would pull him up. Bob looked down and whimpered and looked at Su Xiao with a look that said, Master, I'm afraid of heights. Bob made puppy eyes as his final resistance and barked. If you do this, I will help you meet a little female dog to be your girlfriend. Bob's eyes shined as he raised his head, and the fear of heights directly disappeared. It seems like he didn't want to stay single. Just when Su Xiao was about to put Bob down, he saw a shadow flickered in the distance. He quickly picked his sniper and looked through the scope only to find 4 contractors trying to sneak in. The 4 contractors, who consisted of 2 males and 2 females, were peeking from behind the building. A petite girl timidly said, Let's go back, this is obviously a trap, look at how these people died. The girl hugged her shoulders due to the horrifying sight. Yeah, this is indeed scary, the 4 scarlet cards and soul crystals aren't worth it. The other girl also wanted to leave as she looked pleadingly at the leader of the 4. We obviously won't be able to reach the Tower of Justice, and will fail the quest, which means the Reincarnation Paradise would deduct paradise coins from us, and all we have is 60,000 coins. The leader of this little group is a fat middle-aged man who was wearing an iron armor and holding a shield in his hand. You guys stay here, I will pick these up, and ran away quickly. The middle-aged man smiled wickedly. He was going to rob his enemy, and it was satisfying because this enemy was the one responsible for them failing the quest. He was wearing blue and green defensive equipment, and his vitality was also very high. Ah! Don't go. The petite girl had an ominous feeling about this. We should grab this opportunity. The people from the God Emperor Guild and the Phantom Brigade are behind us. We won't be able to fight them. We will grab these and jump over to escape. After saying this, the middle-aged man raised his shield and walked out. His first goal was the soul crystal on the grass. Scarlet cards depended on luck, but soul crystals could bring a fortune if they were to sell them. Su Xiao put his finger on the trigger without caring about the shield the middle-aged man raised. The middle-aged man slowly moved forward and was getting closer to the soul crystals on the ground. The closer he got, the tighter he held his shield. Su Xiao pulled the trigger, and Spider Queen directly released a bullet. Bang! The middle-aged man was sent flying back half a meter as the bullet collided with his shield. How could a bullet have such momentum? The middle-aged man felt his head numb, and the first thought he had was to retreat from the bridge. Unfortunately, it was too late. His greed caused his downfall. Bang! 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 Su Xiao pulled the trigger continuously, and the bullets collided with the shield of the middle-aged man, one after the other, driving him several meters back. When the gunfire stopped, the middle-aged man's hand cracked. "Leader!" The girl yelled from behind the building. Rocks suddenly splashed beside the girl's head before she retracted her head. Her cheek was grazed by the bullet. "Can the leader make it back?" The petite girl asked with tears in her eyes, but no one answered her. Their leader might not make it back. Bang! Bang! Su Xiao continued firing one bullet after the other until the middle-aged man could no longer hold the shield up due as his hand was fractured multiple times. His body was exposed to the enemy, and he knew this was his end. Pop! Pop! Blood splashed as two bullets pierced the middle-aged man's leg and chest. He crawled on the ground, leaving a track full of blood. He wanted to go to safety. Suddenly the girl rushed out to try and drag him away. "Don't come here. This is a trap. He deliberately left me alive to bait you out." Many snipers use this strategy. Even with the warning, the girl didn't listen to him and moved forward nonetheless. Su Xiao didn't have that kind of plan, and it's just that he no longer had bullets inside Spider Queen. Quickly loading 3 bullets, Su Xiao aimed at the girl. The girl already dragged the man toward the building, but she wasn't fortunate because Su Xiao's bullet directly passed through her shoulder, making her entire arm limp. The other 2 rushed forward, and Su Xiao directly pulled the trigger again. Only the male contractor wasn't injured. He ignored his safety and directly threw the other 3 into the building. As soon as Su Xiao reloaded the sniper, he pointed the muzzle toward the last contractor and shot. Bang! Headshot. Su Xiao frowned. It wasn't a contractor. The other 3 were currently hiding in the building. That guy actually discarded his safety to save them one by one. That kind of friendship is really rare. Su Xiao once again reloaded the sniper. Inside the building, the middle-aged man gasped for breath. He never thought he would encounter such a terrifying sniper. "Leader, that guy is dead. It seems like that I need another one. I didn't expect my last bit of control would succeed. I shouldn't have rushed myself." Although the girl's arm was limp, she was laughing, as none of her teammates were dead, and they just lost a controlled person. "Let's find somewhere to jump into the sea and escape. We are not qualified to be here. I was too greedy before. I didn't profit from the previous island and wanted to get rich overnight here." The 3 contractors assisted each other and limped away. They learned a valuable lesson today, a lesson with their own blood. They can't be greedy or else they'd die. Su Xiao waited for a while and found that no one moved. He knew that the contractors left and directly sent Bob down to pick the loot. When Su Xiao pulled Bob up, the latter's mouth was full, and his cheeks were bulging like a hamster. As soon as he put the loot down, a shout spread all over the place. "Robin, we're here to save you." Looking closely, isn't that Monkey D. Luffy? Susiao directly aimed his sniper and shot. Bang! Luffy flew back and disappeared from the edge of the roof before rolling a few times and came to a stop. The bullet was too fast for Luffy to react. Even Susiao wouldn't be able to react to such a fast bullet. Luffy, of course, wasn't penetrated. After all, he was made of rubber, and the kinetic energy of the bullet would be relieved. But still, a blood stain still appeared on his shoulder. Luffy was confused and didn't know where the attack came from. Even the CP9 and Spondum were confused. The latter heard someone shouting, but when he searched for the source of the sound, he found no one. "Damn it!" Just as Spondum turned his head, a shout came from outside. "Who attacked me just now?" Luffy shouted again. Bang! Susiao shot another bullet. Spondum turned his head again and looked out of the window, but no one was there again. Chapter 349. Bang! Bang! Bullets were shot one after the other, making Luffy hid behind a small wall. Even though Luffy can't be pierced by bullets, he still didn't dare come out as the bullets could injure him. After a few shots, Susiao stopped as he couldn't penetrate the wall with bullets. Although he didn't hit Luffy, he made him afraid to come out. At this time, contractors rushed to where Luffy was excited. They were about to participate in a major event in the world of One Piece, which would let them reap great benefits. Boom! As soon as the first rushed to the roof, he was directly killed with a shot to the head. The other contractors were instantly horrified and directly laid down. "There is a sniper on top of the Tower of Justice. Use firepower to suppress him." A contractor yelled, but no one got up. Boom! The contractor who shouted directly received a bullet to the head. The other contractors took out guns and shot at the Tower of Justice randomly without daring to show their heads. There is no way they would be able to hit Susiao with such a random shooting. The bullets didn't even come close to him. A few minutes later, as the contractors felt safe, a gunshot came from the other direction. The gunshot was loud, without a silencer, so the other sniper was directly exposed. Hearing this, the contractors were frightened. There was a sniper in front of them and another one behind them, closing any route of escape. Bang! Another shot came from the rear, but the target wasn't any of the contractors on the roof. Instead, it was Susiao. This instantly made the contractors happy. A special bullet flew towards Susiao, directly hitting the concrete floor beside him. The bullet was embedded into the floor, and green smoke emerged from it, which directly alerted Susiao. As he was about to retreat, Susiao found something wrong. There was a small device at the end of the bullet. "Big brother, let's kill them together, and we can divide the loot 3 to 7. "Of course, I will be taking the 3. Susiao raised his eyebrow. He already discovered the sniper, but he was far away and didn't take the initiative to attack, so Susiao ignored him. Susiao pointed at the scope and waited for the sniper to take action first. Bang! A scream filled the place. Bang! 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 The sniper started shouting continuously at the contractors who were miserably screaming. The parapet, a small wall that prevents accidental fall from the roof of a building, may be able to defend the contractors from Susiao, but the other sniper was shouting from behind, and they didn't have any cover. The contractors started running and trying to escape, but Susiao directly pulled the trigger. Bang! The first contractor fell. Bang! The second one fell. Leaving a few corpses behind, the contractors finally reached the door of the roof. Luffy didn't try to escape. The sniper from behind tried to kill Luffy, but his bullet didn't affect the latter at all. But suddenly, the sniper from behind stopped shouting, Susiao directly took a look and found that he was injured and man holding a scythe was behind him praying. Susiao didn't hesitate and directly aimed at the priest and shot him in the chest. The priest staggered a few steps back and fell to one knee. Susiao fired another 5 times, making the priest fall down, but the latter wasn't seriously injured. His robe seemed to be able to block most of the bullet's power, and it was comparable to a heavy armor purple equipment. With the help from Susiao, the sniper climbed to the edge of the cliff and jumped down toward the sea. He nodded at Susiao and seemed to say, "Help me." Susiao didn't understand very well as he wasn't experienced in lip reading. After a few shots from Susiao, the priest hid while his eyes looked at Susiao's position with hatred. Susiao ignored him and directly shifted his attention back toward Luffy. Except for Luffy, no one else was on the roof. The alarm clock still had 8 minutes, so it meant that 9 minutes remained, and the skill would be turned off. That will be the time he would change from a frightening sniper to an even more frightening melee fighter. Susiao sighed secretly. Why didn't anyone rush on top of the building to fight him directly? At this time, there was movement on the opposite roof. The roof where Luffy hid suddenly shattered with a tornado-like attack, and along it, a female scream pierced many ears. Susiao narrowed his eyes. This was probably the Tatsumaki attack of Zoro. Zoro's swordsmanship allowed him to do this kind of attack, while Susiao couldn't. Both had their path of swordsmanship. Zoro belonged to the swordsman of One Piece's world. His every move would cause damage. But Susiao didn't need fancy moves. He only needed to kill his enemy. The tornado blew Nami and Chopper up before slamming down on the roof. Chopper landed on his head while Nami rolled a few times before landing smoothly. Nami was instantly satisfied with her landing posture as it was more ladylike. Just when Nami was about to yell with her hands on her hips, Susiao already aimed his sniper rifle at her. "Nami, get down!" Luffy yelled, and out of trust, Nami directly got down. Whoosh! A bullet lightly grazed her ear and blew her orange hair back. At this time, Nami directly grabbed Chopper's leg and threw him directly toward Luffy while running after him. At this time, Susiao pulled the trigger again. But unfortunately, T/L, I hate this cold-blooded bastard. Nami already hid beside Luffy. Susiao directly started reloading his sniper rifle, and at the time, Zoro jumped to the roof, but as soon as he saw Luffy, Nami, and Chopper hiding, his eyes narrowed and did the same. Suddenly, a loud bang grabbed Luffy and the rest's attention. It was Sanji who kicked the roof and flew out. Mutton shot. Sanji was in the air as he shouted. Susiao's hands itched as his opponent was practically a living target right now. A pair of arms directly stretched out to grab Sanji, which shocked the latter. Chapter 350. Hey, Luffy, what are we going to do? Zoro was feeling bad about this. It's impossible. Nami wanted to escape but knew that as soon as she is exposed, she would die. It's really impossible. Chopper felt bad, as well. Luffy's arm made its way to Sanji before wrapping around him and contract back toward him at high speed. Make way. Sanji said these words toward Zoro and Luffy. Looking at Sanji's trajectory, the 3 humans and the deer understood what Sanji wanted and directly lifted their feet. Sanji was greeted by 3 feet to the face and a hoof. Lastly, his face was planted on Zoro's shoe sole, which made Zoro's mouth turn upward. You bastard! Sanji shook his head while a big footprint appeared on his face. It suits you. Zoro nodded with satisfaction. Ha! Sanji was confused. The footprint on your face. Sanji wanted to turn violent and vent his anger on Zoro, but he suddenly noticed that the situation looked strange. Why are we hiding here? Nami didn't reply and directly took off her coat and threw it in the air. Bang! A bullet directly passed through it and embedded itself on the roof. Suddenly a long-nosed man wearing a mask fell down from the sky. Usopp arrived. Usopp was thrown by a giant who wanted to help him reach here quickly. He put his hand on his chest as he flew straight from the sky. Usopp looked like a javelin with his long nose and straight body. Usopp would notice him and had the ability to attack him if given a chance. Susiao directly looked at Usopp in mid-air and silently aimed the sniper's muzzle. Bang! Ah! The scream of fear turned into a scream of pain as Usopp's leg was shot directly. Fortunately for Usopp, the bullet didn't hit his leg in the center, or else, his leg would have fallen off. Luffy hurriedly stretched his arm at Usopp and directly brought him to their hiding place, and Chopper directly started treating Usopp's wound. The Straw Hats were gathered now, but they could do nothing but hide. Bang! Bang! Susiao shot twice, and the bullets directly hit the concrete wall. Nami, who was about to take a peek, directly shrunk back down. What can we do now? We can't make it through like this. Look, Robin is there. Robin! Luffy shouted with a smile on his face. Robin didn't dislike them or hate them, instead, she wanted to die for them. Hearing Luffy's yell, multiple emotions appeared in Robin's eyes, including fear and worry mixed with some joy. Who is there? Spondam looked at the roof of the opposite building suspiciously, and finally, he heard gunfire. Byakuya! Lucci said. What? Spondam's expression turned ugly as he had been brooding about the affair in Water 7. Let him come down to see me. Lucci didn't move, he wasn't on a mission currently, and although Spondam could command him, he had a choice to ignore such a brainless command. Seeing Lucci ignore him, Spondam directly whispered, Hey, Lucci, there are so many outsiders here, give me some face. Spondam knew that without the CP9, he wouldn't be able to sit still in his current position. He worked hard to train these people, their fruits were obtained by him from the world government. Although Spondam always behaves like a retard, he could still judge the situation and knew what should be done and what not. He is a member of the Marine right now, we can't order him. Hearing the answer, Spondam wasn't happy. From the Marine, then I will find him later. Spondam looked at the Straw Hat Pirates. Susiao suppressed all the Straw Hats, and the only person who could threaten him from far away was injured. But if they kept hiding, they wouldn't be able to do anything. When Susiao was aiming at the Straw Hats, 3 sneaky figures approached the bridge. Brother, won't we be sniped? Shut up, have we ever been afraid of snipers? Hey, brother, that girl in the last world almost wiped us out, and she was a sniper. She doesn't count, she isn't a sniper, she is simply a fort. But stop it. We should directly rush in, what are you afraid of? Needless to say, these 3 were the 3 Guozia brothers. The 3 rushed arrogantly, now that the CP9 and the Straw Hats were about to fight, it was their best chance to get into the Tower of Justice. Behind another building, the cowboy was looking at the 3 brothers and trying to use them as a cover to rush into the tower. In addition to him, Mad Milk was thinking along these lines as well, and he was angry because Susiao shot his teammate, the priest, a few times before. Along with them, there are dozen or so contractors who were with the Straw Hats that waited for an opportunity as well. We must first kill the sniper, he will die if we get close. Yes, I was almost shot in the head before, I must deal with him. At this moment, the brothers already rushed into the bridge carelessly. Susiao directly took notice and commanded their courage. Bang! The bullet flew in the air and rested on the 3rd brother's chest. Blood sprung forth as he fell to the ground with a big hole in his chest. 3rd brother, don't panic, this eldest brother will save you. The 2nd brother is also here. The 2 directly touched the 3rd brother and started healing him. The 3 of them were paladin, so their vitality wasn't low, and they could heal their own injuries. The 3rd brother directly stood up and continued running without any change to his expression. Bang! 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 Susiao fired 3 shots, and this time, he changed his target. The defense of the last target was too strong, and at this time, the eldest brother was shot. "Brother, hold on." The other two directly started healing their eldest, and his health was directly fully restored. Although their vitality was high, the three of them still covered their heads, to prevent Susiao from scoring a headshot. Bullet rained on the three, and as long as one was injured, the other two would directly start healing him. Susiao wanted to shoot once again but found that there were no bullets anymore, and he needed to reload. Seeing that Susiao didn't shoot again, the Guoziu brothers stopped before forming a circle and shouting, "We are the Guoziu." The three rushed toward the tower afterward and smiling while running. The third brother was even smiling with blood over his mouth.